sure we were just getting into blacksmithing. All right, so I'm gonna jump back into our previous save. I think it's this one. I need to name these better. I'm pretty sure Standard Oceans on Stream is the one we were playing on. Because they deliberately changed the world building to have more water than normal, so it'd have like proper oceans. You better to swap around 1 ET or 2 AM ET if you're flexible. Yeah, that should be good. Either way, like I was pretty much expecting that to be around that time frame. You'd like fire off a DM being like, "Hey, probably be good in a couple minutes here," or "I'll be ready in a minute," or like whatever. Like as long as you give me like just a 2, 3, 4, 5 minute heads up that it's coming. Like you could even, I'm willing to bet you could even go into chat and just be like, "Hey, let while you're finishing up what you're working on, be like, hey, someone let Rual know I'll be over there for a minute." That would be fine too. Um, did you have server information you need to send me as a question? Because I know you were going to host. Okay, so apparently I've got a cellar. Right, and it made that out of rammed earth. We got our crude door. Okay. So what is our situation? I've got vegetable stew. Yeah, no, I figured it'd be fine. Every time we've collabed, it's been nice and easy. Okay, I've got a little bit of... Let me see if you can set up a persistent server. If not, you'll host locally. Ah, gotcha. No problem. Yeah. Yeah, so you got a couple of vegetables, a little bit of grain. Get a bunch of clay. Got a little bit of stuff here. Didn't I make... I do have a pickaxe. I don't have a prospecting pick, though. Let's take a look-see. They found resin here and here. Oh, right. This world. Yep, that's fine. But where did we see... We got quartz there. Where did we see the copper, though? Yeah, so you got copper down here. That'll be pretty rough without the prospecting pick, but I think that's the way to go. Because we're going to want to get our blacksmithing online proper. I need to drop this resin off somewhere. And tools-wise, I don't have much. So it looks like right now we're looking at food as one problem. And then we're going to want to go and get our copper online. My berries are all looking like they're going to ripen in about a week. Because we were working on that. And I have tons and tons and tons of firewood piled up everywhere. Because I wanted to make my charcoal pit better, but that's fine. We can worry about that later. Okay. Oh yeah, no, food is definitely a future Rual problem. Did I not have any lights in here? That's a problem. Do I have dried grass? Oh! I've got pear tree cuttings. You should get those planted. Yeah, so it looks like I have a need for dried grass. And I need to figure out where we're going to be growing some fruit trees. And the issue we were running with there is I don't really have a good place to start that. Was this the base we started on a mini island? Yeah, so we're on an island here. We got plenty of space to work with. We're just using that spot up there. So for our fruit trees... Oh yeah, and we discovered that salt water was a mechanic in the game, and that's been really awful for my farm. That has not been great for my farming situation. Something about plants not liking growing on salt water. Well, I mean, I guess your regular, like, grains and all that, like spelt. Let's try and get these pear trees planted. They take forever to actually produce anything, but it's kind of like in real life, most of your fruit trees and nut trees and all that. Your first year or two, the harvest sucks if you get anything at all. But once they kind of grow to maturity, then they're pretty alright. Sometimes just straight up good. Definitely should just be making a shovel and not being lazy about it, but you know. For the server, I'm not sure how it's going to be presented for you. I would just say, like, literally just take the standard settings, which is, like, that's the actual name of a mode is standard. We might end up wanting to customize it later, but I do think since it's your first time, starting from there is the baseline. And then, you know, if we do a couple of streams of it and then go, okay, well, we're not liking this one setting. Okay, we change that one setting. Because generally the base modes are like standard. There's one that's called Homo Sapien, which is more like no drifters, no spooky things or whatever, which is not a very horror game. Yep. That works for me. I figured that'd be the case. Cool, cool. No. So remember when I said bears are dangerous? Bears are dangerous. That bear rolled a stealth build and just rolled up on me. Right by home, luckily. Alright, no problem. Good to have you. It'll be fun hanging out later. Where's the bear, though? It could not have gotten far. I died right there. I don't love that I have no idea where that bear went. Where did it go? You were sad to make the bear swim faster than you? Yeah. Where? So, if I get the bear, I have an idea on how I can deal with it. That bear just must have murdered me and then noped out. Well, that's what I'm like. It's like, okay, the bear couldn't have gone that far. Not really. So that's why I'm so concerned. But I don't see it, and there's no, like, yelling to grab the bear's attention or anything. Because my plan was aggro the bear, run to my charcoal pit, and jump over my charcoal pit. And the bear isn't smart enough, to my knowledge, to path around it. So we can use it as a pit trap. Just let the bear fall in the hole and, you know, maybe put a roof over it and say, Rest in peace, bear. One, two. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. I have no idea how far those trees have to be spaced, but I'm spacing them too. You killed your first bear using a pit trap? Pelt him with rocks? Yeah, no, I've fought bears fairly a number of times, but immediately like let me switch that spear out. Just in case things don't work out. Because even with the bears swimming fast in you, using the water to slow them up so you can keep hitting them to like knock them back, that's where I found the easiest to fight them. I've also definitely taken the thing where I just bring a bunch of spears and just start hucking spears at it as fast as I can once at a distance. Yeah, no, two definitely works because I've done that. And there's just wolves out there howling away. I'm just waiting for where we hit the stone layer. Now, one of the big downsides is, even if you recover your stuff, there's still kind of a cost to death. That cost is basically, it kicks your hunger way down. So where I was at basically full hunger, it dropped me to half, which means pretty much I wasted that food. And that can kind of hurt you a lot, actually, in the long run. Because genuinely, food is something that has to manage. Yeah, there is also a thing where, as you eat varied and good food, you get more max health. There's like a whole nutrition system in the game. It's not one of those things that if you don't get, if you don't get your lipids, you die or whatever. It's nothing like that, or you get, like, severely penalized. It's just the matter of, if your character's eating relatively well, you'll just broadly have a bit more hit points and whatnot. And this will be the last layer I cut away of this. And then we'll probably need to do a jaunt to see if I can't get more stuff food-wise. Because unfortunately, because of the saltwater intrusion, that's been killing our crops. That wolf's getting a bit close. That saltwater intrusion that's been harming my crops. Did you figure out where the bear went? No. As far as I can tell, that bear nommed us and then just made for the hills. Yeah, so I'm slowly converting this into usable space. Which is kind of the idea we had, is this is the island we spawned on. For those who missed, I turned up the water amount in this world tremendously high, with the intent of forcing me to use boats and all that to travel around. Which has been interesting because it's created entirely different difficulty. I'm actually curious how rough getting the various ores will be with the constraint of only being able to realistically find them on the islands. One, two, there, 1, 2, there. So we got our pear trees grown. Now, they only have a chance of surviving being grafted, or being planted that way. There's a very good chance they will simply die. Okay, so I got a bunch of these that are coming along alright. I would love to water them, but I have yet to find fresh water nearby, so I'm dependent on the rain. It's not been particularly great. Okay. Oh, wait, it was like that, wasn't it? Yes, that's the packed dirt. Drop you in there. And then that's the rammed earth. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to expand. This is our charcoal pit. Okay. Does it make it just like a large open space, like maximum size? I can always, you know, fill it up when I'm able. And then, you know, wall off areas when I need to get charcoal. I'm also kind of hoping as we delete the saltwater nearby, we can start limiting the intrusion on our crops. So it'll stop being damaged by the saltwater. And I believe the maximum size of the charcoal pit is 11 by 11 by 11. Does the packed dirt prevent it from flowing in? I actually don't know about going through there, but I am making it so literally there's more distance between there and the water, so it should still help. Because as a minimum, the nearest water tile ends up being, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tiles away. And it does only go a couple tiles that it seeps through. Like 3 or something. It's either 3 or 5 or whatever. Low-key off-stream, there was a game I was debating maybe streaming at some point that was like this, it's this early access game by the same devs who did Sunnyside, that you run like a vending game thing. It's sort of an idle game, which is why I was hesitant to stream it. Because, you know, idle games can be pretty rough to stream with their whole idleness. Okay. I'm not gonna bother trying to dig that all up without a shovel. Alright, so let's adjust these again. So move you there, move you here. We have the ore. We'll grab the knife. I don't have a lot of food on me, but we'll probably go for... Okay, so we got raw clay vessels. So, right, if I want to put torches down below, I need grass. Okay. It's a shame we didn't end up with... We had another world that was like super just buggy and all that, so we ultimately left it. And it's a shame we did because I had found a whole bunch of like high fertility grass. Or high fertility soil, sorry. It would have been nice to have been able to keep that. It's not super necessary anyways. But it's very convenient. Okay. So what we'll see now is if this is enough to, get that sorted. And now we need sticks, which I might have down here. That's sand. Right, because I had the sand. Alright, so I don't have grass set aside here. Right, I forgot that part of the whole motivation here was... Need a couple of torches. Drop you off. Grab the flint. I was exploring? Pretty good. I eagerly await getting lanterns. Alright, so that should give me torches in here. So I do have a shovel ready. That's mostly damaged. I do have an axe. We don't need the plow. I do have a copper pickaxe. So, the things I think we need to deal with is one, food. We can work on that a little bit. Cool. So we can get ourselves some pretty good stuff there. Let's grab a couple pieces of wood. Yeah, once you get your shears, sticks become super easy to manage. Because all you do is just go up to the trees with your shears and just start blasting the branches off the sides really quickly. Well, I guess in the meantime, grab the empty bowls. Yeah, so it's still getting hotter. Yeah, so what I want to do is probably run down towards where we know where copper's at and grab a bunch of copper. That's going to be tricky. We did find surface copper, and that does mean there should be a vein of copper below there, but at the same time, I won't need that one, so I'll drop that here. Oh, that did take all of it out. I thought there's gonna be one more sample. It's fine. We got 4 bowls. We're good. Okay. So plan straightforward. I got my pickaxe. We don't have prospecting pick yet. Let's go ahead and get on our little raft here. So our destination is almost exactly straight south. But we want to try and go down there, and we're going to start digging. Now, I believe... Actually, I don't remember what we set the prospecting to. But the goal here is to find copper. But we did find some native copper, and my hope is with this copper pickaxe, I will be able to find enough copper to then, you know, be able to turn around from there, make ourselves a bunch more copper tools and all that, get our prospecting pick, all that. Because with the prospecting pick, I can start running around like the different islands and prospecting. And usually the way I do that is I'll go for about the distance of the minimap. I'll make sure every distance of the minimap I have a pin roughly. That way, like, later on, I'm like, oh no, I need hematite. Okay, well... Oh, right, I don't have a copper hammer. Right. That's fine, we'll still do this. Because I might find a couple more copper bits. In absolute worst case, I can just pan for a little bit of copper to make myself a hammer. Another thing I'd like to get relatively early on is I want to get a lantern. Like, as early as I can reasonably get away with it, I want to get lanterns, so that I'm not constantly replacing torches. We're having to pull them down and put them back up kind of nonsense. And I also would like to, pretty early on, get a bucket. That way, even if I have to like go across the ocean, find a lake, get one bucket of water, and come back to like make my spot for my farm, I can at least start working on that, so we can keep the moisture up. Because then it'll give me water I can use for watering my crops and all that. Versus right now, this is just all salt water all around us that I can't use for that. Do they have wells in the game yet? Not that I'm aware of. There isn't an idea of a ground water level as far as I'm aware of. Like, you can't just dig down and hit water. I mean, unless you are like on like a cliff or whatever and you dig down through the cliff and drop into the ocean. But that's not really what we're looking for. Then the water physics are very Minecraft-esque, so they don't have like the idea of water pressure equalizing. So like if I dug a tunnel down into a lake or whatever, that the lake is up here and it goes down below, it wouldn't like fill up that thing. That'd be a neat addition to aquifers. I'm wondering if that's in line with what they're doing, because they have like a lot of realism, survival, that kind of stuff going on, but then they also have like the spooky drifters nonsense, and a lot of that requires them to be allowed to mine super deep into the ground. So I'm wondering where they would want that to be. Hey, Care Bear, how's it going? That said, an aquifer would be cool. The problem is you'd have to have like far better water physics. And because they've used the Minecraft strategy for like water blocks and all that, it does create problems where, you know, you couldn't just turn it on with existing saves because people have these really cool bases they made that would suddenly cause problems. Yeah, no, a rain catcher I could see. Being able to put like barrels outside that would fill up with water. Just plastic line, or I mean you wouldn't have plastic, but like whatever you can line the barrel with in the game. You would just line the barrel. It'll be really cool when we get the bigger ship. Still got some distance to go. Look, chat, it's a butte. I mean, it's a butte with a big crack to the middle of it, but it's a butte nonetheless. This is one of those games I find myself wanting to play off stream, but also not sure how I could manage enough time to play off stream. Like, when I first started playing it, you know, I was obsessing over the game. I would put a little time here and there, but it was just never enough time off stream to get anything done of meaning. Because I always wanted to keep my saves related to stream on stream only. And think of the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay. Yeah, the primary goal here is that we locate the copper vein. That, like, I will consider this trip a success if we locate that copper vein and obviously get some copper out of it. But like that'll be my like definition of success for this trip, or something else of value. Like if I go down there and I start looking for the copper vein and I find a teleporter, even though that's not what I was looking for, that would certainly be a major success in its own right. Probably be getting close, right? Man, that's out there. That'll be the curiosity, is like trying to make teleporters or whatever happen. But that's like way end game tech. Yeah, so it's sure ahead of us. I believe that might be what we're looking for. I do hope that when we get the big boat that has sails on it, that it is the thing you can just set your sail. Why am I not going via land? So with land, we gotta like jump over all like the different imperfections, kind of go over top of it, all that kind of stuff. And then you gotta worry about the wild animals and drifters, which are enemies, and all that. So kind of the idea behind this save is I did turn up the water a lot, to give ourselves kind of a water world where it's a lot of islands and that kind of stuff. So we are a bit more dependent on boats than you normally would be. Did you explore this area? Yeah, no, so if you see all this area that's revealed, that means I got close enough to at least see it. All the not Fog Award area. Now, it doesn't mean I haven't missed. Yeah, no, the water is definitely safer. It's also just more efficient to travel this way, because like I said, I gotta do a lot of jumping and like going over on top of terrain and all that. You know, and yeah, if I'm running, I might be able to go faster than the boat will take me, but that also burns a lot more food. Okay, so right around here is where we had copper. Yes, I'm not saying there isn't copper, just keep in mind I don't have a prospector's pick yet. So for me to find copper, it's mostly finding what's on the surface. And we were running around, I don't know what we were looking for at the time, but we did find copper on the surface. So I'm going to basically go where I know copper is versus fussing around with searching for it. Because generally I found, for me personally, locating things, I've had the best luck if I'm not specifically looking for anything, I'm just exploring and then marking anything I find. Okay, we'll drop our ore in here for right now, or yeah, our ore as in the thing. Is that a floating island in the distance? Yeah, that's just World Gen doing World Gen things. Almost all these kinds of games have funky World Gem issues that happen. I just saw the berry bushes, so I figured I'd snag them while we're here. That gives me a little something to eat, because you last for 5 days and you last for 4 days. Yeah, so this is around the area. This is roughly the area that I found the copper bits. So just checking to see if there's more copper bits over here on the surface. Not seeing any. Okay. So normally you'd want to go down here with a prospector's pick. Because of the prospector's pick, you can kind of do like a Marco Polo hot or cold to slowly figure out like, okay, where am I relative to the copper or whatever. Since we do know that there was copper on the surface, we know there's a vein down here. With the two pins that close together, I feel fairly confident that we got a pretty sizable spot of copper down here. So my first thought is just basically to mine down. Copper can usually show up pretty close to the surface. If we do dig deep enough that the ore changes, we've gone too far. Well, it's olivine. It's not what we're looking for, but okay. I physically can't mine through that. Okay. Alright, we'll say that's as deep as we're going. Because I kind of got to myself where I was going to be cornered in with the olivine. So I'm just digging off to the side here a little bit. I'm going to turn towards where that second pickaxe spot is, where we found the copper on the surface. And then same deal as I'm going to start digging down and see if we find it. Because most of the copper I found historically has not been particularly deep underground. And like the worst case, if I go and I break this pickaxe and I simply do not find any, it's not the end of the world either. I can take the ore and put it to some kind of use. Or take the, peridotite. And one more block this way. I get myself right over the pin for the other one. And I'm gonna make like a spiral down. Because even then, even like just the piece of stone blocks, we can still use these. For those who have not played Vintage Story before, one of the nice things about the game is any material you can find in the game, I can just pull up in my inventory, and I can hit a button and it pulls up the survival guide on it. And it'll be like, okay, you can make cobblestone with it, you can make paths with it, you can make like these blocks. If you click on it, it'll show you the exact materials you need to make those things. I can put in a snowball and throw it at people. I can make axe heads and all that with it. So it's a little bit limited what I can do with this. But then I can take it a step farther and be like, okay, can I make anything with the cobblestone? Oh, I apparently can make a forge with the cobblestone. And you get the idea. So, if you ever find material and you go, man, I don't know what this is for, you can just pull up the guide, and the guide works extremely well. It is one of those things that, like, you know, this is a very complicated game with a lot of depth, but because of that, it also has with the guide, like, if I just pull up the guide in general, when you're new to the game, it has, like, all of these things here, and they're really good. There's even a tutorial. I forgot there was a tutorial in the game. Have you ever played Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, I ended up really bouncing off Dwarf Fortress pretty hard, not due to complexity. I got really frustrated by how unreasonably obtuse its UI was. That, like, it's one of those games that seems like an amazing game held captive by an obtuse UI. That's so hard to enjoy. But yeah, so you can go in here and it'll, like, literally be like, hey, you put stone on the ground, you right-click it. They'll tell you all that. You can go in there and be like food preservation. They'll tell you can make cellars and all that. So you've got all of that right there. There is even a tutorial that like will walk you through things. I don't even remember what the tutorial was, but like it'll walk you through the various stuff. It's true. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. Like I would love if the devs behind Dwarf Fortress just hired someone who specializes in UI UX and is like, here's our game. You can have like full creative freedom on the UI for, you know, the next 6, 8, 10 months or whatever it takes. Darren did a good job with the walkthrough for Vintage Story. Yeah, no, like the in-game wiki thing here is extremely good. Yeah, so I'm just trying to make like a spiral downhill here. But hopefully we see the copper. I wish more games would do like an in-game wiki like Vintage Story. Makes life so much easier. Yeah, no, I definitely have the stance that if you go to play a game and the first thing for learning about the game is to close the game and pull up a website, then that is a failure on the game. And it's not because, oh, no, it's just a complicated game, you don't like complicated things. Like, no, I'm down for a complicated game. But whatever resources are needed to succeed in that game should be in the game. Am I gonna get blocked by Olivine all the way over here, too? You're killing me, Olivine. Well, when I need Olivine later, I know where to find it. Well, this is a problem. Because the plan was to basically do a spiral digging down because we know there's copper below here. But I can't mine through the Olivine. My pickaxe isn't strong enough. We're gonna have to, like, mine over to the edge of the Olivine and then double back. Because, yeah, that is not a small vein of Olivine. Considering how far up we found on the other end, it's unlikely this is two completely separate veins. What happens if you fill with charcoal? Could you melt it? No, it doesn't have like Oni physics stuff where like you can burn the surrounding materials to like liquefy them, and have them re-solidify or anything like that. They do a lot of cool stuff in that game, but they don't go quite that far. Okay, so now let's try going and working our way back up where we saw the copper. And that the hope is that this doesn't make you build scaffolding for the mine. So you mentioned that there is a setting to turn on cave-ins that does require that. It's not on by default. But you can make that a dream if you really desire to have the ceiling come down on you every once in a while. This is a thing you can do. Can we get a shout out for Jonathan Ong as well, by the way? Another fantastic creator on the platform. The downside is I'm really burning through this copper pick. We have not gotten any replacement materials. Yeah, normally I'd be using a prospecting pick, and I could just tap and be like, hey, is there any nearby? No. Just go to the next spot. Hey, is there any nearby? No. Okay, go to the next spot. Hey, is there any nearby? No. So you can do that, you know, Marco Polo kind of thing. Here, what I think it is, I think genuinely it's one of those things that we do have. The copper is probably just a couple tiles deep. I'm just having to mine around this olivine. And that's just kind of what's killing things right now. So it's like, I think it might be like directly below the olivine somewhere. We're like right on the money of where it's supposed to be. You had the floor fall out on you a couple times and freaked you out. You don't need enough rocks falling on your heads. Yeah. So for right now, Geologist enters the chat. Yeah, because we look at what most of this is. I'm not super... Well, I mean, we're a little ways deep. I'm willing to bet, though, if I had a prospector's pick, I'm willing to bet I'm just, like, mining circles around where it's located. What I quickly do, grab a bunch of these things and chuck them in my boat, which... That's a raccoon. So I'll check some of these things in my boat because my inventory is full. Okay. Because it could even be that I'm like circling around and the copper's in that middle area. It'd be unlikely. Like I said, if I keep digging down and I hit a point that we hit another layer of stone, we're not like dealing with peridotite anymore. That'd be my indicator to back off. Turn this way a little. Didn't Nice cover this game? I have no idea who that is. But yeah, no, they do have like different rock layers and all that, and you have different ores happen in them. You have some that can happen in a bunch of different rock layers, some that... No, the geologist in the combo? Do you know this is underground, but party wants to give a little criticism about the peridotite being brown and not green? Yeah, part of that's going into stuff like players being able to differentiate the different materials. Because otherwise you'd have a lot of materials that, like, all of these materials are gray, 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 and gray, and gray. And it'd be like, the game doesn't have the nuance that you'd be able to be like, okay, well that's marble, okay, well that's granite, okay, well that's this. There's just not enough detail to communicate, you know, the different textures, the different feeling, the different, all that. It's kind of one of those things that, yeah, there's definitely some stuff in here that the color's not quite right, that kind of stuff, but it's also those things that we do have to kind of give them a little bit of flexibility because we don't have all the tools that you would have for figuring things out like we do in real life. And so sometimes taking things and farther differentiating stuff of value from not of value is its own value. Well, I think we're going to be breaking this pickaxe, and we have not found copper. So I think the reality is I'm going to end up needing to use our pan to get a bunch of that sand we collected and get enough copper to make both the prospecting pick and another pick. Because I think we're circling around this copper here somewhere. But we're just not finding it. I imagine I'm too deep now for it. But, you know. I'm hoping it's not something obnoxious like it's, you know... Yep. And with that, I can't mine anymore, because that was my pickaxe. And unlike Minecraft, where you can just go up to a wall and you can just start slapping it with your meaty meat hands. You punch rock. Is a whole thing. Would you stop trying to merge into my body? Let's see, for the most part, rocks color is variable, but near pure olivine, rocks are some of the few that have a distinctive color. Well, that's, this is the peridotite, versus this is the olivine, which the idea is, like, it's olivine or in peridotite. So we do have, like, a greenish, like, maybe it's not picking up on stream as well, but there's definitely a distinct green to it. Same mineral? Okay, I mean, in the game, olivine is its own distinct thing versus peridotite. So I can't answer that. Point is, though, it's a video game. see if I could find any more copper bits, like, right in the area to give me a little bit more information, but no luck. Yeah, and that's the other thing. It's definitely like, well, the dev probably did research a bunch of stuff. You know, they're gonna get details wrong. That is not unusual. One second. Eat those. And take the torch out of her hand. Why do Americans call these video games? Are there audio games or something? Yes. There are. There are actually games that predate video that were based on audio. We don't call them audio games, but, you know, there are audio-based only games. You used to have things where you could call in on the phone and play a game over your phone. Your landline phone. Sorry, misphrased. Peridot is the gem quality olivine. Peridotite is a category of rocks high in olivine. Gotcha. And text games? Yep, there were... I mean, there's a lot of different text games. Via landline phone? Yeah. So video games were games that had video. To be fair, like, games via the landline phone never was mainstream in any real respect because it's too dang expensive. Yeah, no, we had a... Yeah, I was gonna say mud games, text-based games. It's more distinguishing for, like, card/board games, too. Yep. But that's the point. You called it video games because it was on video. Yep. Mud, mush, BBS. I haven't heard mush before. I know the other two, though. Like, that's when you really look at games like Ultima Online, or even just the Ultima series for that. That was kind of like, you took mud and took it like one step farther, just had a visual representation going on. But mechanically, under the hood, a lot of those earlier MMOs and all that were very heavily based on how MUDs worked. They just, again, they added a visual component. So it was kind of a natural progression. But that was another thing that, like, MUDs I would also say were pretty niche, not really mainstream either. Not anything good, bad, or otherwise about them. Just, you know, that was at a time that computers were not something most people had access to, let alone any type of connection to anything. Otherwise, you did also have, like, text-based games where it was effectively, you know, sitting with others with Dungeons and Dragons, but, like, very text-heavy. You also had, like, Dungeons and Dragons as people do nowadays, too. Just many iterations earlier. Yeah, tabletop was a thing back then. Still is. Now, granted, like, the audio games kind of just vanished from existence. The introduction of video just obsoleted them, that there wasn't really a draw for it. Text-based games exist, but you don't see very many made. It's very difficult to go, I have this many dimensions to deal with, and then take some of those back and have it not feel like you're missing something. It's one of the reasons why video game adaptations into movies tend to not work most of the time. Is, as a game, I'm physically in here engaging with the game. I am an active participant in the game. This is effectively another dimension. Like, video game is a pure American word? I've heard a lot of people in the EU say video game as well, like people in Germany and the UK and everything, and Australia for that matter. I've heard a lot of them say video game. You did email RPGs or RPGs on a forum? What are those how you ended up with the username? Gotcha. Computer game? Well then, would you call a Super Nintendo game a computer game still? Would a Game Boy game, would you still call that a computer game? I mean, I'm curious. This isn't like picking on the term. To me, that'd be an interesting concept because I'd distinguish like computer as in like the desktop, box, laptop, all that, whereas the other one we would call them console games. But then how would you distinguish a game that exists in both camps, but it's the same game? We would call them both video games. Gotcha, interesting. No, because I've definitely heard people I know in the UK call them video games as well. But yeah, no, I definitely heard computer game and PC games. Those don't exist for you? That's cool, but I'm not talking about you individually. Like, I'm talking broad term. Work was a text game. Here in Sweden, they do call them video games. Yeah, no, I've definitely heard people call them video games, because like I've got a lot of friends who live in Germany and all that, and I've not heard them say computer game very often unless they were specifically distinguishing a game on a computer, like for purposes of explaining like this is on the computer versus on Nintendo or whatever. Not that they would say the other one is a console game; they would call it a video game. Usually call them cross-platform games. That's fair. But yeah, no, it's like I said, I've heard computer games, but usually for us, it's you're referring to a game specifically on the computer. A video game was just a lot of time. Video game would be used primarily with console in consideration, but it was something that you would lump in computer games with it historically as well. I guess my challenging on the assertion that video game is an American term. Like I've definitely heard that abroad as well. Now it could be like different places, like in this country or that country. Like maybe in France they use computer game way more. Maybe in Germany video game. Maybe Sweden video game. Maybe here computer game. You guys heard cross-platform to mean players on one platform can play with another, not the available on multiple platforms. That's the same thing with me. When someone says cross-platform, to me, you're distinctly referring to is I can play this multiplayer with people on different platforms. Videos like this is on VHS in your head? Yeah. No, it's just curious. You generally can't remember calling them anything other than video game. Australia, and your father started you with the NES when you were 2. That is the modern definition of cross-platform. So is cool to me. Yeah. Yeah, so like we have people in Australia also calling them. You don't think it's an American thing? It seems like an English-speaking. That could be. It could be an English-speaking thing. That would be fair. Because every one of those people I mentioned, even the ones in Germany, while they did speak German, they also do speak English as not a primary language, but they're very fluent. So it could be something like that. And again, check out Jonathan On. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Does music content, but it's not just like performing music by itself. We'll literally sit there and you'll be like, oh, okay. What song do you want me to perform? And we'll sit with the audience and like, figure out and go through, and it'll be a song that, he's not had the chance to like practice or anything a whole bunch in advance like you'd normally would. But just can take a song that he's hearing for the first time and kind of work through it and figure it all out and perform it on the stream. It's amazing to watch. It's really a cool thing. Let's see, the novelty of being able to PC game with friends on console is just another barrier of multiplayer removed. Oh yeah, it's one of the reasons why for a while when that started to become more and more common, and it was Sony was particularly an outlier for being kind of annoying about it. But they weren't the only ones. But when you'd run into a games like this is a whatever platform exclusive, that you'd turn around and be like, all right, well I guess you're just not playing. All right, so I don't have the ability to do much with a lot of this yet. I'm just gonna pile these up over here. Because later on I could do stuff with these. Right now I can mostly just use them as rocks and huck them at things. You take back your criticism, they got it right? Gotcha. Oh yeah, no, if you're just talking about while we were underground, yeah, that's... the lighting sucks. Torchlight is not the best. For a fun little thing you could do in the game that you wouldn't think of, is I could take a rock, and I could skip a rock. It was one of those things I found by accident the other day. I was like, wait, really? You could just skip rocks? I do wonder also if it could also be a bit more of a generational thing. Because, like, even for people who are, like, millennials like myself, you know, video is a big thing. Like, you get your VHSs and all that when we were kids and whatnot, and... oh, and the crude door. Crude doors suck. So we got that. Let's go ahead and put down our stuff for making soup. Deal with that later. Alright. They're dislocated. The door just falls off the hinges kind of thing. It's a way of, like, giving you a pressure to actually go and make a real door. And make a stone head. You played bass, contrabass clarinet in high school? Yeah, no, in high school, I played the guitar and the trumpet. I hated the trumpet. I was very vocal that I don't want to deal with any instrument that has a spit valve. Like, I don't think they're bad instruments. I personally didn't want to deal with any instrument that had a spit valve. Though I was able to do some pretty fun and cool tricks at a lot of the others in class couldn't. Like, you could do the thing where you kind of, like, vibrate your lips, like, to hum, and I could, like, hum play or whatever, and it had, like, a really cool sound to it. I'm sure there's probably some, like, actual technique that's like, oh, here's where you actually use that meaningfully, versus what I was doing is probably just hot garbage. But people found it pretty funny / cool, so whatever. I much preferred the guitar. There was way less spit involved. Got black currant. No bear. Yeah, sucks to... Oh, bears can climb ladders? Hang on. You're a mean bear. So, throwing rocks doesn't do a whole lot of damage. In case you missed that part. Yep, it does. It's okay, we just made the bear go to sleep. It does do 1 hit point of damage. Alright, so we got ourselves a bunch of goodies. No, I killed it with stones. I was taking the peridotite stones and just hucking one stone down at it after another. It's what the bear would have wanted. Oh, right, this is, right, you're bushmeat, so I can't make soup out of you. I just hook you this way. Yeah, the ting noise is just letting you know you did damage. Now, I don't have what I need to process the bear hide correctly, I don't believe. Yeah, it'll eventually just rot. If I want to soak that, I need to make, like, the borax or something like that. So right now, it's just going to go in the box with the rest of that. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of this leather is just going to rot in here because I don't have what I need to deal with it. Okay, so you could just cook. You thought you get CO2 poisoning? Thankfully, no. It's certainly the kind of crap they would add just to troll you. So you had to have, like, proper ventilation or whatever. But yeah, so you have, like, the forest floor. Fertility is not amazing. But you dig down more and then it gets a little bit less fertile soil. Yeah, that kind of thing. So ultimately what I'd probably want to do is eventually when I have some spare pickaxes and all that, dig up some of this peridotite so I can replace it with dirt. Because it's kind of good to have, like, these large orchards that you make of, you know, fruit trees and berry bushes and all that, so you got all the food you need. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Simcopter1, by the way? Another fantastic creator on the platform. Let's go ahead and dig this up here. Alright, so... But it plays a lot of, like, simulation, strategy, you know, that kind of games and all that. So if that's your jam, you can find it over there. I think realistically, what's going to happen here, we just have to make more rows of cranberries. we're just gonna have to make more rows. So I've got blueberries there. Wait. Turn over there. Or what I can also do is say, I don't feel like dealing with this problem right now. So what I'm instead gonna do, I'm gonna hop on here, I'm gonna find one of these containers there, and that's a tomorrow meat problem. We did get some horsetail. We can actually make bandages out of that. Meanwhile, grab you and you. There's some packed dirt. There's a bit more. And a bit more. Probably should have saved the medium fertility soil, but that's fine. I'm actually gonna grab it here. I'm just gonna eat a whole lot of berries to top off my hunger. Okay, so I'm gonna actually grab that ore. I'm just gonna move the boat a little. I'm gonna probably be working over here. So pull the boat in over here. Okay, so I still need to get some branches for that. Did we find peat over here somewhere? I don't... Maybe we didn't. I could have sworn we had peat over here. That's fine. I can use firewood. I got plenty of it. Well, let's start by continuing to clear the branch... Like, clear up this stuff. Okay, pine log, so we don't see any resin leaking. So later on, if I get shears, we can clean this up where it takes them out in like chunks of 9 and all that, like in a couple of hits. So you can get a lot of branches and acorns and pine cones and all that kind of stuff really easily, depending on the type of tree you're tearing down. But right now, we're just gonna yank all the little branches off with our hands. But unlike Minecraft, I can't just punch that and get through it. I can punch it all day, gonna do nothing. It's tougher than my hands are. Alright, and there's no resin coming from this, so I'm gonna cut down this tree. I want to plant those somewhere. Looks like pink bonnet. Yeah, we don't want those. I take that back. So, pink bonnet, we don't want those to eat because they are poisonous, and very poisonous at that. Your character has like 10, 12 health or whatever, depending on a couple different things when you start. And that takes 10 health away per one of those you eat. So, you can survive it if you've been eating food and getting your health up and all that kind of stuff. But if you just go and, you know, Manchy on the pink bonnet, it will just outright kill you. And cooking it doesn't make it any better. Like in real life, most of the types of poison you get from mushrooms, cooking it does not get rid of it. There are some poisons out there in the world that you can cook to effectively make the poison inert, but there's a lot that's not the case. Alright, we'll cut down this maple tree. Because over time, I kind of want to clear this spot out. I think eventually I want to make like a lighthouse of some kind. Just a tall building with some proper lights on the top, so that way pulling up you can just kind of see where to go. Go ahead and just cut this one down. Okay. That's gonna be a weird tree. It's like grew up the side of the mountain. One thing we want to really watch for is bees. Bees are very hard to find. And very, like, once you find one and you bring it home, you're in good shape. You can just keep kind of expanding your bees using that. We already had one beehive I was trying to get a hold of. Unfortunately, like, I was trying to get to where I could actually see the beehive to make sure I had, like, enough flowers in range and all that kind of stuff. And the classic, you break the beehive because you couldn't quite make it out. I was pretty salty about that. Because the whole time I was like, I don't know where this beehive is, I'm just trying to find it. And eventually I just broke the block it was in, and once that happens, the bees are gone. It's a real feels bad man kind of thing. Because usually the only way you find them is you just kind of have to be very, very careful about listening as you're walking around. And then you hear them. But sometimes, like with the rain going on, it can be really difficult to hear them. Sometimes when the music's going pretty strong, it can be very hard to hear them. If animals are making a bunch of noise nearby, you get the idea. Okay. So we got all the trees off of that little hill that I'm eventually going to want to get rid of anyways. That's part of the reason I just was taking the time to do that. I don't have like a real strategy around how I'm planting these. I'm mostly just going, where can I find dirt nearby? Chuck them down. I'm not too worried how successful they are. And I'll break our axe on this because I don't have a reason to keep an axe with like 2 health left on it. As I realize I'm probably going to just make firewood out of this in a minute anyways, so I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. So with that, let's grab our sticks. Because we got our pit kilns we've made over there. Now I just light these up. And that'll give us more of the, pots to use later. Okay. So I got a bunch of these. We got a... Oh, I was going to take that medium fertility soil. Just walk over to where we've been farming. And just add it to the grid. All to manage inventory space. Eventually we're going to put like an actual building on here. This is intended to be our cellar. It's just that's what we're using it. We're using it in this way right now until we can do more. Okay, so I do have a peridot stone. Peridotite. There we go. So food's gonna be a problem soon. We got 7 of those done. And then the fire went out due to lack of fuel. We're just gonna go and snack and eat an entire bear. As you do. Chuck the mushrooms in there. I actually want the mushrooms to be outside, probably. And the reason I probably want to have the mushrooms outside is the reason I grab them is so they can rot. Because I can use the rot to make fertilizer. So I could take those poison mushrooms that are useless for me as food and get rid of them. Grab the sticks for now. Grab the axes. Give myself 2 axes real quick. Drop off the bones and the fat. Do I have more fat in here? Yeah. Let's grab all the animal bits. And chuck them in there. So we got a bunch of fat. So fat can be useful because you can make these ceramic lamps. I did that last time, and they work okay. Personally, though, I think I'm going to hold off in that. We're going to use the fat for other things. I'd rather make proper lamps versus the little tiny ones. Firewood and firewood and firewood and firewood. Switch those axes. Eat that. That's also why you don't see me putting a bunch of torches out here all over the place. Is just the fact of the matter. Have we found bees? I mean, technically yes, but we also accidentally got rid of them, so properly no. That's fine. I believe I have a stack of firewood over here somewhere. Because it was where I was making everything, yeah, making everything previously. There we go. And I'm not in any rush for firewood. The reason I'm doing it this way is so I can slowly get the pit filled. When the pit does get filled, I can just go on with that. So where did I get the packed dirt from? Okay. Alright, and at some point, wooden bed. So it'd be hay, a piece of fabric, and planks. And a hay bed is just hay. And a hay is just dry grass. Let's make ourselves a hay bed. Because when we get ourselves a hay bed, we can fast forward to nighttime. Because I can't really do a whole lot during nighttime because it's just too dark to move around and do much. I've already gotten all the grass off here. And eventually I can make a scythe where I can just walk up to an area and just kind of swing and it'll take all of the grass down in range. It looks like just like 2 or 3 more. I can make a really crappy hay bed. Okay. Stupid crude door. And nighty-night time. Yeah, so our hunger does bottom out pretty bad while we're asleep. That's because time still is passing, and we're still using calories. So we're basically on the cusp of starvation right now. Alright. I can drop that off. I guess I will eat my 1 carrot. Which is not enough to really accomplish anything. So let's drop these off. Grab the cooking pot. Plunk it down. So I desperately need to find food. Now, in a pinch, I can actually cook the root systems of reeds and all that. Did I hear a wolf? Like I heard the howling, but then I heard a growl. Oh, you're trapped. That feels a little bad. Just a little. Ooh, you were a fat wolf, man. You had more meat on you than the bear did. Yeah, the wolf had a bunch of stuff around it, so it got itself trapped. I'm sure not gonna complain about that. I'm about to starve to death. The wolf ate the bear? Yeah, no, it's the big bad wolf, absolutely. Okay, so light that up. So we got that cooking. Then we're definitely going to need to do a food run. Yeah, so these are all going bad. It's a real shame I don't have what I need to do leather right now. But that is what it is. I need borax. You like the base entrance? Yeah, that's what it is for... Oh, stop whining. It's just a little starvation. Yeah, like right now this is a temporary thing. My intention is actually build a home up on top of here. And this is just like the platform we're starting with. But in the interim, we've got this. And I probably have something like that for entering the cellar later. There. There's a single piece of wolf meat. Can we be chill about the starvation for a minute then? Okay. Yeah, no, that's, we're definitely gonna have to, like, leave the island to deal with a lot of our food stuff early on, until we can get some successful farming. So that is gonna be a thing. We don't want to be over-reliant on hunting, or we're gonna be in a lot of trouble later on when, you know, the plants aren't growing anymore because it's winter. It's slowly becoming max-size charcoal pit. Because the idea is I want to make it a regular habit to cut down trees to chuck in here. That hopefully when I do need more charcoal, I can kind of scale the pit to whatever size I need. And if nothing else, it gives me a platform to build more buildings on and that kind of thing. Reduces how far the saltwater intrusion can mess with my crops. Yeah, 500, that's probably hot enough. I won't need another piece of wood. I'll give it one more just to be sure. Yeah, it's not saltwater intrusion like in real life. When I'm referring to saltwater intrusion in this game, so this is rammed earth, so it's still basically dirt. But if you look at some of my crops over here, it says crop damaged by nearby saltwater. It's basically this is saltwater, that's porous, so the saltwater is getting into the soil and hurting the crops. But once you get far enough inland, it's not that big of a problem. But that's the reason I keep trying to expand out, is once it's damaged by saltwater, it's damaged by saltwater. There's no undoing it. But hopefully I'll have a higher success rate with the later crops because we're not dealing with that problem. Yeah, it sounds like in real life. Yeah, now the big thing with saltwater intrusion in real life is when you're getting into stuff like aquifers and all that, where salt water gets into a main fresh water supply and just bad news bears from there. Once it's contaminated, it takes a lot to get that sorted. That is almost 2 years. Like, almost exactly 2 years. But thank you, Jay Walker, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel after all this time, so thank you so much for that. Yeah, so I think where we're going today, chat, is I think I'm going to aim to just go down here, and we're going to try and explore a little bit farther inland and see if we can't find ourselves, like, you know, anything else of interest, maybe where some meteorite... No TTS again? It's definitely playing the TTS on my side. Yeah, we definitely... Let me double check, make sure the audio channel's set right here. It is. So thank you for that. Let me quickly double check one thing real fast. So here, settings, TTS. And do you hear this? You don't. It's definitely not playing on the correct audio channel. Okay, at least now I know how I can test that. Let me see if I can't really quickly fix that. If it looks like it's going to be more than just a couple of seconds. So output device, aux. Let me go ahead and try that again. So TTS, test. Oh. That's weird. Because I definitely have sound output device. We have it's going to the aux channel, which I've got set. But it seems like the TTS is not going through that channel. But the TTS doesn't have its own channel set. Let me try doing it this way. So volume mixer. Go to... Where are you at? Firebot. Set you to use the aux channel on both your instances. Okay. So that should work. It's not really the way it's supposed to be set up, but has made it so Firebot itself has been set up in Windows side to do its thing. It's fine. Thanks for letting me know. But still neat that there's like a porous... Yeah. It's effectively, does this block allow water to go through it versus does this block not allow water to go through it? Is about how smart it gets. And let me check one thing real fast. Before I run downstairs, let me see if Tomb's home yet. That's my wife. Because usually what I do is I take my quote-unquote long break. She is not home. Okay. I usually take my quote-unquote long break when she gets home. It's about 5 minutes, just to welcome her home and chuck some food in the oven kind of thing. But lately, with it being the holidays and me living in a relatively touristy area, traffic can get pretty gnarly sometimes for her commute. Yeah, it's weird. I wonder if the TTS used to be under... Because, like, in Fireball, which is the bot I use, there was a section that's like, you know, when you play sound effects and all this type of stuff, what audio device do you want me to use? And I set that to the correct audio device, but it seems like the TTS isn't going through that channel for whatever reason, but TTS also doesn't have a place to set it under itself. And I'm wondering if one of the more recent updates to Firebot, if they did accidentally change that. Yeah, so our primary objective today for going to land is we are looking for food as the primary objective, and then anything else of interest we can find. that I don't want to just score food for the day. I want to score a little bit of food for a little while. The thing that's going to get us into a lot of trouble here is the commute to and from land does take me a little while. And that's not too awful in its own right, but it does mean I'm burning calories going this way that I gotta kind of deal with. Once I can get, like, a farm/greenhouse set up on my island that's of a decent size, then food becomes kind of a background issue. That's no longer a huge problem. It all comes back to bees that help a lot. So remember the bees, you can get the beeswax and the honey from them. Because it's not preservation of food that's the issue. Like, we're not running into much of, like, food rotting kind of problems. So, like, using the wax to make the jars isn't a big thing. And then the honey you get from them, I wouldn't say is particularly sufficient. Oh, I mean, I guess it'd be the wax for making stuff like the stuff for, you know, mashing the berries into juice and a whole bunch of stuff like that we get a bunch of benefits from it. Honey doesn't spoil it, however. Yeah, there is that. You're not wrong with that. I was thinking more like, right now we just need raw calories. Like, the big thing and the downside of meat in the game is generally just, without doing anything with the meat to preserve it, the meat shelf life is particularly short. And a lot of your berries you pick off the bushes and all that is pretty short as well. On the bright side, we're probably down to about 3 days till my first batch of berries starts ripening on the island that I've got that big orchard we've been building. And so once we get that, that should make, at least for the midterm, our food not too bad. Berries within themselves don't give you much hunger, because just a fistful of berries each time. But by volume, we should be okay. And that'd probably be a good time for us to make a push for trying to collect, you know, again, the copper, whatever. I'm kind of expecting... The game has, like, some spooky stuff that goes on. And one of those things is the temporal storm. I'm kind of expecting we should probably be in the range of hitting another temporal storm relatively soon. And generally speaking, with the temporal storm, I just kind of hunker in my basement, and I've been using the pan and a big pile of sand to just, like, while it's super awful outside and unsafe. Do we check the tower for wizards? Yeah, sadly, no wizards. Granted, Clan, for the record, wizards aren't a mechanic in this game. Okay. Oh, nothing else. We got field mushrooms right there. Okay, so let's go here. We gotta throw our ore in there. It'll take 2 seconds real fast. I'm going to... mark where our boat is, so we can hopefully find our way back here in the future. I did see there's a couple field mushrooms over here. So ideally for the food, stuff like field mushrooms we want to get back home. We can cook them to get more mileage out of them. And we would love to be able to survive primarily on stuff like berries we find. Because generally speaking, berries go bad really quickly. So if we're eating those while we're out and about, we can go ahead and save the food that lasts longer for like the next couple of days and all that. I saw there's some berry bush over here. They also have, if you watch stuff like the raccoons and that, will run up to the berry bushes and pull the berries off of them. That is a thing in the game. Oh, you got a little baby deer. Is that... Actually, is that a rabbit? It might just be a brown rabbit. No, it's a baby deer. Puffball mushrooms, those work well. Oh, got more berries. And we found some rye. And bring those home to grow. Okay, if the boars are attacking me, it means there's babies nearby. I'd rather you live for now. Why are you... Go away. The reason I want you to live is because I want to take the time to go home and have to cook your remains and all that, because you won't last long. It's not really worth my time. I'd rather have the inventory for other things. If you're gonna attack me, I will bully you back. Okay, so we've got flint. Still seems like we're looking at peridotite real nearby. You can find a whole bunch of different, like, different types of stone in the game. The dream is finding stuff like marble and limestone and stuff like that. Now, one thing we want to keep an eye out, so we're checking these pine trees, is for resin to be leaking on them. Because those are good to, like, keep in mind. Got some animal body there, like a little rabbit or something that died. In a pinch, I can dig up all that tool, and we can use that for, we can cook the roots. And if it seems like I'm awkwardly jumping into the tree, I'm trying to listen for bees. Because they get louder the closer you are. It'd be pretty hard to hear. Alright, you have a good lurk. Have yourself a good dinner. Thank you again for the lurk and all that. We got Blacks. Okay. Good to see you as well, and thank you for checking out that Product Zomboid stream. For those who are like, this isn't Product Zomboid, we'll be probably doing some Product Zomboid tomorrow. We are collabing with Curly and potentially some others. Yeah, so the current only lasts for a day or two, so we'll prioritize eating those. But today we're doing some Vintage Story. I very much enjoy Vintage Story. And then adding on top of that, we're going to be collabing with Ultrasaurus here in a bit. Later this evening, it'll be Ultra's first time playing. And so it should be good fun. Because I am a variety streamer, so I do play a whole range of games. We've just been playing a bunch of Product Zomboid recently because, you know, multiplayer update and all that. Vintage Story is PC only. It's also not on Steam. It's kind of on its own little store, which I know is a thing that keeps a lot of people from being willing to consider it, which is understandable. It's actually one of the things that kept me from checking it out for like the longest time is, you know, pulling up their website and having to enter all my payment information on a website that I didn't really know much about and yada yada. It could be a pretty big hurdle of being like, oh, put my account information into yet another thing. That said, it's absolutely a solid game. I very much have been enjoying it. I'm glad I got it. But it is understandable that, like, when you pop in, you're like, oh, it's not on Steam. Well, gotta go do something else now. Oh, we got resin. So, I'm not gonna cut down that tree. I am running a mod that marks it, but otherwise you want to mark where you find stuff like bees and resin and stuff like that. Those are fairly valuable materials. I think I see, it's either flowers or I see more, spelt over here. I've already marked that ruin. And we do not want to use, oh, I should have left the ore behind. It's fine. And we do not want to use the grains as food until we're, like, later on, because they have a very, very long shelf life, so they're really good for, like, getting through the winter. And then you can turn around, you can make, like, bread and porridge and stuff with that. Alright. Got a couple of axes on me that are basically spent. Remember a narrow window of time where games were going digital but Steam wasn't mainstream? Your standards today of many game websites seem sketchy. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely one of those things that, like, there was a lot of hesitation with buying games online in the past because of that. These days it's not quite the same. Now, it has become a thing that places like Steam and, like, the various stores, you know, we all have different opinions about, like, which ones we like and dislike and blah blah. But ultimately what's kind of happened over the years is being able to go to, like, one website or whatever that you can be like, okay, cool, like, I know this is a very big brand that's been around for a while. Like, I can trust it's going to be here for at least a decent amount of time, if not effectively indefinitely. So, you know, I don't need to sweat it. It's not like Like if we were sitting here and there, you know, there's talks about like, oh, Valve's been really struggling these past couple years or whatever. There'd be all the concern about being like, where do my games go and all that kind of stuff. You can buy a vintage story from Humble Store? I didn't know that. Well, that's excellent. Okay, cool. If I would have known that, I probably would have picked that up quite a while back. Because again, having that kind of known quantity and everything with whatever their return policies and all that kind of stuff, is really good. Versus a lot of time when you just pop your details into a website, you're like, okay, this is yet another place my details are. You know, it's another place that I can potentially have my information stolen from or sold from, yada yada. And then, like, you know, the idea that, say, for example, Steam goes away is far less likely than the idea that, you know, Vintage Story shuts down someday. Because you've got, you know, a company that's got, you know, billions and billions and billions of dollars tied up into it as an incredibly lucrative company and all that. And then, you know, you've got someone who you don't really know that well. And that's not saying anything negative about it, Vintage Story, it's just the whole commentary is effectively just on the regards to a lot of consumers don't like buying stuff from kind of unknown entities. Oh! Bear! It's gonna catch me here. You suck, Bear. I wanted those crops. If you're wondering why I'm not fighting the bear in a straight-up fight, the bear can one-tap me pretty easily. And I don't actually have that good of weapons on me. Okay, we have ditched the bear. Now the question is, can I circle back to where I saw all those turnips? Honestly, at this stage, I'd rather toss the resin. Hey, Prophet, how's it going? So to be fair, most people running Vintage Story probably do so from content creators. It's not like they broadly advertise, so most people should have a fairly good idea of what the product is. No, I wouldn't disagree. That Vintage Story, broadly speaking, doesn't do much to market itself. That was kind of one of those things when people are pushing back that they're like, oh, hey, well, they don't want to be on there because that 30% will put them out of business. Like, counter argument, they're going to get more than 30% more sales. But, you know, them choosing to not be on Steam, that's a choice they make, but broadly speaking, I've had the conversation, and more than just game dev, but like a lot of different stuff being like, people going, oh, well, I don't want to put stuff on the, you know, I'll just have like a web game. I don't want to put it on iOS or Android because they'll take the 30% or whatever, and you're like, okay, but, you know, sure, they're going to take 30%, but that is a huge number of customers you're just not going to have the option of getting. Like, there's a reason people are willing to pay that money a lot of time. You're not wrong, I don't like the walled garden approach. that happens with like the Play Store and all that. But from like the individual business perspective, being caught up, it's like people are like, oh, why would anyone bother streaming on Twitch? They take such a big cut. It's like, well, you can go to a bunch of these like smaller individual sites that are supposed to be specialized, but there's no audience there. So even though Twitch takes its cut, you do have a much bigger addressable market because of it. Is the advertising and reach worth 30%? Answer, not always, but often yes. I mean, I would argue you'd be having a very difficult argument to say it's not. Because, like, let's look at the two different ends of the spectrum. So one, you're a game no one's ever heard about. If you even have, like, a title that can catch people's attention, that still gives you a significant better chance of being noticed on Steam. And let's pretend you just don't get noticed. Well, 30% of nothing is nothing. Stupid bears. Yeah, 30% of nothing is still nothing. But you do have the opportunity of potentially being far more noticed. Because you basically only have a cost there if you make sales. Now, let's go on the other side of things. Like your EA, your Ubisoft, you're one of the giants out there. They fought tooth and nail to try and make their own stores not on Steam. But the amount of business they weren't making because of not being on Steam, pretty much every one of them caved and eventually came back because it was just better for them as a business. Please. Oh, that was me catching onto a platform. I need to get better weapons and armor. The fighting bear. I mean, the big thing is there's not much value to have out of it because the meat rots so fast. And right now, until I'm able to do stuff with the leather just goes into a box and it too rots. Hope that bear's not on me having to like detour like this. We good? Okay, I think we ditched the bear. Also a lot of work supporting a launcher storefront, having worked on one. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there'll be people who go like, what is Steam even doing for you? It's like, other than offering an API, search, marketplace, store achievements, community sense, marketing opportunities, a means of getting the files to your people. And, like, you know, you just kind of keep going through. It's like, no, I guess there's not much there. You know, after the long list of everything. You know, being able to have a set of servers to host either your games for multiplayer or a set of servers just to allow people to facilitate updating and downloading your games. Having a news page, community page. Giving people the ability to interact amongst each other. Share, market, yada yada. No, I guess nothing. I guess you're right. They don't do much. Now, I do understand there's definitely people who their argument is like, well, it's basically a monopoly at this point. It's like, you know, there is a very valid argument to be had there. That, like, do you want to enable the monopoly kind of thing? Because right now, generally speaking, while you can absolutely agree that Steam does have a monopoly in PC gaming, at the same time, they've been kind of fairly benevolent in what they've done with it. Because they could have absolutely taken to the screws to us in such a big way. Oh, there's some peat. The screws to us in such a big way. And, like, really, like, put the entire industry in a bad place. Just universally, them one by themselves as a company. It's another freaking bear. Oh, and that's a boar. But yeah, but you never know when, like... you know, Gaben disappears from the scene, and you know, whoever takes over, and they decide, you know what, we are going to go like full monopoly anti-consumer whatever garbage, and you know, again, could do that. See, what amazes me is that Epic, for all their bluster, still have managed to make their store decent after 6 years. That's kind of my big thing. Like, I played a couple games that, you know, came out Epic exclusive here and there, and then, you know, after several years, when it's like, it didn't really feel like the Epic Game Store platform, whatever, was getting any better so far as the actual functionality. It kind of got to the point where I was like, you know what? I don't want to go over to Epic. Like the big one recently was I got a hold of, as a content creator, I got a hold of Dead Island 2. And I was running into a problem where the game kept crashing. And it would crash every single time the like the UI, kind of like anything that was the Epic UI came up. So like when you get an achievement in game, it crashed the game. And yes, technically the problem that was causing the crashes was on Dead Island, but the workaround of just being like, hey, please turn off the overlay so I can keep playing the game didn't work, because Epic doesn't let you turn off the overlay. You literally have to go in and delete DLLs out of the Epic Game Store's software so that it just doesn't work. And I was like, well, if I have to do that, I'm just not going to use it. Because it wouldn't be a monopoly if another creator could make his store place that wasn't crap. Every competitor to Steam is just worse product. Yeah, and to be fair, a big part of that is Steam has had how many years to sit there and tweak and hone and improve and all that kind of stuff. And they're not publicly traded in the same way, so they don't have like a bunch of investors being like, no, 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 you have to make me more money. So it's one of those ones that they don't have to like just cave to, no, this month you've got to improve your profits. They can just focus on being like, hey, we're doing our thing, we're doing it well, and we're just going to keep doing it. Let's see. Yeah, if groups like Ubisoft failed to have their own store, what are the chances a company with no previous game releases? Well, that's the thing that's been surprising with stuff like Humble Bundle and good old games. That the both of them have Oh. Alright, bear with me, chat. Tomb is home, so I'm gonna run downstairs and go welcome my wife home real fast, throw some food in the oven. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Alright. Let's see, you heard you talking about multiplayer run with friends in a previous stream. Are you gonna do that? Yeah, so I'm going to be doing Vintage Story with Ultrasaurus later tonight for Vintage Story, and then tomorrow we'll be starting stream about an hour earlier than normal, and I'll be doing Project Zomboid with Curly and potentially having other join this as well. A couple people have expressed interest with it, but, you know, I don't know for sure who and who won't be there. But yeah, so thank you for hanging out during that break and all that. Just, you know, welcoming the wife home, chucking some food in. Normally it's the oven, but checking some food in the microwave today. Some quick and easy food and all that. And then usually I'll snack in that during like one of the breaks or whatever. Assuming I'm good about it. I'm also very guilty about not eating it till the end of stream. But, you know, some games give you better opportunities than other. Like, that is low-key one thing with Project Zomboid that can work pretty okay with that, when you're, like, back at, not just base, but, like, where you've actually secured things in later on in a run. It can actually be a pretty decent thing to be like, okay, we're back home. You know, I've queued up to make 50 stone knives or whatever. It's just going to take time, or read a book or whatever. And you could, like, instead of fast-forwarding the game a lot, you can just fast-forward a little bit. Knock out the food during, like, an ad break or something like that. That is one of the things I like that RimWorld, why I specifically like streaming RimWorld, is... please, that bear didn't get there. We ended up dodging, like, 3 bears back there. Now, what a lot of people don't realize is the bears are faster than you, and they swim faster than you. You can get away with them if you're careful about how you choose to move over the terrain. Like, if you just go up to a cliff and you start jumping up the cliff kind of thing, the bear's going to 100% catch you and maul you to death. But I found if I kind of run, like, along kind of at diagonal along ledges where I can kind of jump up on the ledges little by little, and especially if I can jump from, like, one ledge to the other kind of thing, it takes the bear a little while to get up and down those when you're kind of at an angle, so you can keep going at speed. But it does take the bear a little bit to come up and down from elevations. And I found that to be a very good way to ditch bears, is just kind of like run along those and just like hop up each layer one. And again, at an angle, so like I'm kind of hopping up onto the shelf from the side, not straight on. Because from the straight on, you jump, you hit the wall, and you have to fall to the bottom, and you jump, you hit the wall, and you fall, and you have to hit the bottom. And the bear kind of just goes up. So the bear will just absolutely run you down. But yeah, and then, like, bears in this game aren't, like, comparable to anything in Minecraft. Because there isn't, as far as I'm aware, unless it's changed over the years, which is very possible because I haven't played Minecraft in a hot minute, I don't believe there's any enemies that straight up run faster than you in Minecraft in a meaningful way. That you normally face. You know, yeah, the Endermen teleport around and all that, which sort of, kind of, ish does that. And then also, none of the enemies, as far as I'm aware in Minecraft, tend to, hit you for, like, your whole life bar, or very close to. So it is kind of one of those things that the bears are tough. Now, granted, there are enemies in Minecraft that are tanky enough to be comparable for the bears with how much damage they can take. Okay. So we did get ourselves some short-term food, but as I previously mentioned, we're within a couple of days of getting our berry bushes over there, getting those to be harvestable. When that happens, that'll give me a lot of leeway with our food situation. And the reason I'm going in here and the very first thing knocking those torches off is it is just a thing that the torches and all that, you have to replace them every 2 days or they go bad kind of deal. They burn out or whatever. Okay, so you got 2 days, you got 4 days. Oh, we got a bunch of seeds and we got a bunch of berry bushes. So you have 2 days till you start ripening, 2 days till you start ripening. Yeah, we're right on the cusp of getting a bunch of that stuff. We can start with these. So we got cranberry bushes, red currant, and black currant. Oh, did I chuck some berry bushes down here? I did. Weird that those didn't stack, but okay. Alright, so we want to try and get all these berry bushes in here. This might take some work. That's the red currant. And this is definitely not how I want to do these in the long term. Or should be one off of what I can do. That's fine. I shouldn't plant it there, but I am going to. Alright, so that's the black currant. And the reason I don't want to do it the way I'm doing it right now is it's going to be impossible to figure out those middle ones. But I'm dealing with kind of finite space and not an easy way to manage it. Okay, so I got the cranberries all the way up to this ledge, and I can't really take them farther than that. And these are blueberries here. I don't want to go and start replacing all that. There could be an argument for me continuing to spread over this way. I think that's literally what I'm going to actually do. And get myself a row of the cranberries going here. Let me start from this side so I can actually see what the heck I'm doing. But yeah, so basically just trying to continue to get my like little orchard going on here. Because the more just space I have for all this stuff growing, the more berries I can get. Eventually you'll get so much that you can't eat them before they spoil. But you know, that's one, a good problem to have. And two, not that hard to work around. You are very close, and I do not love it. We got the reeds ready. Okay. We also have in here, those two are done. There we go. More place for storing things. We've got you at 2 out of 5, 4 out of 5. Yeah, so it looks like I got some turnips that are just about to be ready. I'm a little worried a lot of these grains are just not gonna make it. It is what it is. And we got the rammed earth, so let's drop that down. Okay. So I'm gonna have a couple things we're gonna need to do here. Is I want to expand my farm out there, but I'm gonna try and avoid having it all get the saltwater intrusion. Okay, so we'll start that, and we'll slowly expand that. Let's see here. Yes, I got room for growing more stuff here. It's a low fertility soil. Okay. So I want to keep clearing this out, and then I'm going to have to go for some medium fertility soil. And then when we get the medium fertility soil, we can worry about planting more stuff. There's going to be a lot of these that aren't going to make it, that what's going to end up happening is they're going to plant it, winter's going to roll by, kill the crop and all that. That's kind of a calculated / accepted risk, as far as I'm concerned. Eventually we'll want to make a greenhouse, because that just gives me a little bit more time to grow stuff before the cold becomes a problem. So like late fall I won't be able to grow things without a greenhouse, but that either way during the winter proper you usually can't grow. Okay, so we run along here. I've been kind of going to the same place where I know there's fertile soil. And just slowly grabbing, not fertile, medium fertility soil. If I had like high fertility soil, that'd be awesome. And thing of the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's forest floor. Forest floor is no good for us. That's low fertility. Okay. How many seeds do I have as I'm doing this? So I got 7, 14, 18, 22, 27. Let's plan for at least that much fertile soil. Oh, that's forest floor. Okay. And grab this and that'll help out. Yeah, and eventually we're gonna have issues where I'm going to have to kind of go out of my way to seek better stuff. If we're lucky, I'll find a patch of high fertility soil. At which point, that's worth like marking on the map and then making a special trip just to go get. Alright, so we got 32. That should be plenty for our purposes. Gonna run back up the shore here. And drop these off. Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Oh, I love you.
I love you too. Okay, so bear with me. I'll wait to eat that until we're like on a break or something like that. And I accidentally pulled out my torch while we were underwater, so it's now out. We'll have to relight it. We're just going to keep scarfing the berries. Yeah, so generally speaking, with like the low fertility soil, as I end up getting it in my bag and all that, you probably notice I spend the time to turn most of that. Oh, that's supposed to be a hollow spot, that's fine. I spend the time to take most of that, like, not good for farming soil, turning it into the ram dirt, turning it into, like, the pathway kind of things. Alright, so that's going to require pickaxe to resolve. Okay, that's fine. So drop you off. So let's see here. We've got our almost broken hoe. So I don't need to make another one of those. Okay. And as an extra thing, if you actually look at this, the game keeps track of like what the nitrogen, potassium, and all those levels of the soil, its moisture, and everything else like that. And that doesn't mean you need to do a whole bunch of like really weird fertilizing or anything like that. It's not that kind of mechanic. But what it does mean is if I grow something in an area, I do end up pulling up a lot of the nutrients of that soil. And I will need to then plant something that has a different nutrient split it needs. Or to like let it kind of sit and recover. But the idea is it's kind of like the idea of letting your field go to fallow. So just like the native plants can grow or whatever. Yeah, so now I'm doing with this. Is I'm opening up our charcoal pit a lot. And like I said, what I can do with this, as long as I keep kind of piling the charcoal in the bottom, that over time, here, we can make this less of a problem for me. There. Now I'll be able to climb out without having to, like, leave a spot. Yeah, as long as I'm always filling up the bottom layer, I can kind of choose any time, be like, okay, it's time for charcoal, just kind of top it off. Ah, okay, so we got a problem there. That's not what I wanted to see. It's fair that there's a problem there. And the problem is I can't mine that spot out, which is going to give my charcoal pit an irregular shape. I don't know if you can do that or if it has to be square, but that could just be a thing when I make my next pickaxe, to just go out of my way to, like, go out of my way to square it off. But then with this, I should be able to expand the perimeter around the farm, so hopefully we don't get the saltwater intrusion. Okay. The saltwater intrusion doesn't matter here. This will also make it a far larger pit that I can cut corners around. Do you have the material to make pickaxes? Not at the moment. We took a pickaxe looking for copper earlier and came back bust. So what I'm kind of thinking is I'm going to keep working on stuff up until the point we have our next temporal storm where I just really want to focus on it. And we'll spend some time panning for copper bits. And then, you know, I'll try and make the hammer, the pickaxe, and the prospecting pick so that we improve our odds of success by a lot. Yeah, well, no, I was saying I'll probably pan just to make ends meet. I went down to try and find a copper vein. Like, we found the surface copper, but we didn't end up finding the vein. But I didn't have a prospector's pick because I didn't have enough materials. And so it's kind of one of those things. Okay, this will be a good stopping point for me digging all this up. Now I can work on getting the farm situated. And all of our cattails grew so I can get a bunch of reeds. Yep, no, I mean, we already had the charcoal pit. I'm just, as I'm getting spare dirt and I don't know what to do with it, I'm expanding it. And I'm taking the spare dirt and trying to make a border around my farm so we don't get it contaminated with salt water as easily. Okay, and now I can go here. Because I'm going to go ahead and need to, make that. And get all of these planted. I'm pretty sure this last row here is going to get contaminated by salt water. But it is what it is. Okay, we can go ahead and fish this up. Then we can get our next row. Alright. And you're wondering, going, well, if you're just going to hollow this out, why in the first place did you build this thing solid? The reason is basically it's deleting the water blocks. It kind of works like Minecraft in the sense that there are, like, this block here is a water source. If I don't go out of my way to get rid of the water source block, it'll just dump water out. So the water doesn't use real-life physics kind of thing at all. So I'm just taking the time to try and handle that as best we can. Okay. Yeah, little by little, we're going to end up getting more and more dirt that I need to do something with, and cobblestone I need to do something with. That's what we're kind of dealing with here. Okay. Because, for example, I believe the charcoal pit, I think it can be 11 by 11 by 11, which is tremendously large. We actually, the last time I played Vintage Story, did make a charcoal pit that size in the long run. And I filled it up once. Like, all the way to the brim. And, you know, did it. And then just as I needed charcoal, I'd just go in there and dig out a little bit more. And it wasn't something that I just sat there and just cut down half a forest. It was just every once in a while you'd be like back in town and be like, oh, I need this. And you cut down a couple of trees while you're there, or, you know, that kind of a thing. Just every once in a while you'd kill a little bit of time, cut down some trees. You know, oh, I'm starting this thing. Okay, well, it needs to run for 20 hours. You know, in game time. Okay, well, I don't have another project to work on, so I'm gonna go cut down some trees, that kind of thing. Or, oh, I need branches, so you'd strip all the branches off the tree, and then you cut the trees down when you're done. Okay, so we've got that all hollowed out. Alright. Another added bonus is if I keep doing it this way, it'll make it way easier for when I go to expand anything, like if I go to make an underground smithy or something. Just that easy, it's like I've got this whole area that's just rammed dirt I could just dig through. Actually, probably leave that one there. I did plant the saplings. And then eventually I'd want to put spots of fresh water in the middle of them. But that's not going to happen right now. Cool. So far, these aren't complaining about the saltwater penetration other than the ones that were already there. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's going to grow quite a bit over time. Alright, so with that, go ahead and drop all the rammed earth down here. We're not going to worry about trying to expand entirely. This is to get it so I don't have to store it. Cool. And go down here. Light that up. Okay, so I get a little bit of medium fertility dirt to drop off. Grab the low fertility dirt and the sand and all that. Tuck that in there. And if we do find bees, I've already got like the hives and all that. I guess the next thing we could do is put you on the wall. I don't need you anymore. Let's get our reeds, because you do actually have a lot of things you can do with reeds. Which is why I went out of the way to get this giant reed farm going here. I want to keep on top of it now and not wait until we have to reach like late into the winter and all that. Or sorry, I want to keep up with them now before we end up needing lots and lots and lots of reeds for stuff like the beehives and all that. We're trying to get ahead of it while it's not an urgent situation. Because we can use this primarily, I'll probably use this mostly for the beehives. But eventually we'll end up wanting to have a bunch of beehives. Right now we don't have any bees that we know of. But when we do, I'll go and I'll set up those things. Then we can bring them back and just start building out a whole area for our bees. Okay. And then relatively soon, I'm gonna have to go for another food trip. Actually, relatively soon, I probably can get that last of that growing over there. Okay. And that's exactly 64 reeds. Cool. Let's see. Yeah, so it's still on 2 days. And we got the first of our leather that's rotted. A lot of it's gonna rot because I need borax or lime, or there's a couple different options for treating your leather and I don't have any of them available yet. Okay, so with the cattails, I can make a crude shield, a hand basket, an empty bee nade, a hunter's backpack, which I believe required leather. It is actually better than what I've got. You're gonna spoil in a minute anyways. Wait, do you need to be cured or not? Pelt. Oh, yeah, it's not. It has to be one that we've already done the borax to it. Alright, well, that's not gonna fly. So other things we can do is we can make the poultices. We can make rope. Rush matting. Interesting. Yeah, that's the thing. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I don't have the oil or any of that. But yeah, so like right now we don't have a bunch of this, but what we'll end up using most of these reeds for is the skeps. The skeps are something we want lots of. Because that's our bees. Okay. So let's see what else we're working on right now. Let's grab the pan. Grab the sand. some of you are probably down to under 24 hours. Yeah, so some of them are down to a day. So I'm going to try and get ourselves some copper, so that hopefully I can get enough copper to make another pickaxe and all that stuff. I do kind of wish there's a thing where I could just hold right click or double tap or whatever and just have the character keep doing it. Actually, for that matter. Because part of the reason I was doing this is I want to clear a bunch of sand out of our storage. Oh, bronze necklace. It's an ingredient for tin bronze. So I can melt it down for bronze. That's pretty funny. I believe I can also go in here. There. I have a necklace. I don't think it does anything, but you know. Rather than panning the sand, I've just put it all over there. Okay. I have an idea. And start panning this inside area with the intention of clearing that out a little bit. Or at least making like a dip down or something like that. And we'll figure out what we do with that later. But for every 20 units of copper, that gives us another tool. I have some already in storage inside. Take a quick peek down there. It was you. Oh, actually, got. Yes, I got you. Yes, I got a bunch of stuff. So I don't actually have that much. So at a minimum, I need another pickaxe. Pick up this piece right now. It'll follow it around for a minute. Because I'm looking at this thinking, I don't want to start running all the way down to the other land in the middle of the night kind of thing again. I really do need copper tools to happen. So if I can score enough copper to get ourselves a pickaxe, get ourselves more of that kind of stuff, that'll be really good for us. Like I said, I think the answers I need the copper pickaxe, the copper prospector's pick, and the copper hammer would be the big ones. But regardless, what we'll do is we'll try and get this going. And if we get into like the next day, we can worry about it then. Because my hope here is as well, I'll just be able to grab food off of these bushes in the morning. So that I don't have to like go and try and run and make anything happen there. the other thing I need to decide on is for building our actual house, what I'm going to make it out of. Because we've been using ram dirt as kind of like something that looks vaguely cement-like. But, last time I took a bunch of trees and I stripped the bark off of them. Was what I made my main part of my house out of. I would love it if we could find slate, but that is, that's one of those things, if you find it, great, use it. If you don't find it, well, too bad, I guess. Okay. Oh, do you know I just realized, before we get too far into that? Do I have the time to listen to you whine about everything and nothing all at once? Nah, it's, do I have a mold for a hammer? I do not. Okay, so what I'm gonna need to do... It's a help hammer, so we want... We're gonna want to go ahead and use this. Obviously, your options right now give you options for home building. Yeah, no, that's kind of the big problem. Yeah, so I need to make a couple of molds because I need to make one mold for the hammerhead, as well as other things. But let's go ahead and get ourselves another batch of molds that we can use to deal with all this. And we can get that all sorted. Because ultimately we need to make the anvil, and then with the anvil we can start making saw blades. And once you get saw blades, like, that really opens up the world. Same with stuff like chisels and all that kind of stuff. Because with the saw blades you can make planks, which opens up a whole bunch of things. Okay. So we can make an axe mold while we're here. So I just want to basically get our 4 molds. We'll chuck them out there, we'll get them firing. That's going to take a minute. We should have plenty of branches. We'll need to get more grass. We should have plenty of firewood. Okay. Now the good news is once you make the molds, you only need them once. As long as you don't like dump a bunch of water on it and shatter your mold or whatever, you can just keep using them pretty much indefinitely. But, you know, you gotta make them. Okay. And we are using the napping tool, or the napping mod, which is the reason I'm not having to do individual spaces. When we started this run, I wasn't. But it is just one of those things that very quickly you're like, you know what? I probably don't want to sit here and do all of these again and again. The napping and the clay is like a really cool mechanic. But it is one of those things that after you do it long enough, you're like, but no, really, I don't want to deal with it. But like, so like when we play later on Ultra Server, we won't have any of those mods or anything, which is totally fine. Because doing a bit of the napping and a bit of the clay making and all that's not a problem. It's like stuff like these jars in the back here. Those jars would have taken... I mean, actually, I think I did almost all those without the napping mod. And they do take a very significant time investment to get through them. Because they're also pretty costly on the amount of clay that goes into them. But they make your food last... Well, anything that perishes, they make it last way longer. Okay. There's also an entire thing where you can make like a rack for putting all your molds on. And then this will be the last mold we make for right now, which is a shovel head. So definitely want to make the rack for these to make my life easier so they're not just sitting all over the ground or whatever. We can worry about that once we got these already and rocking. The big thing is to be getting all the grass I need. Or like for another one is when you start making, if you decide you're going to make your roof out of clay shingles, that can get very tedious very fast, just having to make, you know, one set of shingles at a time this way. I still think my favorite shingles are the slate one, or my favorite roof so far is the slate roof. It's relatively easy to make. It's not a whole lot of effort and it looks really good. The catch is you have to find slate. You sometimes forget your ingot molds. This is true. I actually need to check if I have ingot molds. I may not have made those yet. Nope, I don't have my ingot molds. It's a good reminder. That's honestly what I'll probably do with a bunch of this clay for the next batch, is I'll probably make a set of 8 of these. That way later on when you start producing a bunch of ore, you can sit there and just, you know, go along, make a whole bunch of it, just pour it into all the ingot molds, just leave them all out. Let them dry on the counter or let them cool on the counter as it were, come back later. Okay. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Which, you know, later on you could still use your molds back here for some of the better metals or whatever. It's still, to me, I tend to just be like, yeah, I'll just make out of ingots and I'll just go to the anvil and deal with it. There's also putting a bunch of that clay to use. You end up using a lot of clay before you're done. Well as resources that, you know, it's always good to have more clay nearby. Okay. And one more spot. I'll probably have to grab another thing of clay here. Okay. So we're starting to slowly run ourselves low on clay. That's fine. I did see people being like, what's the thing you do in Vintage Story that's just an absolute waste of material? And that there are people making their homes out of there. I guess there's bricks you can make with iron. And so they were like using them like bricks for their house. They're like, yeah, this is incredibly wasteful from that perspective. Let's get a little bit of blue clay. We got some stuff there. Oh, I need to drop you off. You can drop you in there. Use it's way better. It's not going to be a particularly good soup. But I'm going to need a little bit to tide me over to the berries go. Yes, it still says 1 day, but it should be done any time now. Right, so let's go ahead and start getting these placed. So I need a bunch of grass again. It'd be real nice so we can get the scythe. Okay. So it's looking like for the saltwater intrusion, it's looking like it actually went 4 blocks in. So it's probably, it penetrated to here, and then that's next to it, so it got there. But once you go farther, it looks fine. That's good information for the future, is you want to be like 4 blocks away from saltwater when doing that stuff. So those are done. You're done. You've got a bit longer. Okay, so I got a couple of the turnips done. I'll deal with those in a minute, because right now we're going to start crying about starvation here. There it is. Why put the molds in the holes? We're going to use those as pit kilns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't want 5, we want 4. So what happens is, the reason I'm grabbing the grass is I'm going to... Sorry, 1 second, trying to juggle things. We'll juggle that there. Take the torch out of her hand. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I go over here to where those are. I cover them up with dried grass. And then I cover that up with sticks. And I cover up the sticks with the firewood. I need slightly more grass. And then you burn it, and it fires the clay, which turns it from being all goopy and pliable and flexible into something more rigid and solid. So it turns it from like clay you see in the earth to like ceramic pottery. But before you have like, you know, the kilns we use nowadays are just big kind of these room things or big cabinets that you put stuff in, then you get them to be like thousands of degrees or whatever. Before that, they used pit kilns, which is just, again, kind of a hole in the ground. You put a bunch of material in there, and then you lit it on fire, and just kind of let it smolder all day. I get to take from my actual fire pit. It's surprisingly doable. Yeah, because the idea is you're just basically trying to cook all the water out of it and everything, heat it up and harden it. You're just trying to keep that heat trapped down there with it. And part of the other reason you want it covered up like I do is this is one of the things in Vintage Story that can cause fire to spread. And fire spread in Vintage Story is pretty terrifying. You can lose a lot of stuff very quickly when the fire goes out of control. Ow. So that's the reason why not only do I have it as like a pit, but I also have like a little barrier of a wall around it so that there's nowhere for grass to grow that could compromise it. That kind of thing. Okay. Drop the grass off there. Drop that off here. Okay, so we want to plant these. Now, if we look, I just harvested these from right here in the middle there. There's another one that's ready to harvest now as well. But if we look at the soil here, like straight above me, it might be hard to read, but on the left where it says N for nitrogen, it's at only 62%, while the others are at 93%. And it just means if I were to plant a crop that needs nitrogen, it would grow way slower. Because there's not as much nitrogen in the soil. Now, the things we just harvested use nitrogen. So we want to avoid planting those in the same spot we just used. Now the catch I'm running into is I would like to expand our farm, but it's all going to be damaged by saltwater if I don't expand it by a lot. I'm not super thrilled by that because our hunger is getting lower. It's becoming more and more of a thing to worry about. I don't know why I'm being stubborn about this. Okay. So basically, I'm just going over here and tearing up more dirt to give me more space to work, get more ram dirt and all that for expanding the farm. Potentially more places where we can also have, you know, grass grow and whatnot. Kind of slowly opening the space up, making it easier and easier for me to use. It'll also be a thing that I'll probably want to cut down a bunch of these trees in not too long. Okay. Okay, my shovel should break relatively soon, and we'll see how we're doing on the dirt to try and expand our farm more. But yeah, then this will also be a thing where I'll probably want to go and take the pickaxe and just kind of cap off these areas. So some of these areas where we got like a little bit of the peridotite has kind of stuck up because we've been like mining out the hills and all that. Probably go in there real quick and clean that up to make the area more traversable. Give me places to put the beehives, all that kind of stuff. Okay. So what we want to do here is go boom and boom. Alright, so we got the ram dirt. The sapling to plant. Little by little, we keep expanding these things. I am kind of accepting we're going to have a bit of saltwater intrusion that's going to make some of this no good. But it is what it is. Big projects come together in small steps. Then go here, pick up these tiles. Okay. Enough for 6? I think I have enough for 5. I have exactly enough for 6. Okay. Go over here. Grab our stuff for our soup. Okay, so we got 2 more helpings of soup. Drop off more of that in there. Oh, I have tons of ram dirt left over. Okay. So we're all good here. Let's see, why are you filling the sea in and not just farming on the land? Mostly because I'd have to, like, have pickaxes and all that kind of stuff to get it to be flat. Otherwise, I gotta kind of, like, scale up. So by making it, like, this big flat area, it's just a lot easier to get around and do all that. But yeah, I have a lot of salt water. But also when we look at the map I'm on, I got this island here, which is where spawn is, and then there's islands around me, and then there is like a continent down there. So I'm kind of surrounded by salt water. So unless I want to move farther and farther and farther away from spawn, it's just kind of what it is. Do the holes have salt water in them? No, they're empty for now. But I do plan on putting fresh water in there when I have a bucket or whatever. Do you need to fill it all the way to the bottom? No, but I'm choosing to. Because I'm going to have a big surplus on dirt over time anyways, so it might as well go to something. And I don't know what the rules are about, like, the stuff, you know, penetrating from below and all that. And I could certainly see expanding down below here later anyways. So it's just a good way for me to get rid of materials and all that. Okay, so let's grab our seeds. Yeah, those are all about to finish growing. I got a bunch of these that are coming along well. I am going to need more soil that isn't garbage, which unfortunately got to go a little ways for because this whole area is just low fertility and that stuff around here. Oh, here, we can get rid of the sand. Swap it out for something else later. Okay, so I already know in the immediate future I'm gonna need more fertile soil. And forest floor is not good soil for farming. It's considered low fertility. Okay. So run up here until we find some more medium fertility soil. We'll start digging it out. Oh, that's forest floor over there. There's like one or two little patches here and there that aren't considered forest floor. Okay, that's back to forest floor. Okay, so that's all the medium fertility dirt here. They're back to low. Okay. Yeah, just like there's a little gap here where there wasn't forest. We can actually get some pretty okay soil. Okay, that's all of that. To the victor go the soils. Let's see what you did there. I'll see you after class. Wait, did I see medium? There we go. Alright. I'm basically grabbing like a stack of this. And it's funny, depending on where you're on the map, a lot of places you'll just have like an abundance of good soil. And then there's other places that, like here, I'm kind of having to just like scrape along the edges of the forest trying to find bits and pieces of good soil here and there. But that's fine. Okay. Yeah, then the intention is I'm going to just keep, over time, I'm going to cut back in here, build more and more. Not like, the intention isn't like to fully flatten the whole area or anything quite like that. Okay, there's another one that's ready for harvest. And another. Okay. Yeah, the Terra Preta. Yep. That's typically pretty endgame, unfortunately. Got more rammed earth. Okay, one thing I can work on for a moment. Is we got this like little hill here. I'm not gonna be able to get rid of it, but we can start topping it off kind of thing. And that'll give me more dirt for the ram dirt and all that. Because then as an added bonus, I can turn around when this is done. We can fill more stuff in, get all that done. Because this should also improve visibility to where I'm staying on here. Because I could see like putting like a little lighthouse around the corner or whatever. Alright. Because all these things we're working on is gradually getting us this and that progress and all that stuff. It's strange how complex the simulation is the game does. And then individual puzzles work forever without drying up. Yeah, but it's kind of one of those things that, like, if we're talking about drying up, like evaporation, those kind of things, there's definitely some places they have to kind of compromise for the game to be both enjoyable. And then also the consideration of, like, number of calculations. Because imagine, if you would, that areas that, like, you'd have, like, a little pond. And if there's a little pond in a dry tile, that eventually would evaporate away. It does mean it needs to do the calculation of going, okay, is this supposed to dry up? Because if you want to see where, like, the actual functionality can get kind of dodgy, if you go to, like, a large body of fresh water and let it freeze over, you can see the distinct lines of the simulations kind of running and not running based on where the player is. Because you can get to, like, middle of summer, revisit someplace you were at during the winter, and there'll still be ice there despite the fact of being like 80 degrees outside. For people who use Celsius, 80 degrees would be it's uncomfortably hot without being like dangerous hot. It'd be definitely one of those ones where you're out there and you'd want to be in the shade or want a drink, that kind of thing, fan, whatever. It's definitely too hot for water to be in a solid state. 27C. I was going to guess 27C, but I didn't have confidence. And if you had water drying up, you need a way to get water back. Yeah, which would be, you'd need the rain to be able to start pooling water. And some of that stuff also creates a problem because people like making all sorts of cool builds in these kind of games. And when you start having stuff that can change the voxels, that's where you start introducing lots of opportunity for things to get really, really messed up. Because if you actually look at this game, there's very little, if anything, that can change the voxels beyond, your house catching fire. I mean, forests do spread to different tiles, right? But I'm thinking more along the lines: if you built your house, there's no enemy who walks up and just yoinks a chunk of your house away and runs off or anything like that. There's nothing like that. There's no creepers that blow up the side of your place, destroying it kind of deal. It's actually one of the ones I find so curious with, like, Minecraft, where so much of Minecraft, especially older Minecraft, was so chill. And then you have this enemy who walks up silently behind you for the most part. And then you just hear a hissing noise, and then literally destroys everything in a small radius. It was always like a weird kind of thing there. Okay. So I can go here. Oh, I must have already planted all the seeds. That's fine. Or, like, they very well could make it so instead of just leaving your soil for, like, a little while or doing a crop rotation and the fertilization would quickly catch up, they could have easily gone a completely different direction about this and made it be a really... That one hole is off? No, it's not. It's go... Oh, no, you're right. It is off. I'm willing to destroy a seed to correct that. So we get this, we should stop having the saltwater penetration be a problem on this side. So hopefully our crops grow a lot better. painful loss of seed, but you know, OC is less bothered now. Yeah, no, it's one of those things like, for as much as food is a whole challenge in this game, it's really primarily a first-year challenge. That once you start establishing yourself, it's way less of an ordeal. I do wonder how much that changes when you're playing in a multi-server with lots of people. Because, you know, every additional person is another person who needs to eat. The reason I wanted to do this is just so when I'm running around and not paying attention, just jumping in here, it's not deep enough for me to put out my torch without accidentally crouching or something. So go over here. Yeah, so we're starting to get some turnips. Those will be really good for tiding us over part of the year. I do have a bunch more medium fertility soil, which I want to keep as that. Let's see, food is a crazy constraint for servers because you can't really produce enough food to give for free for all the people who are still starting out stage. But yeah, no, I was thinking, what I was kind of thinking in my head about that is like, if you only have so much material in an area, like realistically speaking, you've got, you know, however much thing of the follow, welcome to the stream. Like let's say for 1,000 tiles, you've got 1,000 berries. You know, just blankly made up numbers. You know, as one player, you'd be like, okay, 1,000 berries, that's more enough to sustain me. And thank you for those follows. Welcome to stream. You know, that's, you know, more than those enough to sustain you and all that kind of stuff. No problem. You get two people and are going, okay, maybe it's getting a little bit of, you know, kind of a constraint. They're like, okay, this is still survivable, but we have to be a little bit careful about making it last. And then you turn around and you go, okay, well, about 4 people. Well, now it's not enough. And with that existing space, there's not really a way to increase the magnitude of food there, other than, you know, you do a couple cycles growing your food and whatever. And even like with hunting and all that, if you're staying in that same area, there's only so many animals there. You kill them all, and then you've got to wait till like more spawn later kind of deal. It doesn't, as far as I'm aware, scale with any type of population settings. Yeah, no, she mentioning a weird hack would be allowing berry bushes and fishing spots to be harvested by each person. And thank you for all those follows, I appreciate it. Let's see, food is something they imagine servers having to find workarounds for because of Vintage Story things rot, seasons matter. So you might log off in spring after sowing some food prepared for the next day. Game doesn't pause. The prepared food is rotten. So by default, Vintage Story does pause if there's no one on a dedicated server. Because that was one of the things I actually looked up when me and Ultra were talking about playing together, and people were like, oh yeah, no, if no one's logged in, it'll pause. Now there is some weird stuff that can still happen around that with some of the time calculations, from my understanding. I didn't look at all the details. But unless it's one of those things that you log off for a while. Right. Oh yeah, no, if you're talking like a big server that's effectively running 24/7. If you just play all the time at the same time, sure. Yeah, no, it's a thing. Like, it's definitely, I don't even think it'd be that bad if you have people like coming and going where it's like half of the day the server's running or whatever. Because an in-game day does take a good while. So, like, if I'm really just binging this game, you usually can't get through a full season, you know, in a single setting. Not unless you're, like, really sitting down for, like, 20-something hours. I mean, I could definitely see where it can become a problem. But yeah. I mean, I guess the workaround for that one, though, is you'd probably extend your day length or number of days per month. So that realistically, if people are logging in, you know, how much time do you allow to change season-wise and rotting-wise and all that from one day of people not playing? It does create the unfortunate reality. Yeah, or turn off rotting food. I feel like that actually has a negative, though, to it, because rot does have a use. And if you turn off rotting food, then that's not a thing, I think. But seeing that there are more people working... Well, the early game problem is getting a hold of the seeds. You need to have the fields that size. Once the server gets up and running, I imagine it's probably just like single player, that once you've been good for a year or two, you could just have these like really big fields to cover your needs. But that first year, I imagine it goes full Hunger Games by the time you get to the winter, unless you have people spreading out really wide. But then you have the problem of, if you've got 20 people playing the same server and none of them are nearby each other, why are you playing in the same server? Like, if you're not interacting, you might as well be playing independent games. So I do see the desired need to have some level of community kind of thing going. But yeah, no, I imagine that first year is probably super rough. We've got people running abroad just trying to grab all the seeds and mushrooms and everything they can bring back to eat. Probably have some more people just kind of focused in at trying to get the progression going of getting the smith up and running, you know, getting your molds all and all that made, you know, getting whatever is being brought over by the people bringing all the seeds and saplings and all that kind of stuff, cuttings, try and put them to use, getting all those berry bushes planted. It'll be interesting, because this'll tonight when we go to play with Ultra, it'll be my first time doing multiplayer in Vintage Story. I'm actually really looking forward to it. Because one, it's just fun to play games with Ultra, but also two, I'm curious how much the game changes when you start having multiple people. Because on the one hand, like, we're talking about food sources and materials and all that, you'll need to just literally multiply them by how many people you got there. And that can be pretty painful in a lot of games. But also, on top of that, you have that many more people able to help gather. We are not doing good on this copper collection. Because I had a copper pickaxe, then we fussed around a bunch buy copper, but didn't actually get the copper before it broke. But 2 more copper pieces, and I can make a new pickaxe. Okay. Do you have a hammer yet? No. And that's the things I'm trying to work on here, is getting both the, like, getting the hammer, getting the pickaxe, and getting a prospector's pick. Because, like I said, I've gone to an area where there is copper, but I wasn't able to locate the copper itself. There's just a giant olivine vein that I'm wondering if it's, like, below it or next to it or whatever. You heard many people talk about panning it being a negative experience. Well, yeah, because if you look at what you're doing here, you just kind of stand in water, and you have to, like, wait, right-click again, wait. Right-click again, wait. So it works fine, but it's a little bit tedious compared to other things, where you're, like, actively mining and moving around and all that. And you don't get a whole lot back real fast, which again, it's kind of a lower risk approach to it, so the fact that it's not as rewarding as digging down seems completely reasonable and fine by me. But it can be a thing that is a little slow, a little tedious, that kind of thing. But in cases like this, where I don't know where I can get a copper vein or more copper ore easily, you can get in the situation where you're just running around the surface of the map and just kind of coming up empty on loose copper to pick up. So it's at least one thing that you can kind of deterministically get it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so you can at least have, like, the control being like, hey, if I put enough dirt next to me, or enough sand next to me, and I just keep panning it, sooner or later I'm going to get what I need. For me, I found it to be a good thing during, like, a temporal storm. You could just put a spot of water in your home. Yeah, normally in real life, you're not going to go to this, like, giant segment of beach and just chuck the whole thing in a pan little by little. Alright, so let's go into here. So we got some clear quartz, some regular quartz. Got some blue clay. Got some metal scrap. I did get a flint spearhead that we found buried in the sand, so that's kind of nice to just have a spare spear. I did get a little bit of gold, and I did get enough quartz. I can chuck you in here. Okay. You can chuck those over there. Alright, so I don't know how much charcoal, so we're going to need these. Alright. Not entirely true, though, because while one person can be blacksmithing without worry of starving due to the fact that another person is tending the fields, leads to the blacksmithing being more efficient. Yeah. Absolutely. So specialization... Yeah, so there's not, like, a stat bonus or anything to specialization or anything like that in Vintage Story, but it is a thing that I do imagine... It's probably like games like Terraria, where if you have one person who's just staying back, they're doing, you know, base mom kind of stuff of, like, organizing the loot, building up the houses so you can have more NPCs, working on your little farm for your potions, you know, maybe they're sitting back and fishing to get fish for the bonus and all that. There's definitely benefits to doing it. But, you know, even though, like, raw equation-wise, it doesn't make a huge difference. There's no RPG stats to be gained. So I wanted to get a feel for how much copper I need to melt this. That was how much charcoal. So it's 2 pieces of charcoal. So let's see if 2 pieces of charcoal, if the temperature stays high enough for it to, carry through. It does. So, future reference, 2 charcoal is enough. Okay, so we got that on the mold there. Actually grab that back because we're likely to have more stuff to harvest. Okay. So we got all the flax that died due to being exposed to salt water. And the good news is you always get your seeds back when the plant dies. Alright, so let's start over here. So you are good for anything. So you have the most, and that's K. So let's go ahead and flax. You're fine. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Ah, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's interesting. It died again instantly. Okay, so you are good for P. But N is also pretty alright. Okay. Crop damaged by nearby saltwater. But I am replanting it. Oh, it's still close enough over on this side. Well, I mean, that one's still saying salt crop damaged by nearby saltwater here. Even though there's no more saltwater nearby here. There is over here. I guess it hits like a critical mass because some of these are dying instantly now. Could be underneath the ground? It could be. I thought I was diligent about filling it in solid, but I might just not be remembering where I've done that. So let's go down here. See if we can't figure out what's going on. So first we could drop our... soup here real quick. Replace the dirt. Well, first I do think it's worth peeking underneath, because I'm noticing some are saying that... Yeah, so you probably want to fill this spot. Oh. Okay. Let's go ahead and carve this back farther. Yeah, so ultimately this is going to have to move. Because we established this can go 4 tiles in kind of thing. it wouldn't surprise me if you're seeing Steam get a bunch of errors. There's probably a whole lot of, like, with the Steam Winter Sale going on, servers probably getting the hug of death. And part of the reason I feel okay pulling this all up is we did just harvest it. All right. Yeah, no, that's, yeah, I noticed the other day I had problems, like, connecting to, like, the Steam store page, and it only, like, lasted a little while. Like, 5-10 minutes or so. Alright. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to make this area. Yeah, no, I played Farthest Frontier a bunch of times. It's excellent. Said, you've been feeling some form of colony survival game recently? Been struggling deciding? Gotcha. Depending on what you're looking like, Farthest Frontier is definitely a solid one. If you're looking for one that maybe isn't as many hours, like a little bit more chillax, Flotsam is pretty solid. For, like, that one, Flotsam's gonna be a game you're probably gonna get, like, maybe 30 to 50 hours versus Farthest Frontier, you can get way more. That's been a pretty solid one, like, very, very much on there. I wasn't as impressed with the new Anno. Like, I know a lot of people have said very, very positive things about Anno in the past, and I do believe them that, you know, historically Anno probably is really good. But for me, the Pax Romana Anno is kind of like, okay, like, it's not bad. It had a lot of things it did really well, like the production line stuff in Anno is extremely well done. And then it had stuff I felt it did really bad, like the combat for me in Pax Romana was really underwhelming. To a point in the future, I was torn on, like, if I was to do another round, would I just turn it off? Because I feel like turning it off would take away too much from the game to make it hard to enjoy. But there just wasn't enough there. It's kind of how I felt about a lot of things with Anno Pax Romana. Is there's just a whole lot of stuff there that's like, you know, the things it does well, it does really well. The things it does not do well, it really does not do well. And like, it felt really weird that the story just kind of abruptly ended. And I guess like you're supposed to take it as there was closure, and it was just kind of like you just scratch your head there, and you're like, wait, that's it? I mean, it was an acceptable ending. The character got what they want. What are we talking about? Anno Pax Romana. Okay, those will be ripe in less a day. Oop. I forgot that we got a bunch of those blueberries before the other bushes. Okay, so all those blueprints are good. All right. Probably grab you as well. Then go here. Let's get our flint ready. Because, yeah, we're going to work on trying to get our farm fixed, because that's going to be a major problem. Actually, us losing that crop is going to hurt us real hard towards the end. Because not only that, it does mean I'm going to have a whole group of crops I won't have grown this season. And so the seeds I would have gotten from successfully doing so aren't happening now. Okay, so we can use the seeds that have K here. Cool, love to see it. That's not saying it's affected by anything. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, those ones are not implying that they've been harmed by salt water. That's weird. A bunch of them lost the tag where they were saying that they were hurt by salt water. I mean, in a minute I'm going to start filling it all in anyways, so... Yeah, so you're K. And you're N. Okay, so what we want to do here is I want to start digging a bunch of dirt off this thing so I can make some more ram dirt. We're going to start filling in all that water that's right next to that. And then if that still doesn't help, I'm going to dig in those holes and see, or like dig in where we have the little water pockets and see if like, I don't remember when we were filling that in, if I did fill it in solid. And just see what happens there. Okay. Apparently I hadn't finished this layer. Dungeon or Underlands? No idea this. Alright, and thank you for the lurk, unpriced. I do appreciate it. Yeah, because I'm trying to slowly get rid of this spot up here to give me more room to operate. It's honestly something those... Ow, it sticks. It shouldn't hurt that much. I mean, it doesn't really hurt that much. They're all good. Okay, so let's grab you. There's that. Grab you. There's that. And thank you for the follow. Over to stream. Cool, so now what we're going to do is run down here to that salt water in the middle there. We're going to see if getting rid of this helps. And that's a matter of seeing if, like... If, like I said, there might be a pocket of saltwater underneath where I was farming that I may have filled it in. Without consideration of, like, the vertical part of it. Imagine in the long run, we're gonna try and fix this better. Okay, so if I dig you up... Apparently I don't get the dirt back, so that's a lesson learned. So there should be no salt water there. I'm guessing it's probably the salt water that's just over here. I got a ton of these are all being labeled as being damaged by salt water. I do wish there was an easier way to see what was kind of going on with it. Yeah, no, exactly. That's kind of exactly where I was going. It's like, it's a shame I can't, like, you know, look and see, like, you know, tile has saltwater penetration or whatever, like, just be able to look at it and see that. Or exposed to salt water, and you're just like, oh, okay, so, like, this tile has a problem. Okay. Is there a mod for that? Oh, I mean, there almost always is. I also prefer not to mod my games very much. I would much rather be like, hey, this should be something in the base game. And it's fine that people who are like mod authors fill the gap and help. I think that's perfectly fine and reasonable of mod authors. But I also don't like when it becomes more and more of a thing that devs don't fix their own problems. And just be like, yeah, there's a mod for it. I can kind of just go on to working on other things. I'm not saying that's happening here. But we've had that in a lot of games like RimWorld and Project Zomboid where there's been some pretty glaring problems in the games at different points. And then, you have stuff like Allow Tool and all that kind of deal with those really, really bad issues in the game that have been there since forever. But again, not a negative on the mod authors for making it. But it is those things that a lot of times the game will just have issues that just kind of sit. Because they're not as urgent, because when someone complains, someone will be like, oh, just go grab Allow Tool. Okay, so we've got all that sorted. Alright, I mean, that's sand down there. So a lot of these are no longer labeled as damaged by saltwater. We still have some over here. So I do think it was just this area here was close enough it was causing problems. Okay. And that's the same reason I'm doing here, is to try and get it so we can have more farm. That's not getting contaminated by the salt water. That's also where people were mentioned, it's like, do you really need to fill it all in? It's like, honestly, I don't know, but Imagine if I was leaving this hollow underneath and then trying to figure out where, like, if I miss one tile or something like that. Like, how much of a nightmare it'd be to go through and try and, like, figure out where the one tile in question is. You'd just be looking at the top being like, okay, with all my crops, find the one, like, try and find the center point of the affected area and then dig down. Which wouldn't be the hardest thing in the world, but it'd be a very inconvenient thing, especially if crops are growing at different speeds and all that. Okay, so I feel like that border is sufficient that none of these should be impacted by damage by salt water. Then go back over here where we're expanding our charcoal pit. Break one more block and just make one more. Okay. But as you can see, as you get like the farmland sorted, yeah, so you're complaining about nearby saltwater. I know this wastes a dirt block, but none of the ones around, well, these two are complaining. But like I said, that's probably just because there was salt water over there a minute ago. Yeah, those are getting close to done. We got some of these that are coming along. Yeah, it's probably those things that's just damage. It's interesting how all survival games have season, yet also the crops that grow independent timers, not seed, at the same time over the map. Crops grow in their own independent... It plays fine, but it's a coconut effect. I'm sorry, I'm not catching a lot of this. Okay, so we got plenty of food. We'll deal with that in a moment. So let's go in here. So we got all our molds. What was it to make the rack? There's a rack for the molds. Maybe I'll do better this way. Okay. Just trying to remember what it's called. There's a mold rack that has like slots. There it is. Vertical rack. Ah, so it's planks. So I can't do anything about that right now. That's fine. I think he's saying the same type of plant sprouts seeds at different times, but in real life, like lilacs, will all flower at the same time. Gotcha. No, I see what you're saying. Don't know. I know there's some plants that do that and some plants not really, that there's just like a highly variability around it. But yeah, no, I definitely know it is like, when you're playing a lot of these games, you'll just kind of walk up and then suddenly, you know, you sleep and then the next day every single coconut tree in the game now has the coconuts ready, or every single banana tree now has the bananas ready. Because even if they like kind of flower and all that relatively the same time, there's definitely some variability around it. It's not like Stardew Valley where it's like, and next season, all your crops suddenly simultaneously die. New crops all suddenly came in. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying, though, that relatively they should start sprouting, doing their thing roughly in the same window. Which, I mean, I would say to a certain degree it does that. Like, if you run around in the wild and all that, the thing, they flower at the same time because they were already planted when the right growing season rolled around. But yeah, no, in the game, unlike actual plants that have like a little bit of variance and all that, as to how long they take to grow and everything. You know, in video game, most of them, it's very predictable, it's very mathematical. You plant it, it's got a 50% growth bonus. You can, based on that growth bonus, know the exact day you're going to be able to harvest it. Versus really like having to go out there and be like, okay, how's the crop doing? Alright, you know, it's behaving the way we expected, so we should be able to harvest it around this time. Or, oh, it was a little dry, so it's going to be a little bit later than we were expecting. But, you know, should still be in this window. You can still get it down to a pretty narrow thing with enough information. Working getting my molds ready. Do we have any more that fell off over here? Not seen any. Cool. The good news, we also have our pickaxe head is good, so we just shove it on a stick and that's done. Can't remember, did I have peat on this island? No. At least, I mean, there probably is. I haven't found it, though. Now keep checking in these two, because they're right about to finish growing. Yeah, getting uniform ripening was a big deal in domestication process of many crops. Wild plants tend to spread out their seeds and fruits over a longer time to avoid the risk of producing all their offspring at the wrong time. Makes sense? So I could drop you in here. Okay, so what was I needing? Right, so we had the sticks and firewood. I got a couple sticks on me, but not many. Let's go over here and start messing with some of these trees and cutting back the forest a bit more. Okay, I don't hear bees. I don't... Okay. So the sticks are the primary motivator. We're just gonna keep punching, getting all the sticks we can out of here. Because if you break it block by block, you get way more. If I just chop down the tree, I'll get very little sticks out of it. It's just a weird thing that they do in almost all these games. I kind of wish it was more... You would cut it down, and then you could choose... Like, you get the sticks, and you could choose what to do with them. You could just throw them in for, like, firewood or whatever. They just wouldn't be quite... You know, they wouldn't be as good as, big logs or whatever. So, like, kindling kind of stuff. Alright, that's as much as I'm gonna fight it. But yeah, no, that's definitely a thing where you kind of see it kind of gradually go. Now, this is a big tree, so there's a good chance we'll break our axe and only part of the tree will come down. That's how Vintage Story works when it comes to breaking a tool. They'll usually let you commit to finishing the action with, like, stuff like the trees, a lot of the case. But it actually takes more durability from your tool the bigger the tree is when it gets chopped, and if you don't have enough, it gives you just a partial thing where the tree, like, halfway disappears. Or, sorry, halfway cuts down. Oh no, we did get the whole thing. It took half the durability out of the axe, but I mean, it was a big tree, so... Okay, so we got 31 sticks from that. Okay. it'll be really, really nice when we get the shears. I know I've said that a couple of times, but to get those, we need the anvil first. Because that only takes a couple of seconds to like shear the bulk of the branches off enough that you're gonna be like, okay, I'm getting way more than enough seeds to maintain what I want. All right. We can turn the vine into rope as well, which is pretty solid. Okay. So I got a bunch of maple seeds to plant, so I'm going to go ahead and walk a little ways over here. I'm going to try to avoid getting too far into that area. The wolves have been living over there, and I've kind of been going over there every once in a while when I need a little bit of food, and I'll go bully one of the wolves. I'm deliberately trying to not, like, kill too many of them. I kind of still want them around. Apparently cut down this tree at some point and didn't finish the job. Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely want to change some of this area in the middle. Probably turn it into grass or whatever later. Okay, so make you into firewood. A break doing that set. Cool. We can grab you. Make ourselves a new axe. Make you into firewood. Cool, so we can grab the sticks. Oh, I had another stack over here. So now I go through, cover these all with sticks, then the firewood, all right. And that'll be a bunch of ingot molds. So that when we're properly producing lots of ore, we just pour them in all the ingot molds and, you know, get chunks of like 8 ingots at a go. Meanwhile, that's clay and thread and all that. That's all our basic ore stuff. That's animal bits. Okay, and this is our leafy bits. Cool. There, top that off. And grab the pickaxe head. Now I got ourselves a pickaxe. And grab the block of dirt and drop it in there. And let's chuck all these extra bits of firewood into the charcoal pit. So little by little we get this sorted out. Alright, and even though this is probably not the best use of this, I am going to take a quick second and just cut out this one little area to make it rectangular. That shouldn't use very much durability from our pickaxe. But it's necessary. I think you have to have it be a rectangle for it to work, right? I don't know if you have like an odd shape how well it works. I assume it just wouldn't. Okay. There. There, so I got that cleaned up. And I know I also would have cleaned that up over there, but I'm not going to use the pickaxe for that now, because at the moment the pickaxe is a finite resource. I'd like to make sure I use it for things I actually need to use it for. Okay. Check on our berries. Alright. Yeah, the real tough one's going to be these ones over here. Because I mashed them in so tight. You won't really be able to check on them. But I didn't have the room, so we did what we did. Okay, so for right now, I'm going to chuck all the berries in there. Make it a point to prioritize eating those. Okay, so I'm going to be kind of sitting here trying to get a little bit more copper, which is unfortunate because the panning is not the most exciting. But if I can get the copper from some panning real fast, because even if I get into the mine and I dig down far enough that I do hit copper, I need a hammer to break it. And then realistically, to find the copper, I'm probably also going to want a prospector's pick. And we can run around blindly all over the shore, but we are running a situation where because I've got the water amount turned up so high on the map, it can be pretty difficult to get a hold of a bunch of this stuff. I just destroyed it. That was not the results I was expecting. Okay. So I need sand. So I can grab a bunch of this sand. We can make it a point to go in here and probably replace this with low fertility soil later. Okay. Was the water? I believe 50%, 50. Okay. And this is also giving me flint for making tools and the occasional, like, stuff like gold. Okay. We're also going into nighttime again. We got those molds going. Got all my berries coming up. So it is one of those things, just kind of grinding out some copper real fast. Get my hammer, get my prospector's pick. We already have the pickaxe. Companion give temporal gears. Could be a way to set your spawn, if so. Yep. It has a very small chance of giving the gears. It's the only source, to my knowledge, that you can get the gears in the Homo sapiens setting, where there's like no drifters, no other people or anything. There's no like existing human anything. Okay. It's also a thing when you're playing the game that you can do sand or gravel. I think it's like wet gravel or whatever, the stuff that's just like down there. A lot of that gravel you can't use for panning, but you can just go to an area that's got like a ton of gravel and just like sit in your little spot and just start picking up all of the stuff nearby. It's definitely one of the early ways to get some materials when you're struggling to find any. I imagine that's probably another thing that also works really well when you have multiple people and you're like, okay, you know, either we're gonna go look around and see what we can find, or something along those lines. I have a pan and a bucket of water off the desert. You can do that. You can just put a bucket of water in a one-tile hole in the desert and just start panning. I imagine there are people who actually go and do that. Because like if you ever find yourself without like a prospector's pick or a pickaxe, there's only a couple of options to get ore. You can either run across the surface and just hope you get lucky, or you can pan, which again can be a little tedious. But you will get, like, you will guarantee yourself 100% chance you are going to get your ore by the other side of it. I mean, I guess it's technically not 100% chance, but, like, you're going to make it because it's, you know, you're going to have a pretty good chance of pulling a copper chunk per sand, like, per stack. And you don't need that much. And worst case, you can also find gold on it. I imagine it's also one of the things like the desert example. If you have like the sand cave-in thing, there's probably a lot of stuff around that you can also make to make it a bit more manageable. This is going to be a little rough to try and get this copper. In real life, you couldn't find surface iron. Had to pan naturally once you had your tools. You know, for stuff like iron, I have found if I'm like looking for ore, like if I'm out being like, I am looking for this ore and just doing that, it gets really rough. But I have had really good luck with taking the time to like run around and pull things up. It also definitely feels like I want to pull all this sand up as well. Okay. And like I said, I figure... Oh, surface copper. I was gonna say, it's like, man, looking for surface iron is... I don't think I've ever seen iron on the surface. Yeah, probably make it a point at some point, just get a bunch of, low fertility dirt. Cop her? No, I think she's a teacher. Okay. Doing this during the night real fast and all that. I'm gonna need to use the restroom here in just a minute, so I'm gonna do that and all that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. But yeah, so we're gonna be hurting a little bit while we deal with this whole bit. We'll try and get our hammer, we'll try and get our prospecting pick made. Once we have that, we can go to where we saw the surface copper, and get ourselves some proper copper, so we hopefully never need to pan again. So with that said, thank you again so much for tuning in. I'm going to be back here in just a couple minutes, but I do hope to see you there, and thank you again for watching the stream, and I'll be right back. All right, and we are back. I really enjoyed Hotel Renovator. Honestly, like some of those games that came up in that clip reel, like we had Hotel Renovator, we had Supermarket Simulator. I miss kind of that era of like the janky simulator games where sure there's a lot of asset reuse and all that kind of stuff. Not I actually don't know if Hotel Renovator did that. Supermarket certainly did asset reuse. And all that. You know, where they're kind of low budget, low effort things. I miss that phase versus like all of them being generative AI now. Because it's kind of in a lot of ways worse. You know, there's certainly like the ethical considerations with generative AI and all that kind of garbage. But even kind of just having like, okay, it's a junk low effort asset or whatever, that's fine. I don't know. I find the stuff that generative AI makes to be, you know, kind of a lot more just disappointing weird. Like it's got a very uncanny valley feel to it. Where it's like, okay, is it objectively bad? No, but it just doesn't look right. There's just something about it. You know, versus someone taking the time to make a model, the model, you know, may just be okay. And that people keep reusing that same model because it's either cheap or free. The model is still okay. The only negative is, like, you've seen it a bunch of times. But when you're buying those, like, super duper budget, supermarket, like, the budget simulation games that, you know, the physics are all going to be janky, they're using the same, you know, packages they got in Unity and all that stuff. It's fine, it's whatever, who cares? Guys, just checking one thing real fast. Alright. Let's see, what you don't get is the need to constantly show off that what someone's AI creates or does, because it's never good. But it's like they want validation. Well, the thing to keep in mind is for a lot of people, there is a lot of people who put a lot of money into generative AI that if it doesn't succeed, that money's gone. And it is like stupid amounts of money. That even if you don't care about like the ethics or moral considerations or any of those arguments, very genuinely, when you just look at the amount of money put in versus what return of investment has occurred, it doesn't make sense. Like, and if you look at like a lot of the people who go and they get all involved in like investments and all that and what they're recommending, almost all of them are like, you don't put your money in AI. Like, do not put your money here right now. Like, we're seeing nothing but bad news, but you got a lot of people again who've got money in there, so they're going to try to make it work no matter what. It's the same thing we saw with like NFTs and blockchain and crypto and all the other buzzwords. You have a bunch of people who kind of saw it for what it was, and after a while, like, move on. And a bunch of people do figure out ways to make money off of it, but it's usually more of a pump and dump / investment money-making thing, or there's some startup who makes a bunch of money because investors throw money at them and they have to pay their salaries and whatever. And then when the floor falls out, yeah, the company implodes, but you already put a bunch of money in the bank. It's the investors who are stuck holding the empty wallets. It is the same crowd, a lot of them. Literally just flip the servers. It's a bunch of people who got access to some tech, and they're looking for that get rich quick scheme. And those have been around since long before any of that too. It's just become more common. And it was interesting to me because it was a couple years back, like right before COVID landed, that there was a bunch of articles going around about investors wising up to the tech buzzword craze, that a lot of investors are getting, a lot more, hands off with tech, not trusting companies with their tech buzzwords and all that. And then, turned right around and NFTs dropped and they went right back in. It's like, well, I guess they didn't learn that much. Because it's a very normal phase with a tech buzzword in tech that, it happens. you know, they keep getting a bunch of people of fear of missing out that they're going to have this. I always forget what the term is for it. Not greenfield, that's a new project. There's a term for when you create a net new market that doesn't exist before. So like the advent of like the internet was one of these things that there was no internet before. It was a new industry, a new market. The early adopters, early players who got into it and actually made a product that worked made buku bucks. And for your investors, getting into like the Google and Microsofts that very first came into existence, you know, that's where you have a person who only put in like $10,000 and walked away like tens of millions of dollars. And they want to find that because that's the winning lottery ticket of investments. But with people realizing that, there's more and more stuff that comes out that people are trying to present whatever they're selling as the next big thing that's going to be that makes its own industry kind of thing. And that's where like the tech buzzwords come from. It's not greenfield. I cannot remember what the term is. Greenfield's like a brand new like just you starting a new project. Not that it's like changing anything. Greenfield, it just means you're starting the project from scratch, even if it's just something that's already existing tech or whatever. It's like as opposed to like a legacy project. You mean your blockchain-based AI-optimized toaster isn't adding value to the consumer? Oh yeah, no, there's that whole thing as well of just ramming stuff into everything no matter how much little sense it makes. Because you get investors convinced that is like, if they're not on, they're gonna get left behind. And all these techs, they'll sit there and they'll be like, oh, it's the inevitability that you need to get on board. Get on board, or you're just gonna be left behind, man. It's gonna be the revolution. You're gonna get left behind. You don't want to be left behind, man. Yeah, they said that about NFTs and blockchain and crypto. Those inevitable technologies, how are they doing now? They still exist, but are they relevant? Let's see. There's one who sued for schizophrenia because the fridge kept showing her things and nobody believed her. They lost. And now there's so much money tied up into it, they have to keep it going because if they admit it's trash, they can't get that money. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. They, like so many of these companies, over-invested so hard that when the floor drops, it's gonna be a reckoning. Like, you're not gonna see like Microsoft go out of business or Google go out of business or anything, but it's gonna be really a rough time to be in those companies when that happens. Okay, so got enough copper for the next thing. And we established I need 2 charcoal. Oh, I left the torch up there. We sat down so I wouldn't be wasting energy on it. Problem is, everyone else is going to pay for their incompetence. Yep. That is how it goes. I've definitely been along for that ride more than once. Where there's just business decisions that are making no sense and you keep being like, hey man, we need to not be doing this. Like, this isn't gonna work. Hey man, like, we're seeing the numbers and they look real bad. We really should, you know, hedge our bets a little bit more and not be all in on this unproven thing. Hey man, it's real bad. We need to, like, plan some out more. And then, you know, needless to say, the ground falls out from underneath, and then I have no idea what those are. It's fine. That it's just, you know, they go, well, tough year, laying off 30%. Not like store closures, logo vanishes. Yeah, no, there's that kind of thing. You'd say Nvidia would do well, but now they're selling products at a loss to companies loaning money. They're loaning money to. They can't collect. Okay, so there's a prospecting pick. Yeah, no, it's a curiosity. You can sometimes get things to extend for a long time. In other words, people with big decision power over humanity's resource primary investors have put too many dumb decisions in the chain. And are too dumb themselves. That's gonna be a costly lesson. Well, yeah, but it's kind of one of those things when you see like that much of your investment is just tied up there, and you're just trying to avoid having the whole thing go up in flames. Like, you understand how people get there. Really don't want to put too much effort into that if I can help it. But you know, you understand, like, you committed huge amounts of money and you're like, what can I do to save this money? And a lot of people do pretty much whatever they can, you know, within some extremes and whatnot. Some things I'm going to try doing is slowly converting this so that there's a gap between the rows. Because if we can get the gaps between the rows in much better shape. Meanwhile, let's drop what we can of this into the storage. This doesn't technically qualify as a seller right now, where I'm chucking all this stuff in. So 2 days, 2 days, 2 days. You're new. You've already been there. But the risk comes when ma and pa investors ride their retirement on it. Because the confidence created by people who wouldn't notice the loss. Yeah, no, that's that happens a lot, and a lot of times when investments start to sour, that it's not panning out, you'll see a lot of the pushing from like the investors who put a ton of money in, being like, "Oh man, if you're not on this, you're gonna get left behind. This is the next Google. This is the next whatever." All that kind of stuff. And so then what ends up happening is the companies start trying to do what they can to divest, you know, and have those investments get bought up by, you know, mom and pop, or it's one of those things that, again, the company goes for another round of things, but the people who have invested in it that kind of see the writing on the wall, a lot of them will try and figure out ways to get what they can back out of their investment before the whole thing goes sour. And usually they still lose money when those kind of things, when they're chasing a tech buzzword. But, you know, as much as they can offset that loss, they will. There are plenty of positives from generative AI, scientific research, physics, medicine, and productivity and automated workflows. Even the internal email writing saves huge amounts of time and allows humans to not worry about rubbish that's been cognitive load. AI won't disappear now. I don't think AI in its entirety will disappear. One of the big things that's coming out of this is like using automation for stuff like the email and all that. They're finding more and more people who do use the automation for email have a much lower success rate because you start to realize it is like generative AI. It says a bunch of happy, fuzzy words, but not nearly communicating. And I've also found that even like with the email thing where they go, here's your email summary in AI, which I don't want. Because I had one that had to do with the CD key and it gave me the summary. And there was the embargo date, the date they wanted me to, stream it on, ideally. No later than a certain date, and the AI just came up with a completely fourth date that had nothing to do with any of the other stuff. It was just solidly not even right. So if I use that summary, I literally would have gone and streamed that game during its embargo period, which is a big faux pas, which means I still have to read the entire email anyways because I cannot trust it, which means it's utterly useless and literally just costs me extra time. The problem is wrappers around OpenAI Azure. They're not worth as easy to replicate, but coding agents allow none of the coders to put together a proof of concept, so the actual coders and developers can flesh things out as a huge boon. I as someone who's done software development for 15 years, hard disagree. I have been seeing a lot more peers that I have worked with for ages getting more and more frustrated because they're getting more and more code through that then requires them to go back and figure out what the AI has done and clean it up. That just doing it themselves in the first place would have been the less time sink. It's good for just like fast prototyping, but you don't want to use it for anything like that, anything past that. What it does allow you to do is be lazy. Yeah, and like scaffolding, so when you're saying scaffolding, like to me that's templating. But same idea. You're taking a very routine kind of thing and just feeding it into the AI. The quality of code doesn't actually matter. It's the point that on the ground people can prove something can be achieved. Once it can be, start again with proper developers. So you're talking like minimal viable product kind of thing. I mean, you can knock that kind of crap out in no time at all. That's where you have the arguments of the person who's like, oh, I could make Twitter in a weekend. It's like, yeah, you could make something that looks like it, but you'd be missing all the internal data stuff and all that, which is like the magic that makes that product not garbage. What helped with how to generally structure? You forgot the name of the framework, but C#'s version of Electron. I don't remember which one that was. But yeah, no, I've found in practice the theory about AI helping coders has been more used against them. That by and large, I see companies cutting developers and being like, "Don't worry, AI will make up the difference. You can manage that, right?" And it becomes a whole thing. But so you can knock that out, but you're a coder. I can't, and you're not. But you may see some gaps in the organization. You don't because the role and responsibility. Once the idea shows it can be worked on. Oh, so you're talking about someone who has, like, you don't have any technical background in any of that, and you're trying to, like, proof of concept that, like MVP, any kind of that type of deal. You're the kind of person that's really easy to deal with consulting. When people come to me with ideas for software, because 90% of the time, the answer is we don't need a Facebook for music. MySpace exists. How are they doing? What's your monetization strategy? That kind of stuff. And that usually the vast majority of time that comes up, the person doesn't have a business plan or anything, and like these things take time. There's no super shortcutting everything. Like everyone wants the hack that skips past all the mundane, boring parts of it But if you want to test the product viability, usually the product doesn't even matter. The classic being like, if I made an application that could do X, would you buy it? And, you know, sitting down with someone and convincing them with like some quick and dirty mock-up that has nothing wired up to it, so it's non-functional. And if you can get them to pop out that credit card, then it's like, I might have something here. And that's when you go, okay, well now I need to bring someone on board who can actually make my thing. And I've seen a lot of people then try and just, you know, grab whatever WYSIWYG they can find. What you see is what you get, which is what came before AI, was the WYSIWYG. And I've never seen that path succeed. But what I have seen succeed is like, you know, them roping someone else in, being like, hey, can you work with me to make this simple thing? Or they sit down themselves and actually learn to make it. That's kind of the thing. If you get in that startup mentality, you are going to wear a lot of hats. That's just the nature of how it is. People don't know how much... Let's see. People who don't know how much to do things don't know just how much they don't know. Real AI might cross that gap. A fancy LLM, because they don't understand it. Yeah, no, LLMs can't do that. We work in data translations, B2B, EDI, JSON. Then mapping different schemas. We're using AI to help build scripts. But it still requires knowledge and some tweaks. The biggest challenge is getting the upper brass to understand it's not 100% a pure solution, it's a tool. Yeah, and there's a really big medium ground here when it comes to tooling and AI, when it comes to coding. Because, like, if we go back to stuff like Visual Studio and IntelliSense, would you call that AI? I would say no. Because it's, you know, it's seeking out specific patterns to then go through and say, hey, this pattern you're using, that's faux pas, don't do that. It does extra memory allocations, that's bad. It also goes through and say, hey, I see you did this, you know, you've done if, else if, else if, else if, else if on the same variable, you know, you should make this into a case switch, it'll perform better. So it's very prescriptive, and that developers have sat down when programming it and done specific things where they go, this is the pattern we're recognizing, here's how we're solving it. There's no machine trying to guess any of it. Like, it is a deliberate thing. So I wouldn't call it AI. It's all been coded very hard. You got tools like ReSharper. Most of the things, you know, again, are very structured and prescriptive. But when you get into like the LLM code generation where it's scraping GitHub and all that kind of stuff to then help you generate your code, that's a different animal. The AI has no idea what the hell any of that is. It can't. It's just functionally incapable of understanding it. It's just not how LLMs work. What it knows is certain keywords matched, and based on these keywords, here's a couple things that all kind of go together, and it generates that based on a bunch of weighting and a bunch of math that's way too complicated to go through. But it doesn't understand, like, it doesn't know what a variable is. It just knows a variable is supposed to be here, and that when that happens, it puts this kind of thing in there. So it kind of, that's the reason why they have, like, a high level of hallucination, where some of the best AIs have a 60% level of hallucination. That's 60% of the time it just makes crap up. I think the point you mean is, developers are rarely customer-focusing, depending on the business. There's nothing wrong with people saying, I think this has growth as early concepts. Then, prove and flesh it out. We work in a world where transcription is needed a lot, and it takes 10 hours to do 1 human hour. Even after that, you still has to listen, sign off, and you can eliminate 10 hours of process because you still listen and checking anyways. Let's see, unrelated, you saw people commenting on going medieval. You don't know what to expect. It's really very much RimWorld feeling game. Yeah, no, I played going medieval on the channel a couple times. I can't speak for where it is now. It definitely has stuff that reminds you kind of RimWorld-y, sort of like Auction Not Included in the sense of like having levels and layers and all that kind of stuff. I definitely found the last time I played, it definitely feels still very early access, but it has been a while. He thinks he is skipping hours until more hours are required to fix it. So depending on the business, there's nothing wrong with people saying, I think this has growth as early concepts. Yeah, that's fine. Then if proven, flesh it out. That's absolutely fine as well. That's usually what MVP means. You work in a world where transcription is needed a lot. It takes 10 hours to do 1 human hour. Right, so so you're talking writing transcription from, what someone has said. So you're effectively talking speech to text. Even after that, the end user still has to listen and sign off. You can eliminate 10-hour process because you're still listening for checks anyways. Yeah, so you're basically talking about, like, automatic transcription. Yeah. I mean, but is that really an LLM situation? Is that really AI at that point? Because that's voice detection. We've had voice detection in computers since the 90s. Like, don't get me wrong, it's come a long way. And like, this is a perfect example. This is part of why the conversation about generative AI is so incredibly difficult, and I believe that's an intentional decision that the people have invested into it have made, is that they conflate so much as being AI. Even then, whether or not it really is, that when you're trying to have a conversation, be like, hey, there's a lot of problems with generative AI, and people are like, but I use that. And it's like, no, you're using something that predates that. But they have, like, muddied the terms so much, it's so hard. Because, like, you'll be talking, and you're effectively talking about almost entirely different things at the same time. And that's a strategy that's been deliberately used in companies at different points. That if you can't have a meaningful discussion about it because of the complexity of terms, you can't make any kind of progress with that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we use AI to gather statement of customer emails, logistics, and the route requests for all that. A quote or eliminates the first filter, routing that email to the correct teams. Yeah, no, actually, so to be fair, Sheep, what UFS is talking about is not what I was talking about. I actually don't have a problem with because that's again, for the record, UFF, that's also probably not AI. There's these things called rules. So Outlook has had rules built in them since, holy crap, 1998, 2000, somewhere in that time, maybe even predating that. And that's not really a generative AI thing. That's, again, it's a thing that you sit there and go, hey, based on XYZ, this goes to this team. Like, that doesn't need generative AI. Because even rules get it wrong sometimes. Like, that's what I like. I use rules very heavily in email management. Very, very heavily in email management. And the rules could be simple, like, if email comes from this domain, put there. You can just kind of keep expanding on them. Well, the AI is in the sense that it can be more flexible with the rules, because it can read pictures PDF in different formats, so they're using some LLM model. Well, I mean, even reading images doesn't use LLMs. Like, that is yet another thing that does predate generative AI. And there's certainly yeah, OCR. And there's certainly a lot of because, like, again, it's the generation of a lot of stuff that tends to be the worst case, which is why the summary is a problem. It can scan your email, pick up keywords, and put it someplace, but it's when it sits there and says, this is what that email means, where you're no longer reading what was actually written. You're reading what the computer has decided that email means. That's when you get into the danger zone. That's when things start to get real bad. It's like teaching kids how to solve a math problem. They can solve the question in the exam, but can the question but change the question slightly, and they can't because they never understood it. Yeah, between actually doing that. Now, last year we didn't have the 1/10 of the tools we have now. First, exactly. Oh yeah, no technology advancing. I'm loving the advancement of technology broadly speaking. All my complaints is pretty much almost exclusively on, you know, generative AI specifically. Let's see, OCR has done neural networks for decades, to be honest. It just doesn't analyze anything beyond that. That layer is unreliable. Yeah, no, and you have the things like with OCR and how it gets things wrong, too. You know, the classic of, hey, we had this thing do a visual scan, this kid's holding a gun, and they're holding like a Casio calculator. Because the image recognition just kind of got a whole big mess. It's one of the reasons why you don't want automation to make any important or meaningful decisions for you. Okay, so this should be the last block I need to do for the sand, because with this I can make the hammer, and that's an excellent one. Yeah, generative AI is also devastating the environment. Right. There's a lot of, like, there's the human impact, the environmental impact, and all that kind of stuff as well. The computer can never be held accountable, so a computer should never manage the decision. Yep. Thanks for parasocialing. Wait. I missed something with that. The digital impact. Okay, so let's drop the sand off. Oh, their name? Oh, parasociologist? That is an excellent name. I completely missed the username. Excellent. So with this, I want to drop 2 of these in here. And then I should be able to go over here, drop you in. That's an excellent username. Okay, we'll need to grab our tongs. Now we got our prospector's pick. We can drop off our lapis lazuli. Okay, so the ceramic hammer mold is there. See, if a robot can me some time back, I'll be happy. Clean the house, put the clothes away, did minor do-it-yourself. But that's progress tech. Won't take long before washing. Wasn't that long ago washing machine your clothes was an all-day event? Yeah, no, so I'm not... We've actually had this conversation before about, like... I'm actually very much in support of automation. I think automation has 2 separate instances of things you gotta worry about. You've got the human side and the economic side. Now, the human side, if it's stuff people don't want to do, absolutely on board with fully automating that crap. Like, I don't want to fold my laundry. I don't want to do my dishes. I want that crap to do itself. Then you've got the human, like, so far as the finance side, the economic side. And unfortunately, in a world where we get better automation, better optimization, all these things that we can do a little bit more efficiently and all that kind of stuff, we get into the weird case where, you know... I'm trying to not... Okay. Where we get into the situation where, it's a good thing to automate something so far as like that, but ultimately, you know, the way our economy works is it's effectively work or die. And under that situation, you end up running into a problem where it's like the automation isn't the problem, it's what it's doing on the human side of things. That's a tricky one to navigate as well. Like in a world where we need less and less and less people working, eventually we have to go, okay, but as we have less and less and less people working, what do we do about them? Because, you know, eventually, you know, they're going to have to be taken care of, because without the support, you know, they can't get food or shelter or whatever. And that's kind of where the complexity goes here. If we were under a completely different world situation, so like ignoring the environmental impact for a moment, we were under a different global economy situation where you don't need to work to go day to day or anything like that, the AI thing would have so much less concern, because you wouldn't be putting people's livelihood in danger. You wouldn't be dealing with that. But that's not the reality we live in, unfortunately. So it is kind of one of those things that the economic side of AI tends to be a whole big problem. Does you're 40, you fully expect robots to take care of me in old age? I imagine there'd be a lot of stuff that robots will end up doing, or we can just put robot in for some form of approximate, you know, automation. We'll grab those as well. That's not the way I've seen it on Pelliger. It's actually, if you look statistically, historically, there has been a gradual move to needing less and less people working a lot of jobs. Just broadly speaking, as the population, you know, and there's places the population is going down before someone goes, counter argument, the population's going down. But there's a lot of point where the total number of people you need working within your population has been reduced over time. And a lot of times it's not even fully automating a job into non-existence. You know, it's not, well, the welder's gone, we got the robot doing it. A lot of times it ends up being a bit more of a thing where, okay, well, this automation makes you 10-20% more efficient. And so they cut 10-20% of the jobs because they're now redundant. And that kind of stuff. And you're running more and more into this problem where you're having a reduction in the total workforce needed for a lot of things. And, you know, assuming that trend continues, eventually you start running more and more into the problem going, okay, well, what happens to all the people who can't find work because they're just not needed anymore? And that's not a thing that we need to have discussion of what that result should be, because obviously that's going to get very political very quickly. But it is just the keeping in mind of being like, hey, there is a whole concern there about if we need less people than we need to work, their choices are we take care of them or we leave them to die. That's the choices we have. And that is a conversation that, as more automation happens, will become more and more urgent. Let's see, for example, a mine replaces the 25-ton trucks with the 50-ton trucks, keeps 2/3 of the people, sells more ore. Yep. And so you now have 1/3 less workers and higher productivity. Which is good things. Those, not the workforce being down, but literally being able to accomplish more with less is a good thing. So like that is, the automation itself is a good thing all around. It's the human impact due to our economics that ends up being a problem with automation. But regardless, we can go ahead and we'll probably go ahead and shift on the topic, because this very quickly can turn political and all that. But it is just a thing, like, in your future, like, as you see decisions happening and all that, to kind of keep that in your mind, that the amount of people needed to work is going down because of automation, and definitely on the surface, not making people do stuff they don't want to do is a good thing. That's a win. But, you know, someday we're going to have to, like, someday we're going to have to address that. That's going to create an escalating problem that's going to need an answer. But yeah. Anyways, so, oh, 1 second. Okay. So just hearing from Ultra, we'll be doing the collab in probably a little bit over an hour. A little bit later than I intended, but that's okay. It'll probably be one of those things. I'll see if we can end up doing like multiple of these. I'm assuming we probably will. Just because it won't be a huge amount of time to get things going. You just asked for something to wash to put away. Oh my god, like that's kind of the thing. Sometimes when I'm complaining about something, and the reality is the practicality and setting up the automation can be very difficult. But like you're going, well, people want to make art, and we're having this automation do that. Put a little less investment on that, and put more investment on making it so my dishes do themselves and my laundry does themselves. Those are things I am willing to stare long and hard at my bank account and be like, how can I make this happen? Like, how can I make the amount of money in here make that possible? I am willing to stretch what I'm comfortable spending to make those tasks go away. Versus some AI nonsense like, man, I don't want to spend money on this in the first place. I want it to go away. The Gen AI, again. The complaining of the terms. Like, you give me a thing where I throw my laundry in a basket and I come back and it's just sitting there folded. Even better if it can get it into the closet on a hanger. But even if it just folds it and I have to pick it up and take it there myself, that is amazing. Let's see. I want to push button to close all the windows of your house when it rains, not run around like a madman. You can. It's called a maid. Right, but we're talking about automation. That's the automation I want. And to be fair, if it wasn't for the fact that, like, it's not that I have, like, an inherent not trust of people that I think some maid would start stealing all my stuff or I think it's nothing like that. I just don't like the idea of people I don't know being in my house. Like, obviously, when, you know, there's a plumbing problem that's a bit outside of what I can deal with reasonably myself, or I don't have the time, I've actually never called a plumber, so I don't know why I'm saying that. Or an electrician, because I could do both those things myself, so I haven't had a need at any point. But you get where I'm going with that. There's some mushrooms there I'm going to grab. I'm going to park this right where we parked the boat last time. You think the maid is a bit much to get out of the washing? I mean, low-key, I have zero problem. If I had the money to, you know, pay someone an appropriate amount for doing it, I would hire a maid. What? Oh, that's not... 1 second. That's not where I need to be going. I was like, I'm not seeing the things I'm looking for, because I'm in the wrong place. We've got to go farther up the shore. So, well, house automation can tell you to open and close your windows at the moment? Or do you not have enough money? Yeah, that's the big thing, is the cost. But that's the reasons the maid is a type of euphemism. Oh. Medical assistant in dying. Ah. Clothes folding auto cabinets exist. They're just hours to fold a batch. and you can't put in the other cabinets, and they cost 10K. Well, right, but that's the reason why you'd invest in it. As time goes on, you keep investing in the product, you keep getting its process refined, you figure out ways to make it cheaper and more efficient and more space reasonable and all that. Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see those investments happen. I don't want people to continue to put more and more money in having my search engine tell me something other than what I'm searching at, searching, and then get like it 60-70% wrong. I have a search engine. It accomplishes the task for me perfectly fine. Now, folding laundry and all that is a big pain in the butt. It's just time consuming. It's not a terrible job. It's not like I wake up dreading folding the laundry or something. Let's see, the folding machine you've seen do sheets in like 3 seconds have a big warning saying what happens if you fall in. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely dangers that would create. Because automation could definitely be dangerous with those as well when you're dealing with like hydraulics and pneumatics and all that operating. But yeah. And it'd probably be one of those things that, like, certain things only, what's that? Fold the sheet, fold the sheet, fold the sheet, yeah. Safety standards are a huge pain, yeah. Well, there is that one that is kind of one of the things that holds back a lot of that is, liable, which you need because you want a company to be responsible for when the machine folds a person. They're like, hey man, it's up to you to like put enough safety stuff in here to make it reasonably usable by a consumer. But at the same time, it is one of those things as well that when you're doing something that's got a certain level of risk involved, it can be difficult to juggle. Those dangerous machines are typically for industrial settings, to be fair. Yeah, agreed. But that's the thing, is trying to bring something, like you have your industrial laundry folder, or whatever, and they're going, okay, but how do we make a consumer-grade one? And that's always a challenge. And you run into that, and there's some things that gets really rough with it. Pulling up my map. Okay, so a little bit more to the west. Like, there's definitely, for, like, accessibility, that's one of the really big challenges, coming up with a new thing that's, like, okay, for people who are, who have mobility problems, like getting like a handrail thing they can lift themselves out of a couch or whatever, they have to be a lot more careful about liability because you're already dealing with someone who, a lot of your clients are going to be people dealing with very significant health problems that, make it far more easy for something that, someone else, it might not be that big a deal, but someone in that situation takes a spill, takes a fall because your handrail thing comes detached or whatever. What could just be kind of a bruise and some swear words and maybe worst case like get concussed or something. But then you're dealing with someone who's already got pretty badly jeopardized health. And sometimes that liability can be a thing that prevents that product, even if it would help a lot of people from coming to fruition, because maybe there's just not a good way to mitigate that risk. And thank you, Vinciplex, for the 240 stream streak. I do really appreciate that as well. Let's go ahead and plunk you down there. Before we go anywhere, I'm going to put a little pin here with an X and go boat. You're just marking that way when I get turned around later, you find my boat. Okay. Let's see, Burning Sun said there was a company that made a device to tell you when you forgot your child or baby in the back seat of the car. It never went to market due to the liability. Yeah, no, it's a double-edged sword that, like, again, you want you want liability laws at some degree. It's important. But also they can be something that's a bit of a limiter. Okay. So this will let me know if there's any copper ever nearby. So there is small amounts of native copper. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No ore nearby. Okay. That's how close we were. I dug one tile off of being able to see it. That's always how it works. For those who missed, there is an entire tunnel system we've dug down there looking for the copper. And I missed by one tile. So we have the control inputs. Yeah, robot suits for quadriplegics are coming after they are used able-bodied people because they are less able to deal with non-nominal outcomes. Yeah. You have control inputs. There are several great streamers you could recommend who outplay normal people in normal games with a quad stick mouth-based controller. But you never see real employees letting them manipulate real things like cranes. Yeah, no, it's always tricky. Literally that man giving up mining for diamonds meme. Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. It's okay, diamonds are worthless. No, I'm teasing. Low-key, I'm very happy that, like, diamonds are becoming less and less of a thing people are using for jewelry. Considering that's been, like, a really awful monopoly for a long time where it's either getting blood diamonds or you're getting stuff like De Beers with their price-fixing kind of garbage. So as I'm seeing more and more people not buying diamonds, like, yeah, you get those people in their price-fixing. Alright, so now we've got all the copper we can see. No ore nearby. Let's see, using normal people is not great phrasing. Please don't use that in that manner. Yeah, that's definitely fair. Especially considering by the time you reach the end of adulthood, you'll usually have a roughly about... Oh, what was it? It was something like 70% of people would end up with eventually having a disability and that kind of stuff. So it kind of includes pretty much everyone at just different phases of life. Okay, so you have very poor native copper locally here. So it does look like we're going to have two separate copper nodes. So I'm going to go ahead and we don't detect any more copper here, so I'm going to mark that off. So let's move down here to where their copper node was. Medium amounts of copper. Okay, so let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm trying to split the difference. Or if we go far enough. So now I see trace. So I know the copper is in this vague direction. Now what I don't know is it could be down, it could be up, could be that way, could be this way. I do know it's not that way. So 1, 2, 3. What a mining nerd. 4. That's just triangulation. 5, 6, 7, 8, and... trace amounts. Okay, so it's not this way. So next contestant would be this way. And this is what's the difference between using the picks and all that, or using the prospecting pick and not. You really want the prospecting pick with you. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the reason I'm choosing 8 is that it is enough that the first place I mined shouldn't show up on it. No ore at all nearby. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we still found medium. So between these 2 points, we've got medium showing up. So the question is it up or down? So we're going to do the dangerous thing of digging straight above ourselves. And we found it. Because it could be up or down, and because we were in between and that's where my down ramp went, is like, okay. Sounds good, Nose. I appreciate it. Now, there's also a quality to the ore as well. What that quality does is basically how many bits of ore you're going to get out of it, kind of thing. Okay. Now, sometimes you get into weird situations where it can be hard to figure out, and the reason it's hard to figure out comes down to, the fact that you have, like, more than one node, so it's like you don't actually have a medium node, but you have, like, 2 small nodes. And then because of that, you're stuck trying to figure out, like, where exactly all of this stuff is. Yeah, and this is, like, right at the surface. Like, we're seeing the dirt and everything. It's also interesting that this gives you some information that, if you noticed when we did the prospecting pick that back there, it pretty much said, like, very, very little copper. That this is, like, a particularly not great place for copper. Yet we are finding a decent amount here. It's just the odds of finding stuff. So you can actually have a place that says, like, oh, there's, like, super duper high amounts of copper kind of thing, potentially. but you still don't find anything because it is in odds. It's not telling you how much actually exists there. Another thing is it's usually worth mining a little bit wide around stuff. And the reason I'm saying that is you can have the ore show up at kind of diagonals, as you see like right here. So it is worth like hollowing out slightly wider than the actual space implies. Okay, let's check again. You think surface nodes aren't affected? That could be. Okay, so it says trace amounts over there. What's this say over here? Also trace amounts. There's a lot of possibilities where it could be then. It could be somewhere here in the middle. There we go. Yeah, they're spread, they're actually smaller veins, but spread around, so you don't end up somewhere with 0 copper for days. Interesting. I was not aware of that. So still seeing trace amounts. Which I believe trace is the lowest you can have that there isn't any here. Okay, we're still seeing trace amounts. Oh, that's not what I want. Let me go one tile farther over, see if we have more at the diagonal. Oh, it's literally right behind where we just were. Okay, let's see if it says trace amounts this way now. No ore nearby. No ore nearby. And no ore nearby. So that's that vein completely consumed. Alright, so what that means is where we did see the copper here, we have depleted this ore vein of all of its copper. Okay, nothing on you. Don't shoot me in the back, please. Oh, he went to shoot. I heard the scream. Alright. So that was a very successful trip. So drop all of this in here. Now we go home. Alright, so the good news is we now have our prospecting pick. When we get home, the hammer was already poured in its mold, so you can just break all these copper up into copper bits so you can make lots of copper tools, which will be good because then I can make scythes and all sorts of things, probably the anvil. But now what we're going to want to do is on various parts of the map, we're going to want to go around and using our prospecting pick in prospecting mode, we can hit 3 spots and it goes, okay, here's the general idea of what ore's in the area. Like, based on odds kind of thing. You making the anvil out of copper? You can make it out of any metal. There's different tiers. So there's like a copper anvil, a bronze anvil, an iron anvil. Well, the copper anvil is a bit limited in what it can do. It does allow me to make stuff like the saw blades and all that kind of stuff, which opens up planks, and once we get planks, it opens up a ton of stuff. Yep, no, exactly what Cinderlash is saying. So, the copper anvil wouldn't let me do iron or steel, but it would let me do bronze, which becomes necessary because there's a lot of things you can't make using molds that you have to use the blacksmith, the blacksmithing mechanic. So I definitely need to get that all sorted. But the other nice thing we can do is with a prospecting pick, we can prospect that island I'm starting on. There's a possibility I've got good stuff on that island, and I'm just blissfully unaware. So like I said, what I can kind of do is go to like a couple different places on the island, we can prospect, and if there's anything we care about in that area, we can then dig down and try and find it. You know, if it comes out that all the numbers are pretty crap, we can start going to places like that area to my left there. There's lots of exposed rock. I can very easily prospect that. But the goal is going to be kind of hopping around, prospecting, so that, you know, finding stuff like tin and zinc and copper and iron and whatever else we might decide we need can be good. We've already found more olivine than I know what to do with. I just need to get up to bronze to where I can get it. Is there steel tiers in Vintage Story, or are those wrapped into iron tier? Steel is its own tier, but you make steel using iron. That it takes the iron and it goes through a fairly complicated process where you have to sit there and, you know, you have to, oh, it wasn't even charcoal. Do you have to make coke? I'm trying to remember. But, you have this whole thing where you make this, like, kind of special furnace area where you put a bunch of like charcoal and iron ingots into what's effectively a enclosed space. Which just wants to make sure that you're really proud of stuff. Yeah, steel is a tier above iron and the highest tier. You won't need a steel anvil since iron can forge a tier above. Yep. Yeah, no, that's the thing. With like to make your steel ingots, it's a whole process where you have to like make this this smooth stone like copper kind of thing. You seal it closed, and then you have like this entire like kiln style room that's got like all this coal burning below it, and it takes like days of burning in there. And it's a whole thing. You have to make special bricks for it to make it so it can withstand the heat and all that, and even then it'll slowly get damage. Yeah, simplified compared to real life, but way more complicated than most games. Yes. Steel was the thing I found the most confusing the very first time I played through. Which I've only done one playthrough before this one. And a lot of that was, when you look at steel on here, steel making, this here, where it's telling you how to construct the thing, was infuriating. Because it's trying to describe an exact design to you in words, which makes it very difficult to really understand what it wanted. But I literally ended up having to just like Google a picture of it, and then like the moment you pull up a picture, like, oh, okay, that's easy. Like, I understand. Like, I had an idea what it wanted, but it was definitely one of those ones that just kind of like head scratching, being like, okay. I think later on they added it so when you put down a block, it give you like almost a stencil, which made it a lot easier. So you put down a block, and it's like, oh, I just fill in the green blocks with the stuff here. And then there's just some confusion about what had to be the vents and what had to be this or whatever. Is that my island there? No, that's the chain of islands. Well, since it's going to go right down to ground level, I'm going to go ahead and use the prospecting pick on this corner. Island not made looks tropical. I wouldn't say it goes as far as tropical. But like it's got maple trees and all that, which wouldn't do too well in the tropics. I would definitely say it's not as cold looking as like Ireland or whatever would be. But I would say this looks temperate to me. So switch to prospecting mode. So with prospecting mode, you just have to break 3 blocks. You have to be at least a couple tiles away from each other. Gotcha, Faye. Well, I'm glad I could help. I'm sorry you're been dealing with a lot of stuff like that. Okay, so we have poor bismonite, poor sphalerite, very poor copper, and minuscule hematite. In other words, not a great place to look for stuff. But yeah, no, like, this, with this big pine tree on the top and everything, this to me looks very temperate. I don't know what the in-game considers it. Like, we have pine trees in Florida, but they're not that style. You're not looking at your deep, rich, evergreen-style pine trees. They're the big, scrawny, tall ones that just have, like, a couple flimsy little branches off here and there. Good for lumber, not good for a whole lot else. Yeah, no, it definitely gets choppier than this, but not like Valheim, where Valheim you go through a proper storm and you're like, please survive. Please survive, as you're just going up and down in your boat and be like, please don't fall apart in this water. I love you too. You sleep well.
You sleep well.
Hey.
Eat your potato, it was so yummy.
I will. Love. Yeah, and this is where we live, on this island. So yeah, so what we'll probably do is we're gonna run around a little bit out on the map, because our island's big enough it takes up like 6 or 8 tiles or whatever. And so we're gonna go ahead and run around and prospect the island a little bit. So basically I'm gonna go like every half screen or so, find some exposed stone or dig down a little ways. The tropical pines called Cuban pines are a unique thing to the part of the globe. You have Norfolk pines where we're into the lower tropical band, though not all the way to the equator. Yeah, and imagine the ones we probably have here would be in like the Cuban pine kind of area. Tall, scrawny pines. Did you change the water-to-land ratio in the settings? Yes. We are at about 50% water. They have added oceans to the game, and that was kind of the thing, is I wanted to set up on an ocean, or buy an ocean, for this playthrough, because the oceans were new and I wanted to see them. And then we had, like, bad luck finding an ocean on our first map we generated, so we just mulliganed and went, okay, well, we're just going to really lean in on the waterfront. Eventually, we're going to put these things to use. Because I am collecting a lot of peridotite. Okay, so apparently we haven't had rain in a while, and the crops are not doing well because of it. Unfortunately, I can't help them with my own stuff, because it's all salt water here. So that won't be much help to them. Okay, so they're still flowering. You're still working on it. Okay. So that's still good. That'll be fine. This will be fine. We want to eat these. I don't actually know what the default ratio is, other than it is significantly less water than we've got now. Okay, there's the hammerhead. So I'll grab you, grab a stick. Let's see, you should poke Retnar about the Reese's. He had an Archipelago mod working in Vintage. Did quite a bit of limit testing at one stage. Gotcha. That's good to know. Unfortunately, we were away long enough that our torches did break. Which I previously mentioned, and it's still true, that I would like to make lanterns as one of the first things we make. Because lanterns don't ever have to be replaced, kind of thing. So when I put the lanterns in my house, they just stay good. Alright, so we've got all our copper here. So let's see. We can start with you. So we need 900 units. So 640. $800. 850. 900 units to make the anvil. So if we're looking there, that is that's a pretty good chunk of all that. Okay. So it's definitely going to require more coal than we used the last time. So let's grab the coal. Oh, right. I haven't actually... done these. Alright, so that's going to take a little bit to go, because that is the largest thing we can make with ore right away. So unfortunately, that's taking a really big chunk of our ore, but that's fine. Put you back over there. Because then what I'll do is we will pour the copper in there for the anvil. And then the next thing we'll make... I don't think I actually want to make those. A medium temporal storm is approaching. Okay. Alright. So what we'll probably do here is I'll deliberately carve through. There's water on the other side of that wall. We might end up like hiding indoors and panning for ore while we wait. We're just creating a pit and capturing all the grasshoppers ever. I really wanted to run around and start surveying the surrounding areas. That can wait. So I'm trying to grab a bunch thing. What's the exclamation mark at the top of the screen? I do have a UI mod that adds stuff. Like if you look on the bottom left corner of the screen, it mentions like the day of the year and all that and time of day. That's just basically telling me that there's a temporal storm imminent. Well, not imminent. Coming soon. Imminent is a step worse. There, that should be more than enough to get through here. Okay, so you're still heating up. Meanwhile... I've got that set up so I can work on this other stuff. Because then I can just chuck down a little sand and just pan in the sand directly in front of me in the safety of my home. This isn't perfect. With the temporal storm, even though I do have light in here, the enemies can appear inside of here with me. But going outside is is a pretty fast way to die. Was there anything else I want to use the mold for right now? Because I don't have a lot of spare copper. I definitely feel like we should make a spare pickaxe. Because we did use the better part of our existing pickaxe, so get a spare handy. But then we'll probably want to use the anvil for the rest of our stuff. Make ourselves like a set of shears, make ourselves a couple of the other things. Maybe make ourselves a phalanx if we got the spare weapons. Okay. But eventually we'll want to make all our tools out of metal. Usually I found copper wasn't the best one. Around the time I started getting iron, I was finding enough iron fast enough that I felt pretty comfortable making iron tools. Because fortunately a lot of, like, if you find like an actual iron vein, they tend to be pretty big. Yeah, we just keep on dumping our molten copper in here. Alright. Then I go back here again. That'll be for our pickaxe. The anvil's gonna take a while to cool down. Drop the rest of that in there for right now. Okay. It's also just struck me. Love the rewind and feature. Rewind and watch the mining. Yeah, no, the rewind and feature, while it certainly took longer than it should have to become a thing, it has been an excellent addition. Alright. And I'll probably just make the rest into ingots. Let's go over here. It's like enough for 3 ingots, but not a lot of extra copper, but it is something. So let's see if this scales the way I think it will. Let's make that 6, because that should be enough to do all that. Alright. Boy, stretching real fast. Okay. Yeah, because that should give me 3 ingots worth. So we can pour ourselves 3 ingots down here. And hopefully that'll get that all going. Alright. And yeah, I'll need to make like a mold rack and everything because they're getting kind of claustrophobically shoved in here. But once we get this set up, I think the next goal is going to be starting to build the house above here. Because this is meant to be our cellar. And so we can build the house up above, we'll make ourselves like a dedicated blacksmithing area that will make it much bigger than we did in our last playthrough. Because our last playthrough, our poor little smithy thing was shoved in a corner. It was certainly usable, but it definitely felt pretty claustrophobic at times. Yeah, so what the experiment I'm doing here is seeing if the amount of coal I need scales linearly or not. In other words, if it takes 2 coal to make 100 copper, when I make 300 copper, does it take 6 coal, or do I gain some efficiency out of it, or do I lose some efficiency on it? Let's see, what you don't want to be like me and live in a dirt hole for a year and a half because everything else feels more important? Well, I mean, the big thing is I want to actually have this work well for preserving food. Because right now, I'm not getting the benefit from it. Like, one, the crude door needs to be replaced with an actual door so it qualifies as a cellar. So it looks like I actually do gain some benefit. Because that should have taken 6 charcoal to do that. And instead, it took me only 4. Oh, you heard a rumor that ore heats up faster if you split up into multiple stacks? Have you tested to see if that's true? I mean, we did just do that, not with that one, but with the anvil. And maybe it was faster. It wasn't super obvious if it was, unfortunately. Okay, so you're the one with the shortest shelf life, so you're going in my hands so we can eat you. But most likely the storm is going to hit us tomorrow. Okay. So little by little we're going to try and get all this sorted out now that I can afford to actually use a pickaxe. I'm not super worried if any of this rots. Because if it does ultimately rot, that's just stuff I can make other things with later. Yeah, seeds of all hit moisture 0 because we haven't had rain in a while. None of those have died yet. This mold must be broken to retrieve its contents. I put the ore in the boat. But those are together. Ow. That's not cold enough yet. But yeah, so once those are cold enough, be able to do more. We're also going to want to make a forge. Alright, so let's see. So for a cobblestone, the clay in the middle I need 2, so I need a total of 7. Of course, just enough so that no matter what I do, I'll have too many. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's our forge. Okay. Yeah, the ore. Yeah, no, I've caught that a couple of times. It was like, right, ore. We'll need you two. Yeah, it's probably a mistake for me to try and do this while the storm's actively popping in here. But, you know. Guess right now I'll put the last cobblestone block over there. Grab the sand. Okay. So with this, let's grab our torch off the wall again. Okay, so we gotta wait for those to get to the right temperature. Yep, so here's the storm. You notice everything gets all trippy. While this is going, enemies can spawn places they normally can't, including in the room with me. That most likely will happen before we're done here. But the plan is to basically quickly smithy these into a couple different things. And then when that's done... Yep, so we got enemies already here. When that's done, I will plop down there and we're going to pan. Because if we try and go outside and survive here, it'll be very short-lived. Okay, so saw blade. There's a whole mini game you can do with this. I do have the the Napster mod. I'm just trying to rush through this really quick. Okay, so we can also go here. The chisel would be a good one. Where are my shears? Yeah, we want the shears. The shears are another really important one. And then we'll make the chisel as well. And that should give me the basics I need for just about everything. And if I want to make anything else, I've got to go find more copper. And thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub, Ufta. I really do appreciate it. And we'll get the chisel. And then the last thing I'd probably want is the scythe, but we don't have the copper for that now. So we did learn one lesson. 4 pieces of charcoal was more than I needed for a set of copper. So I'll try and get away with probably 2 next time. 2 might be plenty. But thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. It's too much of it sub to the channel. And thank you so much for that. Okay. So we're gonna eat our berries before they go bad real quick. And grab the sand. Okay. But yeah, so generally speaking, whenever you have a temporal storm, you usually just go for cover. Later on, you can get yourself like really good armor and that kind of stuff, and you can get away with being out there a little bit. But it does summon enemies of like all sorts of different difficulties. And if you get caught outside with it, it can be pretty awful. Because some of those enemies are ranged, some of them move relatively fast. If we're really lucky, I'll get tin and zinc and all that in here, and we might be able to like make some bronze and not go anywhere. The chances of that are pretty slim. Which the very first thing I'd make would be a bronze pickaxe. Because then if I get lucky with that, I could use the stuff we have to try and get that. Looking forward to making a full set of steel and then farming temporal storms for loot. Yeah, so the enemies do actually give you okay loot. It's just only the higher level ones. The really crap ones, if you're lucky, they'll give you a temporal gear, which just lets you set your spawn. And as a crafting material for a couple of things. But later on, you get a lot of goodies off of them. It's also a thing that if you go deeper underground and let your sanity start caving, you can fight them down there too, if I'm not mistaken, that you'll get some of the more involved ones down below ground. Because if you notice, there's a gear in the middle of my screen that's spinning to the spinning counterclockwise right now. As that gear goes from being full of green to slowly empty, it'll generally slowly make it so that tougher enemies spawn around us faster. You have 1.5 double chests full of temporal gears because you didn't turn off rifts. Yeah, I ended up turning off rifts because I just didn't want to deal with it. Let's see, go underground to let your sanity cave in. You like it? Yeah, generally the deeper you go, the more it tends to impact your sanity. There's also certain places that you'll have that impact your sanity. Yeah, but once the walls stop looking like they're all melty and everything, we'll be good. Then we can go outside and see what crap is sitting out there waiting for us. Okay, so finish the pile of sand I'm on, because a lot of the enemies will scatter. Some of them will still probably be out there, especially with how sheer those walls I have along the edge of my property. That a bunch of them will have just gotten stuck on the walls and all that. And then we'll drop off our pan, we'll drop off the sand. I'm gonna refill in this hole to make this an enclosed space again, so when I put a new door on it, we'll be good. Okay, so drop you off, you off. Those are still exceedingly hot. I'm gonna chuck them all in there till they're cool enough that I don't have to worry about these being equipped. We did get a little bit of copper. We got some cassiterite, which is tin. So I was kind of memeing about the tin thing. We did actually get a tiny bit of tin. And we got some zinc. So memes aside, we did actually get those things. Honestly, I guess for right now, I'm going to throw our stew in here to make it last longer. Because we're getting berries fast enough to keep ourselves sustained. So I can take the rammed earth we pulled out of the floor here. We're going to put that back to enclose the space. Oh, I apparently found a copper arrowhead in there too. And some clear quartz. Which is another goodie. Okay, no immediate signs of enemies nearby. That's good news. I really needed terrain. Okay. So. Gonna mark the area. Need 2 more samples. I think they have to be 3 away from each other. Okay, we got very, very poor bismuthite. We got very poor hematite, very poor native copper, and minuscule amount of cinnabar and cassiterite. In other words, it sucks. I'll come back for the berries in a minute. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go about half a screen away. So around... We'll basically wait till it's on the edge of the map. Around here. Oh, 1 second. I didn't bring my torch with me. All right. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Pretty close to the same thing we just saw at the other spot. Oh, there's a resin. Mark the quartz while we're here. Mark the olivine while we're here. Okay, so the basic idea is I grid the area out. Where? I got stuck on the cliff. Okay. I was trying to back up so I get more hits in, but kept getting caught up on the ledge. It's unfortunate, but it happens. Eventually we'll start deforesting this place enough that we won't find it, like, areas I can't find my way around. I have the hammer on me, I don't need that. That's fine. Yeah, that'll be a perfectly good place for me to turn around and do the prospecting. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ah, stupid bear. It says I unwisely poked the bear. I don't think I poked the bear. I'm pretty sure the poking went the other way around. I'd kind of hope I had killed most of the bears on the island. Which they do eventually come back on their own. Well, that's a wolf right there. I don't love that. No! No! I don't have my death point marked. Why is nature so awful? Okay. Alright, so we got all that stuff. Did I actually finish marking it, by the way? I can't... No, I was in the middle of marking it when the bear jumped me. Poor hematite, very poor of the other two. Okay. Okay. Now we keep chucking ourselves down into a hole and getting hurt. What? I want to go down. Oh, it's control, that's right. So 1. Ow. Oh, this is real bad. Get up the ladder, get up the ladder. The murder hole is full of murder. Okay. I do not like that place. 1. Guess that counted. And then 3. Poor to very poor of most of the metals. Well, I do want to go back in there later. For a bunch of stuff. Right now, it felt a lot like death to me. Like the distinct specific feeling of the end of my existence. 1. Two. And 3. The same kind of deal. Low hematite. Pretty crap for other things. No. No puppy. No do the nom. Okay. Okay. So we got pretty messed up there. And I really needed terrain, because my crops are drying out. And them drop down to 1 day. Okay, so blueberries are getting down to 1 day, so we eat those next. The low fertility soil, we can drop that off. Alright, let's just go down the shore. And check along the shoreline. So 1, 2, 3. So portraits of a whole bunch of things. And my health will slowly recover on its own, but it is very slow. I can make poultices that heal me a lot faster, but they require me to collect all the materials to do it, which is a little bit annoying. Or on top of that, we can just go to sleep, which is effectively trading time and health, or time and food for health. There's not really a like this is the right, this is the wrong answer kind of thing. Oh, right, I still didn't grab my, grab my torch. So 1, 2, 3. That's the 4th block. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything's at least very poor or worse. Bambi's on the move. Bambi wants none of this. Okay. So 1. So now I dig this way 3 tiles. 4 tiles, actually. Oh, or it can be like that. That works too. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so we're just kind of surveying around, just looking to see where we can find ore. Still the best we've been able to find is poor. Okay. It would be nice to check out that underground area, but I think we go in there with full health. It'd be lovely to have some armor to go in there, but I don't think that's happening. Okay. Really good soil in this area so far as just starting out decent. Okay. When it starts to get dark, I will have to circle back, or I'll have to make a torch. Left the other ones behind. 2, 3. Yeah, that's a problem. 2, 3. You're trolling me, game. Actually, before we do that, 1, 2, 3, 4, and here we go. And I'm not doing this with like any specific high amounts of cassiterite here. Hold up. Hold the phone. Cassiterite. I believe you're tin? Yeah, cassiterite is tin. Okay. So we got tin in the area. That's pretty big. It's not the copper I'm looking for, but I'm sure not going to complain it. We also have peat here. That's another big win. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, where it's just kind of, you go around, like, not specifically being like, where can I find copper? Like, what's the best chance of me getting copper? Anything like that. It's just like, okay, let's just do our lap around the island. There's some more quartz. Let's do our lap around the island, periodically survey, kind of just get a feel for what we're working with here. Wait, what was that symbol? Oh, cave entrances. Right, there was a cave system over there that I marked way back. I didn't find any ore in it at the time. So 1. So 1, 2, 3, and survey. One, 2, 3, and survey. There's decent amounts here. That kind of implies to me that there's actually a pretty respectable amount of tin potentially around here. Huh. Let me mark this. This feels like a place I might be able to dig down and find stuff later. Okay, so 1. One, 2, 3. 2. Okay, and that should be far enough. Very poor of all the art stuff. Nothing surprising there. Don't you have a collab thing? Yeah, no, Ultra's been keeping me up to date that we'll be hopping in that probably in how much longer? Pretty much any time now. We originally talked about it being a bit earlier, but you know, she has a thing going on that kind of bumped the schedule around that came up last minute. It's one of those things that happens as content creators that you have to be very flexible about a lot of stuff. Because stuff like sponsorships, that kind of thing coming up. You know, honestly, that's right by there. I'm going to go ahead and just use that last survey point. Good enough. Okay. How much longer on those? Okay, 19 hours those blueberries go dodgy. I'm pretty soon have to rush home. 1. 1, 2, 3. 2. Rumor has it that content creators are so flexible they can lick their own elbows. Try it now and see if you cut for the business. I haven't seen obviously that iteration of it, but you know. The classic getting someone to try that. Okay. So nothing super exciting. A lot of these areas have had very poor copper. There is always a chance as we're like doing stuff around here. We might genuinely actually just find near the surface copper. So 1, 2, and 3. Okay, and Alter's just let me know she's wrapping up one thing real quick, and then she'll be good to go. So we'll try and get ourselves home. I probably need to get home soon anyway in game. For the reasons completely unrelated to the collab. Okay, we got those places marked. I'm pretty sure it's marked right by that quartz. I'm pretty sure that's where the murder hole was. One. So 1, 2, 3, somewhere over here. 2. And 3. Yeah, so our island does have poor in a lot of things, which does mean there's a decent chance we might be able to find stuff in the area. 1. 2. Alright, it's time to go. Because it's gonna have to dig for the last spot. Okay. Yeah, because it looks like we actually got most of the areas marked off. So we didn't get the middle of the island too much. But that should give us a broad idea of what we're dealing with here. Not a lot of exciting stuff. The most exciting thing we found is we have tin on the island, and that's actually kind of a big deal. Tin is one of the tin and the zinc for making bronze are some of the hardest materials to come by a lot of the time. So finding that right here near home, that's a pretty big win. The downside is we didn't see anywhere that had particularly good iron or copper. We saw, small amounts of it kind of all over. So there's a good chance we'll find some copper and iron on our island. It's just a matter of, it's probably not gonna be something we can hop in and just find real fast. So bear with me, chat. What's gonna end up happening is we're about to have an ad break. And so I'm gonna quickly use the restroom while Ultra's wrapping up her thing. And refreshing my torches, because I will absolutely forget. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I'm going to be back in just a minute because I need to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back as soon as that's done, and all that stuff. And hey, Treacle, it's good to see you. I'll get a shout out for Treacle once I'm back, but I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, Ultra tried to call, right as I was using the restroom real quick. Okay. Going pretty good. How about yourself? That's totally fine. I understand that sometimes they come into hey, can you do the sponsored segment tonight? You're like, I mean, not really, but I guess yes. Yep. It's been going good. I finally got some actual copper versus picking up pebbles off the ground and being like, please, I need this. So it's a major milestone in the game. While you give me that, I just realized I don't have more drinks. So I'm gonna grab that. And I'll be right back. Do we want to set that up? I can work on that while you figure out the server stuff. Yep, I can do that. Soon as I remember where they hid those buttons. Oh, there'll be judgment. It is it takes a little bit to figure things out. Oh, let me mute you on vocal. I literally don't give it permission to use my mic. It's like, no, you can't have it. And then you sent me stuff for signing into the server. I have no idea what this game shows, so I'm definitely judging the password very heavily. Yeah, so yeah, I'm good to share chat. I can hit the button. Let's see. Start sharing chat. So behave ish. Yep. Right. Okay. I was gonna give you like one or two things like pointers that'll spare you a lot of agony and pain. I'm very curious if that name's going to work, because usually it's going to be like an IP address or like a URL. Oh yeah. Because the server name you sent me, it's like, yeah, that's not going to do anything for me. Yeah, and don't worry, I've got my screen hidden, so chat is just hearing me talk about stuff. Just because I don't. I mean, I don't imagine anyone in our group is going to like start DDoSing the server or something, but you never know. So I've got that there. So if I click on that, does that show any of the information I got to worry about? Okay. So it does look like once, like, no connection could be made because the target machine actively refused it. Okay. Yeah, no, it's saying actively refuse. So it didn't time out. It's like literally telling me no. So um I'm assuming so. And also good to see you, Treacle and Azrael and everyone. Yeah, we didn't get a chance to test this before stream or everything. If that's not clear. Because I have no idea what any of this looks like on your hosting end. I've actually not played this multiplayer before. Doing it live just like Bob intended. Sure. Let's see here. The Max clients all looks good. Oh, interesting. Well, with the yeah, you can try stopping with the password. You might have to put the password in quotes. Yeah, because it's expecting what's known as a string. So if you look at like how so that might be why it reset, is it might have been like you tried to put something here that I didn't know what to do with. Okay. Because that'd probably be why I was actively refusing, is I was providing a password. It's like, I don't have a password. What are you doing? Yep, just kind of seeing. Okay, so it says connecting. Yeah, no, it said actively refused. Yeah, because I don't. Yeah, so it did keep the password that time. You can try doing that. That might also need to be in quotation marks when you put it there. Yeah, because I've not messed with hosting a Vintage Story server. Wonder if I need that port or not. Yeah, I can gonna hide my screen since I'll be typing that in, so don't want chat to see that. The good news is like once I add stuff there, it doesn't it's not like Project Zomboid where it just flat out just shows the IP address and all that. Like it just has like whatever I give the name of the server, it's like I'm connecting and then failed. Let me know when it's up. Actively refused. Find my screen. So the server name usually is just like your friendly name for yourself. Like that usually doesn't matter. I do, and mine actually matches what you've got there. Um is that a single quote after the server name or a double quote? Or so the line above where you're at? Yeah, there. Is that a single quote at the end? Like, because it could be just compression. Well, I mean, single quotate like or double quotation marks.
Okay, just making sure, because otherwise it would have been an invalid string. It's compression on me trying to watch. It's fuzzy. What's yeah, that's what I'm guessing. So the users or players tab way down there on the left. Okay, that's just who's logged in. Oh, I don't. Yeah, because I don't know what that's related to. Because this is all stuff that has to do with your hosting service, nothing about the game itself. So I might have to scroll down. Those are roles. We can keep going past that. Has to do with like claiming land. Not necessarily, because it could be that there'll be in some places it'll be like list of allowed players. And that often they'll put near the not like at the bottom, but pretty far in there, or it'll be a separate file sometimes. Yeah, I can keep going down there. This is all permissions like mods. They have a lot of permissions in this. Whitelist mode, I have no idea, because I don't like, that's the thing. If it was 2 by default, I don't. Can I? Let me see if I hit. Okay. Let me see. So whitelist mode vintage story. So whitelisting questions. Community is not available. Community is not available. How to remove whitelisting from my server. Community is not available. What the crap? It's just. Let's see. Change on all default 1 for off. So if we change whitelist to 1, that should turn off the whitelist. Which is probably what's doing is we probably have to create a whitelist and do all that stuff. But we got a username and password and all that kind of stuff then. Yep. Oh, I missed. I was showing my screen again. Yeah, I've not done multiplayer. We definitely should have tested this before stream. Yep. There's a lot of routers who will block direct incoming connections unless specifically port. Yeah, so to be clear, Valk, this is a hosting company kind of thing. Not us hosting directly one off the other. Yeah, it's a dedicated server, and that's what we're talking about. I have not made anything multiplayer thing. Nice. Excellent. Um. Huh. Well, we should have changed it to 1. Yeah, so we can change that back. Yep, we can try that. What difficulty are we going to choose? We're going to be doing standards, and this will be Ultra's first time. And that already has enough stuff that can cause people mayhem. It could also be where we added the IP address to the thing or one of the other ones. You have to have something there. So it'd have to be like null. Yeah. For context for those not here, like because you can't see it because obviously setting stuff, it is JSON. So it's just, and which JSON's just the file format. Yep. Yeah, no, it's a JSON file, but it's just configuring all that stuff. Trying to kick it back to where it was. So fun. Yeah, if you started that, I actually tried to connect while you were starting that, and it did start connecting and saying downloading. So it might literally just work if we hit start and just go with it. Is it secure? Probably not. Do we care? Probably not. Yeah, no, she has to edit the settings file manually because that's dedicated servers will typically do that. It's interesting because I still have the password definitely set there. It's just like, oh, okay, whatever. I don't need that. Okay, so now I can try going to the config file and just switching just the one thing from 2 to 1. Yep. Okay. Yep, no, Crazy, you're absolutely right. Getting the error message to change is progress. Oh yeah, no, we knew there's a whitelist thing going on, but we weren't getting to that point. I was having like the connection was utterly refused. Yep, supposedly I'm downloading data, maybe. Oh, it's launching client instance. I'm waiting for it to be like wrong version or something. uh, uh, I have a character creation screen.
Okay. Yeah, I need to switch a tab also because I'm just going to distract myself with seeing it. All right, so yeah, that took us a little while to set up. That's fine. That happens. That was the thing, is like, oh, let me look up how this works, and I was like, oh, all their actual FAQ things are apparently broken link right now, and I'm assuming that's some outage, because I know Steam was down, like their whole store was down earlier. Yeah, no, a bunch of people in chat were talking about it. Oh, they're very creepy. Yeah, no, it's the lore, you're not human, you're like some weird angel thing. There are classes, I would utterly ignore them and just choose commoner. Basically, classes are all specialized, but they all come with penalties. And it makes sense if we're gonna have like 10 people and people want to specialize and all that. But with 2, there's just not enough for us to matter. I mean, there was a new patch a while ago. I think there's certain times where stuff will happen, like Kenshi, like someone will play Kenshi and like everyone plays Kenshi for a while. It's one of those things I think kind of happened. The characters are no lookers, that's for sure. But yeah, so generally when you first play the game, it's kind of looking around to figure out where you even want to make your home or anything. Because like different terrain. So it's kind of just explore, get an idea. The things we'd probably want to look for is fresh water for growing crops or whatever. If you hear a buzzing, for the love of God, do not destroy the beehive. They're very rare. It's heartbreaking when you find a beehive and you accidentally destroy it and you're like, oh god, now I gotta go look for the bees again. But yeah, otherwise, if you see anything that looks meaningful on the ground, you can just pull up your map, right-click, and mark it. Yeah, no, I wouldn't worry about class. I think class only matters if you're gonna have a bunch of people. That's much better. You were like some horrific, like, didn't have stuff until you got your character finished. Yeah. Everything else we can put up with. Beehives are something you don't want to destroy, and if you see a pine tree with resin leaking out of it, that's another one that it's not as big a deal as beehives. Yeah, just don't destroy those. Yeah. Yeah, it's a gravelly, sad place. Yeah, it's probably just run around, see if there's anything nearby. Like, with the mini-map, you can kind of get an idea of what's there. Like, you can see there's kind of an area that's a little darker to the south, so that's something different. I haven't memorized, like, all the colors or anything yet. Yeah. Yeah, no, and this is also one of those games that we end up hopping on independently. It's not a huge ordeal. Not unless, like, one of us is playing, like, all the time without the other. But that's even fine if we're, like, managing similar stuff. Okay, so we have a forest biome here. Oh, and be careful with giant gaping holes in the ground. That happens. Oh, so probably one of the other things to do early on is figure out how to make a tool. So you're standing on a stick, so you'll probably want to pick that up. We'll need to find a couple of stones. And fortunately, this is conglomerate, and that's too soft to nap. So we'll just put that back down. So we'll have to find flint. Oh, I mean, you can... Okay, yeah, so you see how this is flint on the ground by me? Yeah, so you can pick that up, and if you get 2 pieces of flint, you can put one on the ground and then nap it. And it'll like make you choose something, so you probably want a knife first. And then you're like... Yeah, meanwhile I'm running around, gonna find some flint of my own. Yep. And then you gotta, like... You don't have to break all the blocks, just break the ones bordering the part you want to keep. I don't think with the napping you can. There is the blacksmithing you can screw stuff up, where it just costs you more materials. And, be mindful of mushrooms, of what you eat. Because, like, I mean, right now on me, I have a chanterella, which looks good, and almond mushrooms look good, and a death cap, which, you know, doesn't look as good as the others. And you can pick up the berry bushes, like just yank them out of the ground. Those can be good to take with us, so when we get a place we want to live, we can plant them there. If it aggroes you, it's going to probably mess your day up. Which is a little surprising, because usually they're aggressive. It must have just eaten a rabbit or something. If you just, like, punch it. Yep, and then this one has berries for you. So, Black Trumpet, can I eat you? Yes. It's not a bad one. I would say we want to find any kind of body of water that's not an ocean. Yeah, let's... yeah, they'll growl at you, and then they'll attack you. And they are faster than you. Oh, I see resin. Straight in front of you, straight up. Can't reach it. Actually, can I reach it? We don't need it right now, but it's good to know where it's at. So what I'm going to do is just grab my map. And I'm going to put a little pin. And go resin. Now, the question is, do you get to see that mark I put on the map, or is it just for me? Okay, that's good to know. Okay, I don't see the lake yet, but... Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah. Oh, right, because when you pull up the map, you can... Oh, that is... That might be an ocean. There is a little teeny tiny lake north of the ocean, though. So, we will still have... Yeah, so we'll still have access to fresh water. And I wouldn't mind me... What's... not to live ourselves, but when we go to grow plants. Like, farming with salt water does not work well. Ooh, that's...
Well, I'm not there yet. I was busy. Ooh, I found lead. Right. Let me mark where I saw the leads. We probably won't need lead for a long time, but... Okay. Yeah, now the reeds, if you pick those up with a knife... Oh, there's ruins here, too. Oh, they're decent-sized ruins. Okay. We might actually have something cool here, too. I'm working my way towards you. I'm just picking up mushrooms and that on the way we go, because food gets rough. Oh, there's ruins all over the place over here. That's cool. You can find some pretty exact stuff. Yeah, no, this is probably freshwater. I don't know that for sure, but it looks like freshwater. One thing you're probably going to want to do is these reeds. You can grab the top part of the reeds using the knife. And you can use those to make a really crappy backpack. But if you're ever curious of what you can use stuff for, if you just pull up your inventory and put your mouse over it. I don't know what the button's going to be for you because I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, but for me it's D. You can get a thing that will pull up and show you like every recipe you can make with an item. It's also a thing with the knife, we can pull these reeds up and plant them somewhere else if we figure out where we want to live, kind of thing. Did I just... yeah. I mean, and in this game, like, you can yank up the cattail and eat the root system if you cook it. It's not a bad spot. Okay. Yeah, you just need two things that are strong enough that you can bang them together, like flint or whatever. It'll say when you pick up a rock if it's too soft. Oh, Dvorak keyboard? It's just a different layout. For those who don't know the history about keyboard layouts, QWERTY was made to prevent keyboard or for typewriters from jamming. So it was about keeping the arms from common keys being too close to each other. So it's not that it was designed to be inefficient, but it was designed with mechanics in mind that aren't really relevant anymore. And so Dvorak is just one of the layouts that's actually designed without that consideration. But there's other ones like Workman and a whole bunch that Dvorak is usually used more for like software developers, that kind of thing. For you, it's probably E. Yeah, and if you mouse over stuff, I don't know what button it is. It's something like, oh, what is that on a QWERTY keyboard? Maybe G? If you mouse over something and hit G, it'll like show you all the possible recipes. Oh, H. Everyone's saying it's H, actually. And H does have like an entire guide tutorial that'll walk you through everything. Oh. So if you found a nugget, I'm trying to pull up the right buttons. So, yeah, if you go where the nugget is, if you mark that on the map, you're going to want to do that. That's lead.
So if you mouse over, it says Nugget Galena, but if you look way at the bottom, it says 5 units of lead. So if you pull up the inventory and you mouse over that nugget you picked up, like in little, yeah, so that's telling you that'll give you a lead if you smelt it. But yeah, anytime you see ore, it's worth marking it. Generally speaking, if you find ore on the surface, it's below the ground there. Yeah, you'll mostly just find lead and copper and all that. Copper's a big win if we find some. Yeah, if you want to just mark in the air, as long as you're close, that's good enough. Okay. Yep. Yeah, no, and the animals do have the whole cycle where they'll grow up and all that. A cracked vessel? Yeah, you might be able to break it open and get goodies. Yeah, no, if you can make some crappy bags out of reeds, that'll help a little bit. Hand basket. Yeah. Yeah, and the other way to find it would be to like put your mouse over some reeds and then hit H, and it'll show you that the reeds can make it. You'll end up doing that H thing on items that you find in the world a lot. Sphalerite. Trying to remember what that is. Is that tin? Zinc? Where'd you find the sphalerite? Okay. Was it in the cracked jar vase thing? Oh, okay. Cool. It was like, just, if it was sitting on the surface, I'd be like, what? That'd be an amazing find. Okay, so we want to build over here, you wanted to? Go where, like, this, these ruins are? Oh, there is, yeah. Like, the game actually has different temperature areas and everything. They have, like, boreal forest and everything. Yeah, there's actually even a command in the game called not Minecraft to put a big message on the bottom corner of your screen that says it's not Minecraft. Yeah, I don't use it, but it's pretty funny. Where, what? Oh, the command? I think you just literally type in chat, like, / not Minecraft, or I don't know if it's exclamation mark. I haven't used any of the commands. It's something like that. I'm sure someone, like, off their hand probably knows what it is in chat. Yes. But flint and all that's pretty easy to come by, so... you know, use it. It's not until you start getting your very first metal tools you're like, okay, what do I want to use this limited resource on? Once you get more, like, hit a proper ore vein. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. The game kind of has it where stuff like finding ore is a lot more difficult than Minecraft. But when you find it, instead of getting like 5 pieces of iron, you will find a proper vein. Like you might break multiple pickaxes just trying to mine the whole thing. So it's a lot more work, but a lot more reward. Oh yeah, there's no reason not to. And we can cook food to make it way better, so you might have noticed you destroy mushrooms and they don't seem to give you a whole lot of nutrition. People are saying it's period, not Minecraft, and yeah, it puts a little message in the top left that's like, this is not Minecraft. We're probably gonna want torches soon because darkness in this game is properly dark. It also does have the whole thing like some nights will be full moon, some nights will be partial moon. Oh yeah, Gord, wait till you see like the clay working. Clay working's pretty neat. How long it takes to chop down a tree depends on the size of the tree. Yeah. So if you find like a real big oak or maple tree, you might be chopping for a little while. Yeah, and that's kind of a thing you're seeing in the game is a lot of stuff is you're gonna put more work in to get the same thing done as Minecraft, but then when you get your reward for it, you get a lot more out of it. The tree apocalypse, Recapitator mod, Minecraft is the same sort of thing. Yeah, there's definitely been inspiration between the games. I haven't seen a redwood tree in the game. There's like a bunch of different areas, so apparently you can go like all the way up to polar ice caps and like down to tropics, and they have entirely different things in all of them. I've only been to 2 of them so far.
Oh, it's also funny when your axe runs out of durability while you're chopping down a tree that's too big. You don't quite finish chopping down the tree. You get just part of it. With the knife. I believe it'll specifically say on it that that like with a knife or whatever. Like a lot of stuff will be very verbose about that. Or I'll say something like with a knife you can get the roots or something like that. Okay, and I'm just going to arbitrarily start planting some bushes off to the side so they can start growing. Because it takes a while, but, you know, it's free food that you put little effort into. Was it a kind of a musical sound? Yeah, that's your character getting hurt. Your hunger bar, is it empty? Don't forget to eat. Streaming is distracting. I'm desperately having, like, mental freeze of what I want to build my house out of. Because we don't have many options right now. Oh, if you use the knife, you'll get, like, the dried grass off of it. But then once you've cut it once, you can rip it up using it more. Oh, you might need to be right-clicking, maybe? Actually, I have to think about it. No, it's left-click. No, if you're using a knife, it should be all the time. It's definitely destroying it, though. Here's a question. Is the knife on your bar, or is it on the thing in the far left? Oh, did you put a handle on the knife, or are you just holding the blade? It's all good. That was someone in chat mentioned this, like, oh yeah. Luckily, this isn't like... Yep. And it... That you don't need to worry about catching fire. There are things that will make fire spread. Like, if you just walk up to a random bush and decide to light it on fire. And then there's a couple things you can build, but most of them will actually say on them, like, this will start, like, this can spread fire or whatever. You put the torch down on the ground. Do you have a lighter? of some kind. It's just, it's called a fire starter. Yeah, there is a tutorial on the handbook. And I believe it just, the way it works, I think it just puts up a thing. It's like, make one of these, make one of those. I think that's how it worked. I actually don't remember very clearly. Yeah, like actually, the hand guide actually does a really good job of walking you through stuff. Because this game would be completely infuriating otherwise. Yes. We want to do that, I'm guessing? There are really, really crappy beds you can make with just dried grass. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm fine. It's the downside is, like, your hunger still goes down while you sleep. So, once you start getting some food, it's, you know, it can be just like, I don't feel like dealing with it, let's go to sleep. But right now, we'd wake up, and I have enough food to probably be fine, but it would definitely be one of those ones I'd have to go looking for food immediately. What's got your attention now? There is a reed chest you can make. It's definitely, like, overwhelming when you start. There's a certain rhythm to the madness once you reach that point. Yep. And the game doesn't tell you, but if you hold something in your other hand, you do get hungrier a little bit faster, but you can do stuff like toss your torch in your offhand so you can see. I believe it would be Q for you. You have to put it down, but it's kind of a cool thing you can do is you can use a torch as a lighter. So, like, if you have a lit torch, and you can keep a lit torch in your pocket, and it is okay. Nope. Yeah, it's, considering all the other things it does, you're just like, alright, I guess. One's dropped on the ground. I believe eventually it'll
you know, cull it just because otherwise the game would eventually just start locking up because of all the junk you're laying everywhere kind of thing. They do last a good while, though. Yes. I'm assuming you went in to cut some reeds, so you crouched down in the water. Of course not. Yep. If we can't find clay, we can get way better chests. If we end up finding clay, we can find way better chests. I actually need dirt. A lot of dirt. I mean... I was gonna say, I was like, you're like, sorry, I'm like, you didn't hurt me, I'm okay. You don't know how to what? Do you need food? Okay. Yes. I actually really enjoy, like, the musical instrument voices. It's a weird choice. But, you know, you'll start, like, drowning or something. And just like, yep, that's a saxophone. This... You just find an open slot, and then you hit Q. You have an open slot on your bar, and Q's not working? Oh, I'm sorry, it's like X, I think. My apologies. There's definitely a lag in my brain being going, okay, what was this on QWERTY? Because your X button is my Q button. Oh no. Pippa's glaring and be like, feed that character. That's good. Like, just jump scares you? Yep. I have definitely practically jumped out of my skin more than once when I'm in a dangerous place and just hear the... Right now I'm doing the saxophone. I don't know the time length off the top of my head. It's not too terrible. Like, we're actually starting to move towards day now, I believe. Okay. I don't believe it has anything to do with cyanide. when you grab a mushroom, it will specifically let you know if it's a bad time. Like when you look at the information. And just to quantify health, you probably have somewhere between like 10 and 12 health to start. So when you grab a mushroom that says minus 50, it's a real bad time. I've killed my character more than once where I'm like, okay, yeah, it's just minus 10. I can stomach that for right now. Fall over dead. It's like, oh, no, I can't actually. I'm not loving the aesthetic of this house, but it's a house. Yep. Alright, so what the heck was it to make? Yeah, luckily there's nothing that explodes on you that I'm aware of in this game. There are some awful things, though. Don't you worry. Not super long. I only did my first time, like, my first playthrough a couple of months ago. And that's the only full playthrough I've done. Yeah, so, because the torches just, eventually they burn out or get rained on, you can make lanterns, and those will stay on forever. Oh, it'll absolutely do that. Like, you just be like, I don't know about this game, and you play for a while, and you're like, okay, this is actually pretty fun, and then you're like, okay, hang on, I need to figure out my schedule now. Oh yeah, especially when you start getting into, like, the metalworking and all that, there's so much fun stuff you can do. I was gonna say, I think you're probably doing the same thing I am, going, my inventory is suffering, I need somewhere to drop stuff. I think I just got enough to make one as well. And, like, whether you want to build a separate spot next to mine or use the same one I'm using, either any and all is fine. Like, I am flexible. Yeah, I mean, ultimately... Okay, go ahead. The reed ones, no, but there are other chests you can get that are bigger. Yeah, you can just pick it up. Just, like, punch it. Most things you punch, like, that you build, will just come up without losing anything. There are exceptions. Mm-hmm.
the reed chests are definitely the Garbo chests. I'm gonna steal your blueberry bushes and plant those. Oh, you actually found a very genuinely, you found a lot of zinc. Like that is enough zinc. We could probably skip some stuff to bronze. I have not found that much zinc. That is a lot of zinc. Basically the same, for the most part. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start scouting around and see if I can't find anything useful or interesting nearby. Oh, and we can potentially dig into these ruins and potentially find stuff underground. Maybe, maybe not. The horsetail, I don't believe you can cook it in this game. You can make a poultice with it. Yeah, no, it was actually kind of interesting the fact that you mentioned being able to eat it. I was like, oh, I'm surprised they don't let you eat it. Oh, there's so many berry bushes over here. Did I hear bees? No, not me, which is surprising because I've been torn up a couple of times. I guess for me, mostly not, because most of the times I got torn up by bees, I had only one person to blame for it, and it wasn't the bees. It may have been me. No, actually, I take that back. Look, when you get some like 6 to 12-year-old boys and you don't give them something to do and they find a beehive, they don't make good decisions. I think I scored him with a squirt gun or something. Look. Yeah, I mean, most of the time I got away with it. I think the worst one for getting stung was I went to return a book at the library, and a wasp nest got built like right on, you know how they have like the flap you'd pull down and you put your book in there? The wasp built its nest between the flaps, so it ripped the nest in half. So it was like instant swarm of wasps. Was not a good time. So weirdly enough, there is value in keeping poisonous things, so that they can rot, because rot is useful for fertilizer. I mean, now that you mention it, I'm just gonna watch when you give me food to be like, does this have a minus health on it? Yes. Yeah, it can go in the ground or water. Either or. I think you have to crouch and then right-click. Most stuff, when you go to put it down, you have to like hold control and then right-click to put it down. That's control for me. Like sneak, crouch, whatever it is. No. You actually have a pretty long click range. If you're standing in the same block, it might not let you.
Well, shift right click is usually drop. Oh, it's shift for you? Weird. Because that's not the Dvorak thing. That's maybe we just have different keys. I don't think I changed my point, but I'm also not going to swear I didn't. Alright. Okay, Bacon, you have a good one. Oh, I should probably make another knife. Okay, yeah, if you cut the top half, it'll just grow back. Generally, just yank up the root, either if, like, one, you're really desperate for food and decide you want to cook the roots, or, if you want to move them. We found, yeah, Seth resin. And thank you, Krisk. But yeah. No, if you have the sap, yeah, we can mark that on the map, and, like, that's a good thing to click. It's a thing we need later. It's not very useful to us yet, but it is one of those things that's, like, really worth keeping an eye on. Yeah, no, that's for fun stuff I won't spoil yet. There's more than one kind of white mushroom. Luckily, a lot of bad mushrooms have very, very ominous names, like Death Cap or Widowmaker or stuff like that. But, not all of them. Ooh, I found rye. If you just, take wood, like the logs, and you can put them in your inventory with the axe on top, it'll make firewood. Yeah, generally every time you get something, just push H on it, because there's just so much in the game. Because that's how you find all that stuff. My jar I found in this ruin was much less interesting than the one you got. I got feathers. Man, if you need reeds, this southern side of the lake is just Reed City. Okay, well, I found clay. Wonder if I can share my points. No, it just says I can pin it, which just means it shows for me anywhere on the map. No, there's no leveling up. There are mods that add that. I haven't really messed with them, but I know they're popular. And I found carrots.
And spelt. And there's apparently coal over here. Mark that spot. It's just some surface coal, but that'll be really good later to save making charcoal. Yeah, now if you pick up the mushroom, you can look at it and it'll give you the info. I mean, maybe at some point you could probably try it. Don't worry, don't bother reading the info, it'll be alright. You can trust me. I'll definitely say the spot we've chosen down here, there is a lot of reeds. I have not seen this many reeds in one area. It is. No, as far as I'm aware, you can't cultivate mushrooms. Nope. Look, man, everyone knows they passed the city ordinance about growing mushrooms, and that's just it. We wouldn't break the law. Oh, weirdly related to that, that's actually relevant to something we've got going on here in the US, that they've actually kind of... We've actually had an advisory to not forage for mushrooms, like, at all right now, because there's apparently a death cap super bloom going on or whatever. And they've had a couple... We have borax near the house. What is the seed? Yes, it is extremely similar. So they've had a and it's like, it's named appropriately, is what I'll say. But yeah, so they were just like, yeah, just don't. This year, just don't. Yeah, no, I was in Scouts when I lived up in Michigan, and they're like, you know, survival thing, they're like, if you aren't 100% beyond any doubt, like, at all, that you know what you're eating, don't eat it. Also, don't eat mushrooms here. Because that particular area had lots of death cap and everything, so like, yeah, just no. My inventory is sad, and I'm struggling. Okay. Yeah, it's just, I am finding a lot more good stuff than I mean, I should say good, a lot more decent stuff than I was expecting, and my inventory cannot handle it.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm familiar with that one. Not like fried chicken, it's... Oh, what is it? Not chicken dinner, it's, I actually saw some when I went up to Alaska. Chicken of the woods, that's the one. Suvite stones? Meteoric iron. Look. This is... I have found... I'm literally just walking around the lake. I'm not even going anywhere amazing. I'm just doing a circle around the lake, and I found 2 different patches of clay, I found coal, and I found meteoric iron. Sure was not. What the heck is Suverite? Ah. Okay, so Suverite is just like slightly melty rock. Hey, Lefty, and welcome in, Raiders. Don't do that. I genuinely don't know what's worse, like forgetting your wife's birthday or your mom. Because sure, one you live with, and that's a proximity danger. The other one will drive and seek you out. You don't forget the birthday. And we have Pete. Just follow the money, then prioritize from there. I'm missing something. Ow. Did your soul leave your body? Did... So is there a place that you can like
real quick order like a gift certificate to like a massage place or something. This is some digging yourself out of the hole kind of situation. Yeah, distance is certainly an option. Getting the travel visa, like, why are you traveling? It's like, look, man, I forgot my mom's birthday, and they're like, say no more. Say no more. All right, we got quartz. What is... This is just a weird rock formation. Gotcha. Yeah, that's all good for when you're like, oh, I need to make... Like, generally when it comes to like looking for stuff, a lot of people stress out because they'll be like, I'm looking for insert whatever it is. And they'll run around looking for it and get all frustrated when they don't find it. I found just wandering around and taking your time and marking everything as you go, then a lot of times you can come back and just... You'll usually have it located at somewhere. What do you mean there's something evil happening in the water? Baby chickens, please stay away from the death cap. Oh, you found a rift. I'm sure it'll be fine. Or not. I mean, you can make your life decisions. You only live as many times as you see the respawn screen +1. I'm sure something will happen. No. I'm trying to avoid saying too much so they don't spoil anything for you. I mean, if you got up to it, things are happening. You may not realize they're happening. Actually, no, I mean, it's been over a full in-game day. Okay, I have found an alarming amount of berry bushes and seeds and all that. I have no idea where I want to put any of this.
Oh no, I saw it. Yeah, no, it's a bummer, Razor Claw. It's definitely one of those things that, like, when you die away from home, you kind of want to be very mindful of what you got with you, because it can be rough if you have difficulty getting back to where your stuff is. You died twice, lost your waypoint? Yeah, no, I've done that. That sounds like a good plan. I'm assuming that you didn't end up dying from the no-no berries? Or the no-no things? That's good. Because there's some of those things, you eat them and it's just one and done. No, pickaxe is actually pretty far in progression. You might even be able just to punch them. I'm assuming you're dead? Oh, weird, because me, you're laying on the ground. Alright, let's see if I can serpentine and avoid getting shot by this guy. Nope. A terrible thing that came out of the portal. I'm guessing I could save you if I get back over there. Okay, well I killed it so it doesn't shoot me while I'm trying to save you. I guess I have 10 minutes to pick you up where you died. Okay, so... so apparently I need a poultice to save you, and I don't have one of those, nor can I make one of those in the time you got left, so... So I believe you can just choose, like, respawn. Yeah, Rage Quit is just quit the game entirely. Yeah, when you die, you get glow in the dark for a minute or so, since you have nothing. So you don't, like, respawn in the darkness and just get mad. I deliberately did not get close enough to pick up your stuff. So, I left it where you died. I'm assuming you're bringing a friend? Yeah. Oh wow, you glow like serious time on my screen. Like you are... Yeah, I'm trying to watch behind you. I don't see anything. Yeah, so what do you... Yeah, that's accurate. Oh man, that's one from the vault. He had some treatment he had to get to, like, stave off death for a long time because he's just so old. Oh no, he had, like, so many diseases that they were in equilibrium. Oh, I think we're under attack. Let's go inside. That was a bow, whatever it's called. You can right click to open. Yeah, it's just a ranged enemy, but man, it hits hard. Yep. Rammed earth and pine tree. Yeah, no, it's like, oh, I saw a vein on the other side, or I think he says, like, I saw blood in the other arm the other day, or something like that. Well, it's gonna probably be over by the portal. Ow. I can't. It's just too far in the water. So yeah, usually when you end up with situations like that, you know, you're gonna need more tools. Might as well make them. It's perfect. So then, what do you think the portal does? Yeah, no, so it's just they'll spawn enemies. And there is actually a sanity mechanic in the game. So you know, portals not great for the sanity. Yeah. If you see the gear in the middle on the bottom there, green is good, not green is not good. And the more it's moving, the faster it's going down or up or whatever it's doing at that moment. Yeah. But if you hang out around so your sanity starts collapsing, then things will spawn regardless of the portal. I need to plant stuff to get this out of my inventory. And there's nightmares afoot. Try and get what I can to make a bed. Because this feels... Not for making a bed, but 9 reeds is a good ways towards making another box, and the box situation is desperate. I found good stuff, which means I have a full inventory. Let's see.
Yeah, managed to make one bed. Yeah, it's probably best to like sleep not super hungry. I don't think you can die of starvation sleeping because I think once you get hurt enough it'll wake you up kind of thing. Or it might even be you get hungry enough you wake up. Alright, so it's 4 per segment, so I need 12 dry grass. Are you just like running out into the night? No, that's totally fine. I just saw your name getting smaller. I guess like, all right, she's outie. You found what? Tool? Oh, T-U-L-E. Yeah, yeah. You can make a thatch roof with it. It takes a lot. Yeah. First time I played, I made a thatch roof out of that stuff. It took forever. Sir, that's trespassing. I need you to vacate my home. I did not, I didn't want you to bring your friends. That's the opposite of vacating my home. That's inviting more people into it. Yeah, it was not the one that was shooting you. It's the weaker ones. Open door policy, no claim. I mean, I did leave the door open. That is on me. I was busy trying to craft things. Yeah. It's not like so fast you don't want to ever sprint kind of deal or anything like that. But it's quite a bit faster. Oh, I need way more than 12 grass. Okay, I can numbers. You should be able to... Oh, is it something that's perishable, like berries or something like that? Oh, if you just punch it, it'll still pick it up and you don't have to like do the whole bar thing. And that's why I was just confused there for a minute. It's like, what? Basically, if you like Minecraft and Project Zomboid, it's perfect. Yeah, I don't think I'll eat a funeral bell. I think I'm good. No, I'm good. Yeah. And it'll stay until you die again. And then you'll have a new one. You're making a lot of sounds. I'm guessing you found a wolf or a bear. The door is open. What are you bringing with you? It varies a lot, but it is sometimes a while. I don't see it, so you may have ditched it. If you would like to be done with the darkness, I have made 2 beds. Has she seen a bear yet? Well, she saw some kind of, well, at least, I don't know if she saw it. She heard some kind of animal. Yeah, no, the bears can be absolutely terrifying. But if you already cut the grass short, you'll just destroy it. Yeah, so if you just, like, right over there, I haven't cut any of the grass there, it's nice and tall. No, people claim it doesn't grow back. I don't think I believe that, but, you know. There are things that never grow back when you mess with them, but I don't think grass is one of them. Maybe it was true once upon a time kind of things. Yeah, grass grows back. I was pretty sure it did. I had someone, like, really kind of going over the top of me, like, no, don't do that, you'll destroy the grass forever. And I'm like, dude, if you can kill grass forever in this game, like, and not be a very conscious, deliberate decision, that is certainly a thing. Okay. I think it'll actually tell me... Okay, so rainfall in this area is common. Okay. So you're planting the cattails there. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to decide. I found a bunch of things we can plant. And I'm just kind of figuring out where I want to put them. Because they're taking up half my inventory and it's deeply upsetting. I also need to find dirt that is not terrible. For planting things, so if you look at the dirt, it'll be like low fertility. Yep. Yeah, so low fertility, shocker, not so good. Oh, and don't worry about if you feel like you're ever cutting too much firewood. There's no such thing.
I use that as a way of just getting rid of wood that I cut down when I don't need it immediately. 32 firewood takes a 1 block, and I'm not aware of any limits past that. Oh yeah. There's a limit on how big each stack can be, yeah. And that the wood stacks are relatively small. I'm still waiting to find bees right here and just have like this be the most unreasonably good start. Like the only things they're missing to be absolutely amazing would be like limestone being right here, because that'd be great for leatherworking and a bunch of other things. Yeah, oh, that's true. Box it. Box would be another good thing to find. I haven't seen any of that. It's not one until we really worry about the way later. Though it does look good aesthetically. It's kind of orange. I wonder when you reveal the map, it reveals it. I'm... Actually, where's your icon? I know I can see your icon. Oh, maybe I can't see your icon if you're far enough away. Yeah. So unless you run a bajillion miles, then yeah, when you get far enough away, I can't tell where you're at. Galena? Yeah. Any type of ore you see on the surface, even if we don't end up using it, it's still worth knowing just in case later on we're like, oh crap, we need more of that. It's definitely one of those things, like putting down way too many markers doesn't hurt anything. Versus doing the whole thing is like, oh man, I know I saw Pete over here at some point. Where was that? Running around half an hour trying to find it. Yeah, no, that's real. It's just one of those things, like when you get lime for like the leatherworking kind of thing, like limestone, you can just like mine out a cave of lime and be like, all right, cool, I'm good for what feels like ever. I mean, you kind of always need more stuff, but you'll definitely hit a point where you're like, okay, this is no longer something I need. It's just something I want. Because like when you get your farming and all that set up, for example, food starts to get pretty good. Generally the first year is pretty rough on food. Yeah, food ends up being a big one. Food spoils, so you can't just like... It's all good. Have fun. The bear's a little faster than you are, but with, you know, clever jumping and all that, you can make it. Or not. You know. That's between you and the bear, I guess. Yeah, bears are rough. And it was right there. Yup. There's definitely that. I'm not sure if it's still behind me, but if I look, it's definitely going to still be behind me. Okay. So, do you need help recovering your stuff? Because if you die, your icon will move from where it is now, where it's like dead, to wherever you move next, kind of thing. I did not explain that well. Okay. Because also you might be like, I have nothing I care about on me either, so... Well, I mean, you got your boxes or whatever, so you don't want to lose those. Your backpacks. There's a very good chance the bear will be hanging out. I believe you can sneak with the bear to a certain extent. I don't know how close you have to get to the bear. I'm surprised it's not mauling you, but you know. Oh, you're not that far. Okay. Okay. Oh, so it got itself a snack, and so that's why it's not messing with you. Ooh, that's a doozy of a hole there. Okay. You want to keep what? You can process a carcass to get, like, meat, hides, that kind of thing. Nice. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, you don't usually think of tomato vines. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to find not crap soil so we can start a farm. But we're definitely not winning in the soil department so far. Yep. Man, this area has a lot of ruins. I wonder if a lot of that changes based on, like, multiplayer settings or whatever. Yeah, no, I don't know either. But I'm definitely noticing, like, what feels like some decent variance from what I'm used to. Nothing in a bad way.
It's kind of exciting to be like, oh, I found another thing that's cool. Yeah, no, I could absolutely see it just being the seed. Just, you get a lucky draw kind of thing. Because definitely know my first world had boxer right where I started. There's a whole bunch of people like, oh my god, you found boxes? Like, yeah, I spawned here. Yeah, you can make a fire pit, cook a chicken on it. If we pull up clay, we can even make cooking pots to like make stews and porridges and all sorts of cool things. Oh, please tell me that's limestone. Please tell me that's limestone. It looks like it. It's chalk. Chalk is just as good. Oh, please don't shoot me. Please. So you get a piece of dry grass, and then you crouch, and then right-click, I believe. Okay, so I didn't find a lot of chalk, but I believe you can make lime with chalk as well. And that's something we'll use a lot of for leather working. Behold, Ultra's made fire. Yep. I have no idea. I used to know a lot more about that, but I have not thought about it in... been a hot minute. So we can't cook the bear. Ooh, I found copper. That's a big find. Sorry. So foods we can if we make a cooking pot, we can cook the mushrooms, and that's pretty good. According to this game, those are vegetables. Any vegetables we find, like turnips, that kind of thing, same deal. You have different types of meat in the game. Most of the meats you can cook into like good stuff, except bushmeat. Bushmeat you just cook it. That's as good as it gets, like just as itself, and it's pretty subpar. Nice. There's actually a one of the difficulty or starting settings, whatever you want to call them, for the game is Homo sapien. Yep. Gets rid of all, like, the spooky things and all the ruins and all that. So it's just nothing but nature. But then makes, like, the cold hurt you more and trees take longer to grow. It's like if you want to go, like, full just nature survival. Yeah, very unga bunga. Oh, they also make the bears and wolves hit way harder and have more health and move faster. Yeah, no, the bear straight up one taps you in Homo erectus till you get armor. I have still not found
a single block of not terrible dirt. I guess we had to have something we didn't get for free. When you look at like where there's the grass and then there's the bottom half of it, it'll be darker on the bottom half of it. Yeah, like, well, the dirt will be darker. I think the grass will also be darker too, but not as noticeable. And this... Yeah, no, I definitely, like, Minecraft feels like it's much better for when you kind of want to just build things. You wanna internet Legos. Versus this is definitely like, okay, but I want to actually, like, survive. That is quite the hill over there. Oh, I got excited. It's peat. It's still worth marking. But I saw, like, some really dark soil. I was like, yes, it's just peat. Peat's also good. But, not what I was looking for at the moment. Actually, I don't want it to be that symbol. That's not a good symbol. If when we get to daytime you want something towards progression, the clay working would be a good one to mess with. Yeah, like clay comes, like, it's clay blocks, like, it's not randomly found. But there is some clay... Let me look at my map real fast. There is some clay around that lake. Kind of, it's literally like straight south from the house. So if you cut straight across the water, you'd be like between the two clay areas I found. Now I am nowhere near home to sleep, so it's gonna be a no sleep kind of night. I like it. It's not like the most amazing music or whatever, but I haven't reached a point where I'm like, oh, I'm over this music, I'm ready for it to go away. It's not like Project Zomboid or RimWorld good. I've clearly chosen the wrong direction to look for soil. Nope. Nope, no auto sort, no like stash nearby. What is that on the map? There's like a weird black spider leg looking thing. Yeah, I'm assuming it's just like a crack in the earth or something, but I've not seen something like that before. Oh, it's just like a river. Where's that water? It's this like weird sky waterfall. Okay. Yeah, it's just like this weird spire that has a waterfall coming out of it somehow. But it just was taking a really weird path, so it kind of looked like this weird zigzagging thing. Nice. You know, once you cook with the mushroom, they're pretty solid. Usually. Sometimes you can find it inland more. But the clay I found was right by the water's edge, pretty close to it. Oh, yeah, without that, this game would be infuriating. You would have to get a mod. So, like, Kildrix plays this as well, and, you know, he does this whole thing with, Valheim, where he'll, yeah, no map, no teleporters and all that. I was like, so, when are you doing that vintage story? He's like, hell no. Absolutely not. Oh, Pete? Pete's good stuff. Like, honestly, that's something you'll probably use with the clay as well, to make it not as firewood intensive. Because you can use peat instead of firewood. Peat can fill up your inventory pretty quickly, though. Yep, that's what you're looking for. You'll probably want at least a couple stacks. Monkeys? Oh. You probably found a drifter. Calling them monkeys is fair. The classic when you set out looking for something and you find everything but the thing you're looking for. If you see lights in the distance and it's not us, it could be a trader person. Yep. They live there forever. Just like they're too distracting kind of thing. I don't honestly think that changes. If I'm just minding my own business and suddenly the character makes the sound, still makes me jump. Especially again when you have like a wolf or a bear jump on you and how fast you have to react to it. You just hear a sound, you're just like, no. Yeah, it's nowhere near enough. Some of the things don't take much, but some of them get pretty greedy on the old clay supply. They're not too bad. There's different kinds. There's ones that are on the surface and deeper underground. They look the same, but they have like different names. The ones deep underground can be pretty gnarly, but that's not a concern that we're gonna deal with right here. Cool, I found chalk even closer to home. Like the attacking things? I mean, I actually think there might be actual monkeys in the game too. But not where we're at. I think we have to go to warmer climates. He found even closer to home, Pete. Well, at least I know in this save, I'm not going to be hurting on Pete. I have not read the Time Machine. How many? Yeah, it is definitely stressing the definition of short story quite a bit. I have. Yeah, no, I'm assuming you heard about the whole thing when they did War of the Worlds on the radio. There's definitely something to be said about, like, whether it's a short story game, you know, something that gets in there, it's like, here's the thing I've come to deliver. There it is. okay, I'm done. Move on. Have you had the chance to check out the game Unpacking? It's a very short game. We're talking like 12, 15 hours, something like that. Where you basically like you're going from like house to house or whatever, just unpacking your stuff as you move. Okay, yeah. That's very much like video game version of short story where you kind of get in and you're just like, okay, like what is our situation in this house? And like kind of getting your story told you. Yeah, I'm desperately staring at these boxes trying to figure out how I'm going to actualize anything. Because I have too much stuff. The room. I don't believe so. Sure. Excellent. So what, does syringe him? Oh, okay.
Alright, that's certainly... Like, thank you for being very, very picky about your sample sizes. Okay, and you got a bunch of clay? Alright, works just like napping. So far as starting it, like it's mechanically different after that, but you'll see. Whoa, some of these ruins are really big around here. Like bigger than I've seen my entire time playing this game. No. You can use them forever. I would, because you can make cooking pots where they're no longer good for cooking, but are good for other things. They do have a lot of mods. I don't know what all they have, as far as that kind of stuff going. Yeah, no, it takes a little while to get used to it. You can get relatively fast with it. There is a couple things with making that are just quite a bit of work, though. What was the first thing you started making? Well, I mean, the first item you started making a mold for, or whatever you. Oh yeah, the cooking pots. Yeah, you literally just said that, didn't you? Yeah, that one's not too bad. Oh man, there's like towers and everything over here. No puppy. Bad puppy. Didn't seem angry, but... Oh, so the copy later will just make a duplicate of the layer below it if you like just, you know, click and hold the button. So like if the bottom layer was like the full thing and you just need to put a rim around it, it would fill in the full thing on the next layer. So it's not, you don't choose copy then paste, it's just going to duplicate whatever was below it. And it does go way faster than if you're doing it one by one. In one of the towers, I did find one of the big containers. No, I can hear it. There is peat under where I'm planting the berries, which is good because it's close, but it's inconvenient because I'm planting berries on top of it. So I'll probably be where we want to grab our peat from first and get it out of there. Right, if the layers change, it's usually not useful. Sometimes you can have where like a layer's similar enough you can just copy and then correct the one or two things that are wrong. But most of the time it ends up being just kind of a waste. You do get all your material back when you pick it back up, so it's not like there's a consequence for it or anything. Wait till you see blacksmithing. That is a totally different animal. That's one that takes you a minute to be like, all right, hang on, I need a minute to wrap my head around this. So aged log. So right now you have unfired clay pots. So do you want to go by the guide, or do you want me to like tell you how to fire them? Okay, so what you need to do is make a pit kiln. So what that boils down to is dig a hole, like 1 tile deep. Oh, you're not going to be making a pit kiln out of clay. You're just going to dig a hole 1 tile deep. And make sure it is away from anything flammable. Alright, so now what you're going to do is grab all your clay pots. Here, I could stand here so when you go to chuck it, I'll just immediately pick it up. Alright, now you put them all down in there. Oh, you can't be standing where you're trying to put them. I think it's whatever's your... Yeah, that looks right. Be like control or shift or something like that. Yep. Okay, now you need dried grass. And they put that down in there. Yep. You'll need a decent amount of it. Okay, and when it doesn't let you put any more, now you need sticks. Actually, we might be able to get away with the peat. Let me go. There's some peat right over here. Yep. I mean, we're always going to need more sticks, but it's also not hard to get sticks. Yep, firewood or peat. Wow, this is like the most disappointing area of peat ever. Unless there's like a big area I'm missing over here. Then you put the firewood on top, and then you light it on fire. Oh, actually, you have to put something over top of it so the rain doesn't put it out. Otherwise, you would have been good. I didn't think about the fact that it was raining.
And I probably don't need this dirt here, but I'm putting the dirt there as kind of a, just in case the fire's range is a bit more than I'm thinking. Dirt would be fine. Anything not flammable. Perfect. So I believe you can actually point your, it doesn't say it's lit on fire. Oh, that's my weapon breaking. Okay, it's running. I mean, if we kill it. Oh, this wolf. Okay. Just need that last hit on it. Alright, we got our first pieces of leather. I mean, actually, I'm assuming they're the first pieces of leather. Well, hide. So we got a lump of fat, 2 medium hides, and a bunch of bushmeat. And I was saying when the wolf attacked you, you didn't actually, the pit kiln went out from the rain, and you didn't light it back on fire. No, I think it went out while you were covering it, and it just needed to be relit. The boar can fight back pretty decently, and if there's babies nearby, they will gore you. Okay. And did you want me to relight the pit kiln, or did you want to do it? Okay. Meanwhile, I'm gonna put a little cover over the little fire pit thing we got there. Once I grab some dirt. Later, Gord. Actually, I have no idea what time it is. Oh, when the pit thing or the clay is done? Yeah. All the other stuff will be gone. You'll just have the stuff in the bottom, and instead of looking, yeah. If you notice, if you put your mouse over it, it'll actually tell you how much time it has left. For the record, that's in-game time, not real-life time. Yeah.
That's all good. Yeah, like if you had been playing on your own, you would be like following the hand guide tutorial thing. And like I said, that does actually do a relatively good job of kind of like walking you through, being like, okay, you know, oh, you've got food, it's time to do like food preservation. So, you know, here's how you make a cellar. And so it does a pretty good job of that. But there's definitely an issue where sometimes you won't know the question to ask. And it can be a little tricky to figure out your way around that. Right, I think I'm gonna desperately try and make this farm happen. Right, it's still not happening because I can't find soil that isn't garbage. Like, you can grow stuff in low fertility soil, it's just pretty bad. I'm sitting now on, what is that? 24, 30, 40, 50, 60, almost 70 seeds? Dear goodness. Alright, back north is that gravel area. Yep. Yeah, I usually end up making a handful of pit kilns just because it ends up taking a while, so... You'll want one space in between them just so that they're individual things, but yeah. The big thing is just... It's kind of one of those rites of passage... Ow! Oh, I'm starving. It's kind of one of those rites of passage in the game where people end up burning down their house. They just build the pit kiln way too close. And it's one of those things you do and you're like, well, I'm done with this game. All my stuff is gone. Burned it down. Yeah, no, but it's just taking a little bit for us to find some. We just have like a gravel biome to one side, a deserty biome to another, and then forest. Oh no, the that one you're doing now has more wood needed than the other one. Oh, starvation. There might be some food inside the storage. There's at least puff mushrooms in there that I haven't used. I think the first container, right by the closest one to the door. Oh, right. Oh, actually, there's I made a fire that's going that has bushmeat just outside where the cooking thing is. So you can do that because I'm nowhere near and the meat does not last long. I completely forgot it was even there. Alright, well, there's more lead. We are finding a lot of lead. It's okay. I'm sure we could probably make a bunch of silverware and bowls and all that stuff with it. It'll probably be fine. If you look at the prompt thing on the top, it'll say lit. And I had some of it cooked. I'm not sure if there's enough firewood to cook it all, though. To light it, it can take a good couple attempts if you're using the fire starter. If you're using a torch, it usually lights up pretty quick. Yeah, no, they're definitely worth having. They also, food put in the storage vessels stay good longer. And it does stack if you do something like you make those and then you put them in a cellar. It can be. Like, it kind of depends partly on your luck of finding things. I could have... Oh, that's a bear. I was like, I kept being like, I think I hear bees. But I'm really not sure I actually did. And then a bear interrupted me. I'm alive, but, running for my life. Making leather is really grindy. It can be. I found if you make like a whole bunch of the things for like a whole bunch of the barrels, it goes pretty okay. Yeah, bear didn't chase me too far. Okay. Yeah, so there's a very popular mod called Napster that basically, yep, as in with a K. But that for like stuff like the napping and the blacksmithing and that kind of stuff, you can kind of just, you know, say like, I want to make the urn, and then just hold the button, it'll start putting all the things in place. But it's really popular because it's like it can be a lot of fun to do like the mini games and all that early on. But yeah, there's definitely a point when you've made your like 20th urn, you're like, you know what? I don't want to make another one. But it can be a mod we can grab for it, you know, later on to like pop it in there. I also don't mind helping out with all that. I figured you'd want to check out the different crafting types. Oh, is that medium? Oh, we finally found medium soil. Yeah, what? Back off, boar. Oh, and now I've got things shooting arrows at me. I finally found medium dirt. Yeah, the smithing minigame is really fun. It is the one that kind of gets the Oh, you're still chasing me, please. It's all gray. I'm still alive, but everything's gray. I was gonna say, that boar did not appreciate me taking the soil. I think it's just probably had a baby nearby, but... yeah. Yeah. Oh, I actually found bees. I found bees. They're nowhere near home, but they're still bees. I'm not gonna do like the last time I found bees when I was playing on my own, where I was like, let me actually locate the hive, and then accidentally broke it because it's really hard to see. I was pretty salty about that. Yeah, happenstance, the boar chased me straight to the bees. So good news, we already have what we need to get bees, which is just the reeds and clay. We can make a skep. And you can also, for some of those layers, just set the tool to its max size. And just, like, fill in and delete. What a skep? It's a beehive you make out of clay. It's like a woven beehive thing. So you put it near where bees are, and you can like, the bees will naturally like make it an easy low effort hive, so they'll just move in. And then in real life you'd gas the bees to make them all go sleepy, or like passive. They don't actually. Yeah. It's weird that, like, you put a little smoke and the bees are just like, I'm chill, it's fine. Yeah, no, take the honey, it's okay. Oh. I got killed by a shiver. Well, it's time to start running to my body. I was at like 1 heart. Oh, there's a trader like right here. No, wolf. I'm being cool. I just want to mark the trader on my map so I can find it again later. Oh, no, don't do it, wolf. I have no idea where my body is otherwise. Okay. Oh, right. I did die, like, right by the bees. Because I was digging up dirt. Yeah, it's, like, literally, like, a few feet away from the bees. I was digging up the dirt. Alright, sounds good. And I'm just going to tell you about a VPN. Because, you know, that supports the channels and all that. Yeah, VPNs are good and useful. Especially nowadays, where, like, Even to like log onto your social networks, it's like you need to give your personal information up. Upload your ID. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, there's lots of reason to VPNs. Yeah, no, and we're also dealing with parts of the U.S. that's also kind of true, where different states you have age verification kind of garbage going on. One of the many things that VPNs help with. Okay. Laptop keyboard. Oh man, especially with a soft touch. I definitely remember that with one of the work laptops I had a while back. That it was a soft touch laptop keyboard. So you like hit the keys and they're just, it's very hard to reliably know that you hit them. Like there wasn't like a click, there wasn't an obvious register. You just be able to be like, yep, I'm typing on vibes. I'm just grabbing all the medium soil I can find here because even this seems like it's just like a little spot in the middle of all this. I think I'd grab like 2 stacks if I can make it happen. Food's gonna be a problem very soon for me. Okay, so we got 2 stacks of that. Tons of seeds of all this. Inventory is full. Let's move this all around. Isn't there a ruin? No, it's just a tree. So pretty soon I'm going to have problems food-wise. Down to our last bar. I'm kind of walking slow. No, Vortex, I don't want to deal with it. What? No. Can't see anything. And now I found bees. I found more bees. Oh, jack-o'-lantern's poisonous. I can't do much with that. Can I show you what bees look like? Not really at the moment, because unfortunately I'm starving. It's not... They're very hard to see. I'm not finding them by eyesight, I'm finding them by sound. That... You'll hear kind of just like the buzzing noise when you get near. But the hive is very small. It would be very, very easy to miss. Oh, I do not want to mess with the wolf. I've got like 2 hit points left. But yeah, so you just kind of run around until you kind of just hear a buzzing. I think you're mildly poisonous. Too poisonous for my blood. Yeah, but unfortunately I already moved too far away. If it wasn't so low on resources in the night, I'd go back to show you. But we're struggling to get home before we die. Because I got all the soil I need to start planting stuff. Okay. I don't know if that was an angry boar squeak or a chillax boar squeak. Don't really want to find out. Wait, was this X here for the turnips? Yeah. Oh, I should probably delete that off my map since there's nothing there anymore. Hello. Try control. I lie down on the bed and don't get out. I've had those days. Like there's so much to do. That's a nice setup. And after I found the bees, found more bees. Yeah, I found bees and I found more bees like right around the corner from the bees. I have not. Nice, like I'm assuming an old school camcorder. Heck yeah. I am like super focused because my life is so low. No, I mean there was definitely when the wolf was around there was some uncertainty because I ran from like the wolf and then a boar aggroed me because there must have been a baby nearby and it's just kind of like one thing where the art's like, please. Now, where do we want to put a farm? Yeah. 'Cause the farm's gonna take a lot of space. Yeah, we can start clearing out. How about just like right next to the house? Like where I kind of had the flat spot there. We're just gonna have to dig it a layer deep because this dirt sucks and I've got dirt that doesn't suck on me. Yeah, I'm about to be there too. I've got like a box and a half of hunger left. If there are, to be fair, I actually don't really pay attention to like a lot of the emote stuff they give for like hype trains or whatever's going on. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like I like the what is the bee pog? The Pride Pog. That one. I really like the Pride Pog. Pride Pog is amazing. It's just adorable. Yeah, that's the one, Infinity. I haven't seen that one. I know, Greedy Goose is another really popular one. Yeah, mostly in the sense that there's some biomes that are terrible. Woods are actually pretty good, because every time it rains, there's a chance that the mushrooms will, like, respawn and all that. And so, we will keep getting, like, more and more mushrooms in the area. You know, and then there's, you know, a decent number of animals in the forest. But, like, that gravel biome we started on, real rough on finding the food there. There's basically almost nothing. It's not oxygen not included. You can't just take your dirt and goosh it with water and have it be food. And it looks like your first year pit kilns won't be too much longer. The other ones will kind of gradually happen after that. Yeah, that was one of the things I was curious about with multiplayer versus solo. Because, like, in solo, you definitely have the same issue where you're just like, I'm so hungry. Where's food? Right, and that's what I was thinking. It does seem like I've been finding a decent amount more of everything, so I am wondering if it does affect that or not. Like, one thing that definitely helps is, like, if we run abroad, as long as we're not going to the same places, we can go out there, grab some stuff, and come back. But, like, if you're willing to go a little bit distance and forage, usually it's pretty hard to actually pick an area clean. And until we get a bucket, or, a rain pail. Oh, we should probably make a rain pail. That's one of the next batch on the kiln. The next batch of clay. Oh yeah, that's there are ways to travel around the map much faster that we get later on. And that's actually one of the things that's curious, is I haven't really gone too far afield to, like, check out some of the... Because, like, you'll have entirely different sets of biomes when you're in the tropics versus, like, Boreal area versus, like, straight up Arctic, that kind of thing. And I hear the variance gets pretty wild once you get out there. Oh, that's not what I want. Can't plant trees and or can't plant crops and logs. I mean, if they had mushrooms, we could, but. I believe there is a way to change it after character creation, but I don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure I ran across it at one point, but... The wildlife is just very, very friendly. Aggressively friendly. Yep. Yeah, so it'll take like, I don't know how many days, like 7 or 9. It'll go from regular to flowering to then you'll have fruit. So like there is. And you'll even find baby deer. The game also has crop rotations. Do it. One dirty trick you can do with the animals is if you make like a pit or a moat or something, you can just chase them into the hole. And then, you know, they're much easier to deal with when they can't go anywhere. Earlier on stream, I had a bear attack me at my house. I was like, crap. Yeah, so I had where I had my my charcoal pit, so just a big hole in the ground. And the only weapon I had handy was like where you can get the little stones, you can throw them. So the stupid bear in a pit, and I'm just pelting it with stones. Did you die near where you were before? Do you know where you died the first time? Okay. As long as you know where you died the first time. Oh, I've done it. Sadly, no. But as long as you're dying in the same area where you can find your stuff, it's just if you die going to your body and you're a long way away, that can be a real rough time, because then, you know, trying to figure out where the heck you died. The wolves kill for sport. I'm sorry, those are cats. I think they only sometimes fight back. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry about the apology. I just didn't want to announce an ultra site as well. Yeah, if we're just like running really far away and then dying way out there. That's usually where you die, where... I should stop and get food, but I'm working on it. And my food is real low. You don't get a checkpoint for sleeping in the bed, but there is ways to get checkpoints. Alright, I'm about to make sad saxophone noises, so I gotta actually eat. Okay, I'm having to run seeking food myself. But, I did get a pretty good start on it. It's actually almost mostly carved. Actually, it's mostly carved out. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm currently have the seeds on my person. Oh, I have no inventory space for the food, even if I get it. Here. Drop 2 pieces of regular dirt. I don't need that on me. Yeah, and I've had some rough ones, especially like going through the forest. There's like a dip in the ground in an area. That could be particularly awful. Oh, wasting grain, just eating it raw is so sad. Gives like no hunger. Mark the resin. A watering can would be a good one. Because later on we'll get a bucket and we'll be able to do like the whole Minecraft where you just put water next to your crops, and it doesn't fully give them moisture, but it's enough that they'll be fine. I wish they left some of the seeds behind, because then I could have been like, hey, you can try out like the farming, but I'm desperately running to get food. Yep. We were talking about the fact that you definitely promised your community that you would be playing this with no map and no portals. That's certainly what we said. And Kill's probably like, don't put this on me.
Oh no, hardcore makes it easy because you just die right away at the beginning and then you don't have to worry about it. No, for the record, we were talking about, like, you were doing your Valheim run with the no map or teleporters. You actually tried? Yeah, and that when I had asked you about doing a no map run in this, you were like, no. There wasn't even a hesitation. You're just like, no. Definitely not. Oh, gotcha. So you're pulling up the first of the stuff out there. Yep. The good news is most of these things we're making with the clay, they're one and done. You've made it. Congratulations, you have it. Now you don't need to worry about it. Probably just on the floor in wherever you can find a spot. It doesn't matter. No, you can. So if you put one in the center spot, it won't let you put more. But if you take the time to like put them in the corners, you can put four down the cooking pots. Yep, and then if you put it on the, like if you put one on the fire, like you would cook meat or whatever, then it gives you a thing where you can put ingredients and you can make all sorts of interesting food. So you make like, and that food you cook can be real good. I keep seeing the shale and thinking it's slate and being excited. As long as they're not poison. Yeah, because if you cook a poisoned mushroom, you know, not everything poisonous becomes non-poisonous from cooking. And mushrooms are among those. That's more meant for chat. Because it's like, wouldn't the poison go inert when you do it? It's like, no. No, it's not. It's not how mushroom poison works. At least all the ones I'm aware of. I need this, it's food, but my inventory, I don't know what to do with it. Fire stars are easy to make. Get out of my life, go swim in the water. Yeah, no, exactly as Mud's saying. There is, you can't just like put like literally anything in there. They have recipes. But the recipes aren't too complicated. It's like vegetables. You know, vegetables, meat. And for Vintage Story, mushrooms are vegetables. Nope, would not. The only way I could see doing that would be like the forever style play where you just kind of slowly build a road across and you just wouldn't finish because it'd be just too much time. Just so there's always a road back home. You hear clicking? There's no snakes I'm aware of. Clicking. I believe you, I'm just trying to think of what it might be. I'm sure it'll be something truly horrific and... Oh, crickets! Yeah, there's crickets in the game. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, and I'm... As far as I'm aware, there's no rattlesnakes. But yeah, no, I think you're hearing whatever the bugs are. But yeah, I'm on my way back. It's just gonna take me a minute because I ran out into the boonies.
And I keep finding things and I want them, and my inventory cannot handle that. I think the next good backpack we get, like the next significant improvement is once we start growing flax. And the good news, I keep finding food on the way back, so I'm going to be back and basically be at full food. Once I get all... What's that? If you... It's like, if you punch the leaves or whatever, or like chop down the leaves of trees, you'll find a lot more sticks than you cut them down. You will get some cutting them down. And then later on we can get shears that'll cut down like massive amounts of the leaves all at once to just go way faster. That's it also has a lot of those kind of mechanics where when you first start playing, it's like, oh, this is a bit slow, a little bit rough, and then you get, you know, your tools made out of metal and things just go quicker. Okay. Gotcha. So I see you got the mushrooms here. So the one thing you have to do is whatever ingredients you put in there have to be the same amounts. So like, where you've got a bunch of them, and all that is in like in the guide information too. Okay, what am I doing with all this dirt and other junk I got? Yep, and one thing we should prioritize is that we put the food in those, or anything that goes bad, because that'll make them last longer. Usually I end up switching over to those once I can make them happen. Yeah, so you can do like 3, 3, 3, 3, but they just have to be the same amount. No, just 2. Basically, the bigger the number of things you have there, so far as like number stack, the more servings. And then the more spots you have, the more hunger. And your character will eat just part of one if you know, if it fully fills them, so it doesn't get wasted. No. At least not that I've found. And I certainly forget I have stuff. It will sit there until it rots sometimes. But that's much longer. That's days. You can technically burn them, but usually I just get rid of them. There are some things, not ferns, but there are flowers. And the bees need flowers. Also, Killa, this spawn we have is unethical with all the things we have around us. Oh no, I don't think you did anything wrong. It's just we are finding just about everything we want. We don't have bauxite or anything like that quite yet.
I have found slate, but we've got just about everything else. You can actually make bowls to put servings in. I've grabbed way too much dirt. My inventory cannot handle this. Okay. Yep. I've never tried to actually eat directly from the cooking pot. I wonder if you can. Yeah. I imagine you'd be able to eat directly from the cooking pot. When it's done, I'll try. Cause it... Oh. I don't know what my character's doing. It's definitely not eating. More vibing with the cooking pot. Well, so it looks like we can't eat from it until we have bowls. Yep, no, that's no problem. Meanwhile, I can look at what we would need for a skep. What are we missing? So we can start bringing the bees home. Oh, we don't have any reeds that it looks like. Yeah, I'll take him. Because I'm gonna have to go get a whole bunch. So how much is it for one skep? So a skep is... 16 reeds. Okay. It's actually not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. One thing that can be helpful with tool inventory we can make is you can make a tool rack to put on your wall with sticks. And each section, I think, carries 4 tools. So stuff like, you know, if you're not going to go chop down trees, you can just chuck your axe up there, that kind of thing. Yeah, so for doing that, there's a couple things we're going to need. We're going to want to make clay molds. The pickaxe being like the big one to make sure we make. But yeah, so then what we would do is, you know, find enough copper. Which is a couple ways we can do that. We can pan for it. We can just run around to the surface so we can find small amounts until we get enough. Or just get really lucky with loot. But, then we put that in a crucible. We have to have charcoal for it. Because wood doesn't get hot enough. That's not too bad. You basically dig a big old hole, dump a bunch of firewood in it, make sure it's like filled to the brim, and then cover it up after you light it on fire. So it smolders instead of burns. That's the reason why I've been so, like, just piling up the firewood.
Since I'm down here, I'm bringing a bunch of these reeds to plant up there. The hunger is so rough. Yeah, and I'm down to like... winter can be pretty tough. It is one of those things, like, your first year is kind of the hard year. Because, like, you know, you're gonna get maybe one harvest out of your crop. Probably not a lot of seeds. But, you know, every harvest you get, you know, that many more seeds, you can put that much more down. You'll end up with, like, a cellar and a whole bunch of stuff. I'll worry about the skep later. They found, like, copper nodules themselves. You know, if you found copper, that's, like, because we need a total of 20 copper bits or whatever to make a pickaxe. And once we have a pickaxe, we can go to where we found those nodules. And, you know, there should be a vein down there somewhere. Yeah, everything edible goes bad eventually. Berries go bad really quickly. Mushrooms and vegetables, for the most part, they have an okay shelf life. And then grains last a very long time. Yeah, seeds are not perishable. Okay, so I've got one onion seed. Oh, ow. 5 seeds. Yeah, people are saying that honey's an exception, it never goes bad. Just hard to get volumes of honey. Okay. And one thing to note, like, if you haven't seen where I'm planting these, it does mention, like, the different fertilizer types. You don't need to sweat too much about it. That's what I meant, there's crop rotations. So it's got 50% of each. These ones use one of them. So each crop in this game, like, this crop will use nitrogen, that one will use potassium. Yeah, so it goes down. So you just plant something that doesn't use the same type the next time and it'll recover on its own. Now I'm going to start starving. Any second now. We probably need molds. Yeah, so you'd want the pickaxe, the prospecting one, and the hammer. And I'm just gonna have to chuck all the seeds in here because I gotta go run find food, and also chuck the hoe in there if you want to do any of the farming when you're done with that. You're welcome to. Oh, it's gonna be so awful to so awful to find food in the dark. Hey wolf, upper friend, I'm hungry, and I could follow your howls. Or I can just find mushrooms. That also works. Yeah, imagine we're probably going to struggle on food until our berries start to come in. Oh yeah, no, the molds are all pretty quick. The only really nasty ones is the anvil mold, which thankfully you only have to make like twice in the entire game. The wolf ambushed me, not the other way around. I had stopped even hunting for it. But yeah, so the anvil's pretty rough. Those really big storage jars, those are pretty rough. They're just big. Otherwise, most of the others aren't too bad. You could just put them down on the ground, just in general. But they also would end up going on the fire when you want to make something. Yeah, no, it took me a while to get... Wolf was camping my body, literally just sitting there staring at me as I ran up for it. I think it stopped following. Thank goodness I got rid of everything before I went out. Well, I guess I'm good with food for a couple of seconds to plant more crops. The good news is once we start getting any crops up, that'll help a lot. The turnips have a very fast grow time, so we'll probably end up with a lot of those really quick. Also on the plus side, with the two of us here, I have not had this many seeds this early ever before. This is a lot of seeds. I'm out of flint. One thing that is going to happen soon is I am probably going to have to call it a night relatively soon. Yeah, no, I'm also starting to stream a little early tomorrow, doing a collab with Curly, and then like anyone else who wants to join is doing some Project Zomboid. Yep. So what I will do is I will chuck everything that I've got on my person, other like that would matter, like you don't need one axe or whatever. But like all the seeds, the hoe broke, so I don't have a hoe left, so we'll need to make a new hoe. But yeah, if you're gonna keep playing, the big thing would probably get the seeds in the ground, and then otherwise just working on like all that kind of stuff. Don't sweat about trying to keep their moisture up to 100% because that'll get super tedious. So the moisture will slowly go down, and then you can water them to make it back up, but rain does water it for you. So I wouldn't sweat it unless you start seeing them getting really low. But yeah. So I dropped them all in there. But yeah, now the things you'd be working on from here is getting food stabilized, so the farming, and then, you know, copper. But and also don't be afraid to go into the guide thing. That survival guide literally will walk you through everything. Alright, well with that, I'm going to disconnect from the server, and I need to wrap it up for the night. No, it's all good. I would absolutely down to do more of this if you want. Gotcha. Yep. So we can, I can shoot you a DM. Probably not right after stream because I'm going to bed, but I'll probably shoot you a DM when I get back up. So with all that said, I'm going to go ahead and disconnect, do my outro and all that stuff. You think you'll be streaming for a while longer? Probably wrapping soon. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. All right. Well, I will catch you later. All right, good night. All right, chat. So what we're going to go ahead and do is, first of all, if you have enjoyed tonight's content night and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. One thing I'm also going to do is, even though we're going to go over there here in just a minute, I'm going to go ahead and drop a shout out for Ultrasaurus, because they're fantastic and we have been doing a lot of fantastic stuff over there. So we're going to go pop over there, and we literally shouted each other out at the same time. But yeah, so we're going to go check out Ultrasaurus, drop you over there so you can continue seeing more Vintage Story and all that. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST, we're going to be joining Curly for some Project Zomboid. That's not going to be in our 16 times pop sweaty stuff. That'll be like more normal settings because we're going to have potentially multiple people there who are relatively early to the game. So definitely like not beginner, but you know, definitely not people who are down to like do 16 times pop. So that'll be tomorrow. But again, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is get Ultrasaurus. I'm getting tired enough that spelling is getting very difficult. I think I've got that right. Yep. So we're going to go ahead and get that raid going over there. But grab that top raid message if you're subbed. Grab the bottom raid message if you're not subbed. But thank you so much for tuning in. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream is going to be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready, but thank you for tuning in. And then for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending screen. And we're going to go ahead and drop that raid over with Ultra.